A Duel Giant by Robert Southey. In the clarumber of a great Jean de Bowers, there's an extraordinary giant introduced. From the middle upwards this giant was double. One half was a female, her name was Panther, the other a male, and he was christened, and was about to say Fasul. The whole giant was called Fantasul, and the battle of Fasul fought with a sword, Panther with a battle axe. Bellerophon conquers the monster by an odd consequence of his duality. Panther, as it is the nature of woman to be impatient in anger, grew angry with the bones and quarrelled with Fasul, who should get the best place for fighting the enemy. So while they were quarrelling, the knight killed both. The hero sought in battle cried out on the name of his mistress Clorinda, striking Cla and ringing the Rinda after. Alva by Robert Southey. There was a report that the sun stood still at the battle of Wittenberg. The king of France asked Alva, who commanded the victorious army, whether it were true. His answer was, "Sir, I had too much to do upon earth to have any leisure for looking at heaven." Amphibious Fish by Robert Southey. Among the number of odd things in New Holland, the amphibious fish is not the least remarkable. We found, says Captain Cook, a small fish of a singular kind. It was about the size of a minnow, it had two very strong breast fins. We found it in places that were quite dry, where we supposed it might have been left by the tide, but it did not seem to have become lingered by the want of water, for upon our approach it leaped away, with the help of the breast fins, as nimble as a frog. Neither indeed did it seem to prefer water to land. When we found it in the water, it frequently leaped out and pursued its way upon dry ground. We also observed that when it was in places where small stones were standing upon the surface of the water at a little distance from each other, it chose rather to leap from stone to stone than to pass through the water. And we saw several of them pass entirely over puddles in this manner, till they came to dry ground and then leaped away. This probably explains a fact mentioned by Captain de Perceval in his account of Salem. One circumstance, says that author, has often struck me with astonishment. In every pond or muddy pool casually supplied with rainwater, even only recently formed and entirely unconnected with any other water, swarms of fishes are continually found. The only explanation, he adds, which it appears possible to give of this phenomenon as of the spawn, is by some unknown process carried up with the rain to the sky, then let down with it upon the earth in a condition immediately to become alive. These fish may be of the same kind as those which Captain Cook observed in New Holland. A much more easy solution of the apparent wonder from Captain Perceval's hypotheses. Yet I have been assured that small fish have been found in India after a shower upon the roof of a house. The thing was affirmed so positively that it could not be disbelieved without rejecting the direct testimony of one whose veracity there was every reason for believing. It certainly appears impossible. Nevertheless, it ought to be mentioned in justice to Captain Perceval's opinion. The stories which are to be found also of its raining frogs might have been quoted by that author as cases in point. An heptastic vocable by Robert Southey. At the end of Littleton's dictionary is an inscription for the monument, and this very learned scholar proposes a name for it, for its length of Sanskrit legend. It is a word which extends through 7 degrees of longitude, being designed to commemorate the names of the 7 Lord Mayors of London, under whose respective mayoralties the monument was begun, continued, and completed. Quam non una liqua ac simplici voce uti istam quandam dolinianium, sed ut vero eam nomine indigitis vocabolo constructilite heptasteco, fordo vatamano Hanson hocero venero sceldono Davisinda, appellitis obrotebit. Well might Adam Littleton call this an heptastic vocable rather than a word. Anglesea Beef by Robert Southey. Anglesea beef was more famous formerly than the Welsh mutton is at present. The flesh, says Harrison, of such cattle as is bred where both we have store yearly brought into cold fair in Essex, is most delicate by reason of their excellent pasture, and so much was it esteemed by the Romans in time past, that Columella did not only commend and prefer them before those of Liguria, but the emperors themselves, being near hand also, caused provision to be made for meat out of Anglesea to feed upon at their own tables as the most excellent beef. Anguinum by Robert Southey. One book speaks of a mountain, or rather a large single rock on the Cape Colony called Slangenkop, which signifies serpent's head. One side of it is a large and deep crevice, which makes this rock remarkable. For the autumn almost all the serpents of the neighborhood creep into it and assemble together. in order to remain there secure, unmolested during their torpid state. Towards summer, when the heat begins to set in, serpents of many different kinds, and frequently coiled up together in large knots, are seen coming out from this hole, or spread themselves afterwards over the country, and finding proper food, soon recover the flesh which they have lost during their retreat. This mention of their being coiled together in large knots remind me of Pliny, and the fable which the Druids grafted upon this as yet unexplained habit of the serpent, that this habit seems to be proved by the foregoing passage, by the following extract from one of our newspapers for year 1810. Friday last some boys at play near the Hoop public house on Hampstead Heath discovered a number of large adders reft together in a knot, and basking in the sunshine on the hedge. The boys attacked them with stones, and the reptiles quickly disentwined themselves and made battle for some time, racing at their assailants. One, more bold than the rest, advanced towards one of the boys, who fortunately killed it with a stone. It measured about 4 feet in length, had several frogs on its belly. Animals in Paradise by Robert Southey. The animals in Paradise are the prophet Saleh's camel, ram which Abraham sacrificed instead of Isaac, Moses' cow, a red cow whose ashes were mingled with the water of purification, Solomon's ant, who, when all creatures, in token of their obedience to him, brought him presents, dragged before him a locust, and was therefore preferred before all other because it had brought a creature so much bigger than itself, the queen of Sheba's parrot, who carried messengers between her and Solomon, Ezra's ass, Jonah's whale, Khidmah, the dog of the 7 sleepers, and Muhammad's camel, Leavenworth. Most probably this suggestion to Voltaire the dramatic's personal of his Torreya Blanc. Aqua Vitae by Robert Southey. One Theoricus, Episcus Hermensius in Romunala Juxta Bonum, wrote a proper treatise of Aqua Vitae, says Stanihurst, when he praised it unto the 9th degree. He distinguished 3 sorts of simplex, composita, and perfectissima. He declared the simples and ingredients is where to belong. He wisheth it to be taken so well before meat as after. It dried up the breaking out of hands, and killeth the flesh worms. It you wash your hands wherewith, it sourceth all scurf and scalds from the hair, that being wherewith daily washed before meals. Being moderately taken, save he is low of age, it strengtheneth youth, it helpeth digestion, it cutteth phlegm, it abandoneth melancholy. It relisheth the heart, it lighteneth the mind, it quickeneth the spirits, it cureth the dropsy, it healeth the strangury, it poundeth the stone, expelleth gravel, it putteth away all ventosity, it keepeth and preserveth the head from whirling, the eyes from dazzling, the tongue from lisping, the mouth from muffling, the teeth from chattering, and throat from rattling. It keepeth the reason from stifling, the stomach from wormling, and the heart from swelling, the belly from retching, the guts from rumbling, the hands from shivering, and the sinews from shrinking, the veins from crampling, the bones from aching, and the marrow from sucking. The bishop writes of Aqua Vitae as if he loved it. No doubt he was full of his subject, and the spirit moved him to pour forth his panegyric, which it might have puzzled anybody except Stanihurst to translate. Stanihurst himself, in thus expatiating upon the commodities of Aqua Vitae, seems to have been no water drinker. Truly, he adds, it is a sovereign liquor, if it be orderly taken. The clerks of Ireland, according to old Hitchden, had a very orderly way of taking it. They bend chaste and say many prayers, and ungreat absence a day and drink of all night. Arrow-headed Letters by Robert Southey. About halfway between Basora and Aleppo, near a place called Argira, are, or were 2 centuries ago, some ruins containing inscriptions in the character which has of late excited so much attention among our Oriental scholars. Some of these letters are described as resembling a pyramid on its side, evidently the arrow-headed letter. Others like a star with 8 rays. They were like those from Babylon, upon bricks, and also upon black marble. Biography by Robert Southey. Mr. Daniel Lambert and the Irish Giant both died in fear of the surgeons. Great men of every description are in equal danger from the biographers. A race of resurrection men against whom neither laws nor parent coffins afford any protection. No sooner is the lion dead than these hungry flesh-flies swarm about him, verifying a part only of Samson's riddle. They find meat, but produce no sweetness. First come the news writer, then the magazines, of what Sir Richard Philip calls a good death for the month. The sharking booksellers, ever watched to tempt and elude the curiosity of the lower public, then set their goals at work, And lastly comes the overzealous admirer like the Roman Catholics around the body of a saint of his teeth and his nails, to collect and shine and hold out to public view all that ought to have been laid with him in the grave. Bishop Berkley by Robert Southey. A journal of his travels in Italy and many other of his papers remain unpublished. His grandson, George Monk Berkley, had he lived, would have given them to the public. I know not what is become of them since the family has been extinct, but of such a man not a relic should be lost. Bishop Kenn by Robert Southey. Of Bishop Kenn, Mrs. Berkley has preserved some interesting anecdotes. They come on good authority, for Shotsbrook, the house of her grandfather Mr. Cherry, was the second home to the bishop. When Charles II went down to Winchester with his court, the house of Dr. Kenn was destined to be a residence of Mrs. Gwynn. The good little man declared that she should not be under his roof. He was steady as a rock. The intelligence was carried to the king, who said, well then, Nell must take a lodging in the city. All the court divides, etc., were shocked at Dr. Kenn's strange conduct, saying that he had ruined his fortune and would never rise in the church. Some months after the bishopric of Bath and Wells became vacant and the minister, etc., recommended, as it always usual, I suppose, some learned pious divines, to which the king answered, no, none of them shall have it, I assure you. What is the name of that little man at Winchester that would not let Nell Gwynn lodge at his house? Dr. Kenn, please your majesty. Well, he shall have it then. I resolved that he should have a first bishopric that fell, if it had been Canterbury. Just after the declaration of the bishops, the gentlemen meeting Bishop Kenn began condoling with his lordship, to which he merrily replied, God bless you, my friend, do not pity me now. My father lived before me. He was an honest father, and left me £20 a year, thank God. The bishop every morning made a vow that he would not marry that day. Mr. J. used frequently on his entering the breakfast-room to say, well, my good lord, is a resolution made this morning? Yes, sir, long ago. Book covers by Robert Southey. Labat was told in Italy that books and carta pecora, as they call it, were better preserved than in leather binding. Il me semble qui se trompent, he says, mais cette relique est de beaucoup meilleur marche et pèse moins. Ils sont raison par Cordage and Troyes. But the Italians were right. Books and parchment are not so liable to be worm-eaten. I am not sure they suffer at all from these insects, which make such ravages upon leather-bound books in a hot country, and sometimes even in our own. Perhaps the reason is because those in parchment are usually without passport. On the other hand, they are far more susceptible of damp. I found some of them with their covers black and rotten after a voyage, or packed in the midst of a chest, where the books around them were perfectly uninjured by the sea. Books which have these covers should never have them stiffened with any kind of boards. They cannot otherwise be read near the fire without inconvenience or injury. And the old-fashioned parchment is the lightest, cheapest, cleanest, and most durable form of binding, and the vellum be substinated the most beautiful. Bunyan's Holy War by Robert Southey. A very beautiful manuscript was once put into my hands by a providential bookseller to whom it had been offered for publication, containing 2 tragedies upon the subject of John Bunyan's Holy War. It was a composition of a lady who had fitted together scraps from Shakespeare, Milton, Young's Night Thoughts, and Erskine's Gospel Sonnets into this form, with no other liberty than that of occasionally altering a name. The Lady Constance, I remember, was converted into the Lady Conscience, and whole speeches and saints were thus introduced in a wholesale sort of cento. The Ghost in Hamlet also did for an Earl Conscience. Burial Grounds by Robert Southey. The town of Tarma in Peru is said to have been subject to a pestilential fever which returned annually and frequently left a pain in the side behind it and proved eventually fatal. De Juan Maria de Galvez, the governor of the town and its district, conjectured that it proceeded from the way custom of burying the dead in the church. He therefore, not without great opposition, succeeded in abolishing this practice and set apart a large burying ground, or Campo Santo, as it is called, about 3 musket-shots from the town. From that time the fever has ceased to appear. Tarma stands in a spot which is so surrounded with mountains as to be absolutely unventilable. Its unhealthiness had always been imputed to its situation, and it had obtained the name of El País de las Tetienas, the country of Tetins. I do marvel, says good old Bishop Latimer, that London, being the richest city, hath no burying place without, for no doubt it is an unwholesome thing to bury within the city, especially at such a time when there be great sicknesses, and many die together. I think reverily that many a man taketh his death in Paul's churchyard, and thus I speak of experience. For I myself, when I have been there some mornings to hear sermons, have felt such an ill-favoured, unwholesome savour, that I was the worse for it a great while after, and I think no less but it is the occasion of much sickness and diseases. Carp, by Robert Southey. The fish, not long after its introduction to England, found its way into the Thames. By the violent rage of sundry land floods, it brake open the heads and dams of divers gentlemen's pounds, by which means it became somewhat partakers of his commodity. I wish some such accident would stock our rivers with the beautiful creature, the goldfish. Rather let me wish that some reader of Omniana, who may have taken half the pleasure that I have done in walking by the side of a new river in Hertfordshire, watching the motion of its inhabitants, without a rod in my hand, may take the hint, transfer some half-dozen from the Glass Club to one of the slow rivers of the Midland counties. It is well known how slowly the carp multiplies in ponds. Isaac Walton accuses the frogs of destroying them, but I cannot persuade myself to find a truth against these poor persuaded Dutch nightingales upon the evidence which he produces. The more certain solution is that they devour their own spawn. This may be accounted for by the little room they have to range in search of food. Besides, all creatures are, more or less, denaturalized by confinement. I once saw a hen at sea eating the egg which she had just dropped. The sight of the poor seasick poultry in their miserable coops is at all times exceedingly unpleasant, but I am not ashamed to say that this seemed to me something shocking. They who have ever thought upon the mystery of incubation will understand the feeling. Cauda Diaboli, by Robert Southey. All painters represent the devil with a tail, and in one of the prints to the Dutch translation of Bunyan's Holy War, it may be seen in what manner its breeches maker accommodates it. Per qui ante nos nostra excessent, might be said on this occasion by the author of that stanza in the Devil's Thoughts, which describes the convenient tail-how. But though poets and painters agree that he wears a tail, and that it is the place where tails are more appropriate than in the situation that the barber placed them, and though many sinners and still more saints who have seen him have noticed this appendage, it is not so generally known how he came by it. It grew at his fall, as an outward and visible token that he had lost the rank of an angel and was fallen to the level of a brute. Chess, by Robert Southey. The King of Prussia and Marshal Cave played chess with soldiers, the most innocent game they ever played with them. It had been done before them by Akbar the Mogul. In a palace of his at Tufapur his chess court is still shown, in the elevated seat from whence he directed the moves. Mr. Scott describes Sir Garrett's game with the theory that massive statues of gold and silver moved at the touch of a magic wand, and the adventure to which he refers in the Romance of Lancelot du Lac is a different one. The knight played one set and the other played themselves. A learned school divine of Fuerte acquaintance used to play chess with his servants and was generally beat by him. "Sir," said he one day in his anger, "how comes it to pass that thou who hast no skill neither in Latin nor logic nor divinity shouldst beat me who am full of Cortes and St. Thomas? Is it possible that thou shouldst have a better wit than I? Really I cannot believe it, except the devil tells thee what moves to make." There is a curious passage concerning this game in Huarte. They are great players at chess, having their soldiers pay set 7 degrees, in imitation of the 7 draughts, which the pawn must make to be a queen, so have enlarged the pay from 1 to the 2nd, and from the 2nd to the 3rd, till they arrive to 7. Answer with the proof that the soldier shall give of himself, and if he be so gallant as to enlarge his pay to the 7th, they yield him the same. For this cause they are termed serpentes or sevensters. We have large libraries and exemptions, as in Spain with gentlemen who are called hidalgos. Christianus Franciscus Paullinus, by Robert Southey. A rascally quack who calls himself a famous worm destroyer is at this time travelling about the country and vending his nostrum by means of handbills, with the pleased to keep this clean till called for in large letters at the end. "Cautious reader," he says, "had you seen a quarter of the dismal effects of these vermin upon the human body, you would believe with me that these vermiculars have sent thousands to their long homes under the name of such a fever or such a distemper. Worm drop from the eyes like lice, from the nose like maggots, from the ears thin impostumus, that have been found in the heart of those who have died of syphilis. Therefore I advise all persons to stop the progress of these pernicious vermin in time, not stand idle while nature is worsted on unequal terms. These vermin are so pernicious, there is hardly any age, sex, or constitution but is subject to them, nor any part but they affect, as there are no humours but may putrefy one time or other, and this putrefied matter, having a heat apt for generation, produces worms. If not, purification has in itself seeds as pernicious, causing the same disorders as vermin actually existing. This medicine not only destroys worms, but all kinds of matter, and is the only specific yet known. The theory of which this ignorant fellow has got hold is by no means an unpromising one for his purpose. About a century ago, one Dr. Christianus Franciscus Paullinus published his Disquisitur Curiosa an Mors Naturalis Perumque sit Substantia Verminosa. He should not have written this book, he says, if it had not been for the glory of God and the edification of the Church. Its notions of edification must have been very curious, and as for the glory of God, Jonathan Edwards himself did not attempt to support it in a more extraordinary manner. Neither was there a more beastly collection of horrid and disgusting stories, yet it contained so many odd things that an idle after-dinner hour was not ill bestowed upon its purser. 9/10 of the book were palpable faults, whatever explanation to truth there may be in the inimical system of physics, of which Dr. Paullinus had persuaded himself, recollected more facts, and bethought myself of more arguments in its support than the word found in this disquisition. Saint Pierre, in his first work, Voyage to the Isle of France, advances in hypothesis that trees, like madrepores, are the work of animal choler. You wonder that the theory which you cannot believe should be maintained so ingeniously. Darwin, in like manner, explained the human economy, and the gland, according to him, was a nest of living atoms, each of whom, as he expressed himself in conversation, took from the circulating fluid what he liked best. Citoyenne, by Robert Southey. The vile word citizens was coined by some of our translators in the days of the French Revolution. Gao might have suggested a more allowable term. The third day she goes to play with many worthy citizen and with many citizeni. Citizen and citizene might perhaps have been used upon this authority and the analogy of hero and heroine. The word would not be worth a hint were it not for Madame Roland's writing. Classification of novels, by Robert Southey. Novels may be arranged accordingly to the botanical system of Linnaeus. Monandria monogynia is the usual class, most novels having one hero and one heroine. Sir Charles Grandison belongs to the Mondarine Grima. Those in which the family of the two lovers are at variance may be called Dioecious. The cryptogamia are very numerous, so are the polygamia. If a lady is in doubt which of the lovers to choose, the tale is to be classed under the Losandria. That the party hesitates between love and duty, or avarice and ambition, to Godmere. Many are poisonous, few of any use, and far the greater number are annuals. Clock Mill, by Robert Southey. About the middle of the 16th century, Fray Rodrigo de Corguera invented a mill which worked like a clock, a model of which he laid before Charles V. It was considered as an invention of considerable importance in a country where running streams are sacred and calms frequent, and the emperor ordered him to erect one at Ecola de Campos. He died before it was completed. The same monk presented Maximilian with a sword, which he means of a spring, shot out a point of diamond with such force as to pierce the strongest breastplate. Cordage, by Robert Southey. According to Bowers, the saltwater produced an effect upon it analogies to Tent and Verdon's Coma Agua Salgada. It becomes so strong that it seems made of leather, contracting or dilating at the will of the sea, so that a thick cable of this material, when a ship riding at anchor bears upon it, will be stretched out so thin that it would appear too weak to secure common bark, and when the ship falls back it shrinks up and remains as thick as ever. Calls the Portuguese word for buckbeer. It was supplied to the fruit from the resemblance of an ugly face, which may be traced at the stalk end. Cold bathing and fevers, by Robert Southey. Amerigo Vespucci describes cold bathing as a remedy for fever which was used by the American Indians, but they accompanied it with a practice which must have counteracted its beneficial effects. Cum eorum quempiam febricritare contigit, ora qua febris eum asperius inquitat, ipsum in fregentissimam aquam emergunt balneat, postmodumque per 2 horas circa ignem validum donic plurinum calescat, curre I recurre cogunt, I postremo ad dormiendum deferunt, quo quidem medicantum complurisiorum sanitate restitui viimus. Color of Autumnal Leaves, by Robert Southey. In Captain Lewis' account of the American journey of discovery by way of the Missouri to the Pacific is a remark of great practical and philosophical importance, if it be well founded. Mr. Dunbar, he says, observes the change of color in the leaves of vegetables, which is probably occasioned by the oxygen of the atmosphere acting on the vegetal matter, deprived of the protecting power of vital principle, may serve as an excellent guide to the naturalist to direct his attention to the discovery of new objects for the use of the dyer. For he has always remarked that the leaves of those trees, whose bark wood does not produce the dye, are changed in autumn to the same color which is extracted in the dyes wet from woods, more especially where the use of mordants as alum, which yields oxygen. As the foliage of the hickory and oak, which produces the quercetin bark, is changed before it's fallen to a beautiful yellow. Other oaks assume a fawn color, a leather color, or blood color, and are known to yield dyes of the same complexion. Columbus, Robert Southey. Columbian Islands, because, he says, many foreign nations might interpret this latter name to mean the Isles of Doves, wherefore it is better to preserve the original name of the great discoverer. Columbus, however, was the discoverer's family name, and is thus curiously allegorized, or as the Methodists would say, improved by San Fernando, in a manner which might have delighted Mr. Shandy. His name and surname were not without some mystery. We may instance many names which were given by secret impulse to denote the effects those persons were to produce, as in his is foretold and expressed the one they performed. For if you look upon the common surname of his ancestors, we may say he was true Columbus or Columba, forasmuch as he conveyed the grace of the Holy Ghost into that new world which he discovered, showing those people who knew him not, which was God's beloved Son, as the Holy Ghost did in the figure of the dove at St. John's baptism. Because he also carried the olive branch and the oil of baptism over the waters of the ocean, like Noah's dove, to denote the peace and union of those people with the church, after they had been shut up in the ark of darkness and confusion. And the surname of Colin, which he revived, was proper to him, which the Greek signifies a member, with his proper name being Christopher. It might be known he was a member of Christ, by whom salvation was to be conveyed to those people. Moreover, if we would bring his name to the Latin pronunciation, that is Christophorus Colonus, we may say that as Saint Christophor is reported to have bore that name because he carried Christ over the deep waters with great danger to himself, whence came the denomination of Christopher, and as he conveyed over the people whom no other would have been able to carry. So the Admiral Christophorus Colonus, employing the assistance of Christ in the dangerous passage, went over safe himself and his company, and those Indian nations might become citizens and inhabitants of a church triumphant in heaven. For it is to be believed that many souls which the devil expected to make a prey of, had they not passed the water of baptism, were by him made inhabitants and dwellers in the eternal glory of heaven. Cortes, by Robert Southey. Diego Velázquez took Cortes with him to Cuba as one of his secretaries, a situation for which he was not at the time well qualified, being too apt to jest and too fond of conversation. Whatever the cause may have been, they soon disagreed. Judges of appeal arrived at Hispaniola, and the malcontents in Cuba drew out secretly their complaints against the governor. There was no other means of crossing over the present than in an open canoe, and Cortes undertook this desperate service. Just as he was about to embark, he was seized and the papers found upon him. Velázquez at first was about to hang him, but upon intercession, contenting himself with putting him in irons and embarking him on board ship to send him to Hispaniola, he contrived to rid himself of his fetters, and while the crew were asleep, got overboard and trusted himself upon a log of wood, for he could not swim. It was ebb tide, and he was carried a league out from the ship. The flow drove him upon shore, but he was so exhausted that he was on the point of letting loose his hold, resigned himself to his fate. It was not yet day. He hid himself, knowing search would be made for him as soon as he was missed on board, and when the church doors were opened he took sanctuary. Near this church there dwelt one Juan Suarez, who had a handsome sister of excellent character. Cortes liked her, and found means to let her know it. Whoever has seen Vertue's print of Cortes from Titan's picture will know that of all men he must have been one of the most beautiful. One day he was slipping out of a church to visit her, and alguils watched him, slipped in at another door, came out behind him, caught him behind, and carried him to prison. Velázquez was about to proceed against him with extreme rigor, but this governor was of a generous nature, and was persuaded to forgive him. Cortes married the girl, and said he was as well contented with her as if she had been the daughter of a duchess. The alguazil Juan Esquerdo, who had entrapped him, was of the conspirators whom he afterwards hung in New Spain. One of his singular facts in the history of so extraordinary a man now mentioned is made by Robertson. What the author has said of Antonio de Solis may be applied to himself. I know no author in any language whose literary fame has risen so far beyond his real merit. Coup de Soleil by Robert Southey. I have seldom seen, especially in modern writers, so gross an instance of credulity as the following. I have forgotten to notice in the body of my work, saith Pierre Labat in one of his prefaces, an infallible and easy remedy for those dogs of the sun, which are so dangerous, especially since both man and woman have thought proper to go bareheaded, for fear of deranging the economy of the hairs. Messieurs les medecins, of whose number I have not the honour to be, will, I hope, pardon me this little infringement upon their rights. Here's their enemy. When a person is struck with the sun, he must as soon as possible point out with his finger the place where he feels the most acute pain. The hair must then be shaved there, and a bottle of cold water applied to it, so dexterously inserted upon the place was not to run out, water being nearly full. Thus it must be held till the water begins to bubble and toss, as if it were upon a fire, and then a fresh bottle is to be promptly substituted from time to time till the water ceases to contract any heat, and the patient will be entirely cured and out of all danger. This remedy is simple and easy, and the reader may be assured that its efficiency has been repeatedly proved. Had not the account been related with such absurdity as well as exaggeration, it might have been inferred that the effusion of cold water on the head had been used with success. Criticism by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Many of our modern criticisms of the works of our elder writers remind me of the connoisseurs, or taking up a small cabinet picture, railing most eloquently at the absurd caprice of the artists and painting a horse sprawling. "Excuse me, sir," replied the owner of the piece, "you hold it the wrong way. It is a horse galloping." Day by Robert Southey. Lord Valenti was called in Bengal the grandson of Mrs. Company. The natives believe, he says, that the Company is an old woman and the Governess General her children. He was probably a mistaken metaphorical expression for an impossible blunder. The days of the Barbary states derive a title from such a metaphor. Day is a Turkish word signifying maternal uncle, because the chief who bears such being brother to the Republic stands in relation to his soldier, who are her children. Dogs at Court by Robert Southey. The great Turk's dog and manner of keeping them, says the merchant Sanderson, are worth a sight, for they have their several attendants as if they were great horses, and have a clothing of cloth of gold, velvet, scarlet, and other colours of cloth. There are sundry couches in the places where they are kept most cleanly. My lord Souch, when he was there, as Master Burton said, did like exceeding well of his place in attendance of the dogs. And the great Turk went out of the city towards the wars, and was of wonderful great solemnity and notable order, too long to describe particularly. But I remember a great number of dogs led afore him, well meant, and the best apparel, cloth of gold, velvet, scarlet, and purple cloth. Sir Thomas Roe took out some English masters to India as a present for the great Mogul. They were of marvellous courage. One of them leapt overboard to attack a shoal of porpoises, and was lost. Only 2 of them lived to reach India. They travelled each in a little coach to Agra. One broke loose by the way, fell upon a large elephant, and fastened and struck. The elephant at last succeeded in hurling him off. This story delighted the Mogul. These dogs in consequence came to as extraordinary a fortune as Whittington's cat. Each had a palanquin to take the air in, with 2 attendants to bear him, and 2 more to walk on each side and fan off the flies. The Mogul had a pair of silver tons made, that he might, when he pleased, feed them with his own hand. There was a Newfoundland dog on board the Wallonia last war, who kept the deck during the Battle of Copenhagen, running backward and forward with so brave an anger that it became a greater favourite with the men than ever. And the ship was paid off after the Peace of Amiens. The sailors had a parting dinner at shore. Victor was placed in the chair, and with roast beef and plum pudding, a bill was made out in Victor's name. He was so called after his original master, who was no less a personage than Victor Hugo. Dogs by Robert Southey. There is a chapter in one of our metaphysical writers showing how dogs make syllogisms. The illustration is decisive. A dog loses sight of his master and follows him by scent till the road branches into 3. He smells at the first, at the second, and then, without smelling farther, gallops along the third. But animals should be found to possess in perfection every faculty which is necessary for the well-being, as nothing wonderful the world would be if they did not. But they sometimes display a reach of intellect beyond this. For instance, dogs have a sense of time so as to count the days of the week. My grandfather had one who trudged 2 miles every Saturday to market to cater for himself and the shambles. I know another more extraordinary and well-authenticated example. A dog which had belonged to an Irishman and was sold by him in England would never touch a morsel of food upon a Friday. The Irishman had made him as good a Catholic as he was himself. This dog never forsook the sick bed of his last master, and, when he was dead, refused to eat, and died also. A dog of my acquaintance found in the streets who had lost a master, and was ready to whelp. He brought her home, put her in possession of his kennel, and regularly carried his food to her, which it may be supposed he was not suffered to want during her confinement. For his gallantry his name deserves to be mentioned. It was Pincher. Some of his other acquaintances may remember him. Whenever Pincher saw a trunk packing up in the house, he absconded for the next 40 hours. He was of opinion that home was the best place. Early English Metre by Robert Southey. A remarkable rhyme occurs in the metrical romance of Octonian Emperor. When we were said all the same, and Florence heard Florentine's name, she swore her oath by Saint James all suppressed, so I'd my son was take from me in that forest. Mr. Weber observed upon the passage that the singular rhyme strongly supports the opinion of Willis and of Turbot in his essay on the versification of Chaucer, at a final E, which is at present mute, was anciently pronounced obscurely like the E feminine of the French. Mr. Weber is so faithful and accurate an editor that it doubt not the word "frame" are divided as he has printed them in the manuscript which he has followed. But I find among my memoranda, made in pursuing Goa some years ago, some passages marked which lead to a contrary inference, and Burfleet's edition 1554 with couplet occurs. For love is ever fast boom, which taketh none heed of thy doom. And again, so the more my vaileth, what things my lady availeth, all mine heart, all my doom she hath, to no bed there been. In both places the word by me are thus contracted into one. This must have been because they were pronounced so in the printer's days. Whether the poet's might be determined by manuscript, if there be any existing of his own age. The first stanza of Troilus and Cressade contains another instance of contraction. The double saw of Troilus to Talon, that was King Priamus, son of Troy, and loving how his adventures fell from woe to weal, after out of joy, the purpose is that apart Froy. Earth bathing by Robert Southey. Dr. Graham's earth bath was used as a remedy for drunkenness by the Irish rebel Shane O'Neill in Elizabeth's days. Subtle and crafty he was, especially in the morning, with the residue of a day very uncertain and unstable, and much given to excessive gulping and surfeiting. And albeit he had most commonly 200 tunes of wines in his cellar dungeon, and had his full fill thereof, yet was he never satisfied till he had swallowed up marvellous great quantities of usbequa, or aqua vitae of that country, whereof so immeasurably he would drink in brass, and for the quenching of the heat of the body, which by that means was most extremely inflamed and distempered, he was eftsoon conveyed, as the common report was, into deep pit, and standing upright in the same. The earth was cast round about him up to the hard chin, and there he did remain until such time as his body was recovered to some temperature. Effect of Domestication upon the Skin and Tendons of Animals by Robert Southey. Mr. Barrow says that the skins of wild animals are much preferable for strength and durability to those that have been domesticated. The forced heat in which domestic cattle are kept either when stable or forced together in great numbers may possibly account for this. But he mentions another fact which is not so easily explicable. The fibres of the tendons of the long dorsal muscle taken from the rice animals are used for threads by the Caffres and Hottentots, and that made from wild animals is much stronger than that which is made from tame ones. It might have been supposed that if any difference existed, the fibres of the beast used for draught would have been the toughest. Effect of Music upon Animals by Robert Southey. A few years ago some French philosophers made a concert for the national elephants to try their taste for music. The same thing had been done 40 years before them by John Wesley. I thought, says he, it would be worthwhile to make an odd experiment. Remembering how surprisingly fond of music the lion at Edinburgh was, I determined to try whether this was the case with all animals of the same kind. I accordingly went to the tower with one who plays on the German flute. He began playing near 4 or 5 lions. Only one of these, who does not seem to regard it at all, rose up, came to the front of his den, and seemed to be all attention. Meanwhile a tiger in the same dance started up, leaping over the lion's back, turned it in under his belly, leaped over him again, and so to and fro incessantly. Can we account for this by a principle of mechanism? Can we account for it all? There's the mystery. Animals are affected by music just as men are who know nothing of a theory, and, like men, some have musical ears and some have not. One dog will howl at a fluted trumpet while another is perfectly indifferent to it. This howling is probably not the effect of pain, as we animals use the mark of displeasure. It seems to me that it is a vocal accompaniment. Sir William Jones related some remarkable instances of this effect of music upon animals, which has certainly been known from time immemorial. The tales of Orpheus would not else have existed. The fact is applied to good purpose by the eastern snake-catchers, and perhaps the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin is but an exaggerated account of some musical rat-catcher. Beasts of prey are less likely to be affected by it than such as live upon the alarm, and they have consequently a quicker and finer sense of hearing. Elinor, Robert Southey. Once more to daily toil, once more to bear the weeds of infamy, from every joy the heart can feel excluded, I arise, worn out and faint with unremitting woe. And once again the third steps I trace the hollow-sounding shore, the swelling waves gleam to the morning sun, and dazzle o'er with many a splendid hue the breezy strand. There was once a time when Elinor gazed on thy opening beam with joyous eye, and dimmed by guilt and grief, when her full soul felt the mild radiance, and rising day waked but to pleasure, and thy sea-girt verge, oft, England, have me evening steps stole on. Oft have mine eyes surveyed the blue expanse, and marked the wide winds swell the ruffled surge, and seen the upheaved billows' bosomed rage rush on the rock. And then my timid soul shrunk at the perils of the boundless deep, and heaved a sigh for suffering mariners. Ah, little deeming I myself was doomed to tempt the perils of the boundless deep, an outcast, unbeloved, unbewailed. Why, stern remembrance, must thine iron hand harrow my soul? Why calls thy cruel power the fields of England to my exiled eyes? The joys which once were mine, even now I see the lowly, lovely dwelling, even now behold the woodbine clasping its white walls, and hear the fearless redbreast chirp around to ask the morning meal. I was wont the friendly hand to give their morning meal, was wont to laugh a song, when lingering morn straight o'er the chilly landscape with dim light. Through the opened lattice hung my head to hear the snowdrops bud. Avenged at eve, when mildly fading sunk the summer sun, would have I laughed to mark the rock's slow course, and hear the hollow croak. Would time I sought the churchyard elm, whose wide embowing boughs full foliaged have concealed the house of God. There, my dear father, often have I heard a loud voice explain the wondrous works of heaven to sinful men. I little deemed the virtuous bosom that thy shameless child so soon should spurn the lesson, sink the slave of vice and infamy. The hurling prey of brutal appetite, at length worn out of the famine, and the avenging scourge of guilt, should dare dishonesty, yet dread to die. Welcome, ye savage lands, ye barbarous climes, the angry England sends her outcast sons, hail your joyless shores, ye bark-long tempest tossed on life's inclement sea, her hails the heaven, welcomes the drear scene, the marshy plain, the briar-entangled wood, all the perils of a world unknown, for Elinor has nothing new to fear from fickle fortune. All her rankling shafts, barbed with disgrace and venomed with disease, have pierced my bosom, and the dart of death has lost its terrors to a wretch like me. Welcome, ye marshy hills, ye pathless woods, where the rude native rests his withered frame beneath a sheltering shade, where, when the storm is rough and bleak, it rolls along the sky, benumbs his naked limbs, he flies to seek for dripping shelter. Welcome, ye white plains, unbroken by the plough, undelved by hand of patient rustic, where the lowing herds, and for the music of the bleating flocks, long is heard the kangaroo's sad note, deepening in distance. Welcome, ye rude climes, the realm of nature, for as yet unknown the crimes and comforts of luxurious life, nature benignly gives to all enough, denies to all a superfluity. What though the garb of infamy I were, though day by day along the echoing beach, I carve away fallen shells, day by day I earn on the sea my frugal food, lay me down at night to calm repose, no more contempt the mercenary tool of brutal lust, while ease the indignant heart, with virtue's stifled sigh, to fold my arms round the rank felon, for daily bread to hack contagion to my poisoned breast. On these wild shores repentant Saviour hand shall probe my secret soul, shall cleanse its wounds, and is the faithful penitent for heaven. English Eclogues by Robert Southey. The following Eclogues, I believe, bear no resemblance to any poems in our language. This species of composition has become popular in Germany, and I was inducted to attempt it by an account of the German idols given me in conversation. They cannot probably be still imitations, as I am ignorant of that language at present, and have never seen any translations or specimens in this kind. With bad Eclogues I am sufficiently acquainted, from Tyrius and Cordian down to our English Stuyvesant Firseers. No kind of poetry can boast of more illustrious names, or is more distinguished by the severe dullness of imitated nonsense. Pastoral writers, who still live in their sheep, have like their sheep gone on the same track one after another. Gay stumbled into a new path. The Eclogues were the only ones that interested me when I was a boy, and did not know the word burlesque. The subject was furnished matter for a long essay, and this is not the place for it. How far poems require almost the colloquial plainness of language may call for the public taste I am doubtful. I have been subject to able criticism and received with care. I have endeavoured to make them true to nature. Fair's the Rising Morn by Robert Southey. Fair's the rising morn in the hour of sky, the orient sun expands his roseate ray, and lovely to the bard's enthusiast eye fades the meek radiance of departing day. But fair is the smile of one we love, when all the scenes in nature's ample sway, and sweeter than the music of a grove, the voice that bids us welcome. Such delight addeth, is mine, escaping to thy side from the hard durance of the empty throng. Too swiftly when towards the silent night, the hours of happiness, you speed along, whilst I, from all the world's cold cares apart, pour out the feelings of my burthened heart. Feasts by Robert Southey. The Rohangrians, or nobles of Madagascar, kill their cattle themselves at the feasts. This is one of the privileges. One stage on in civilization, and the giver of a feast is the cook. Next he becomes the serving man, then the carver. Lastly, he only presides at the board. The fears of Eastern despotism have brought back the kitchen into the banqueting room. Persian cookery is sometimes performed in the presence of the sovereign or of the nobles, in the apartment where they eat. The fire sunk in the floor, and the smoke carried off by an underground chimney. A fountain placed by to supply water and wash the dishes, and this also runs off by a covered drain. Suspicion hath been the motive for this. They live in fear of poison, and choose to see their food prepared. Judge Abbas would often be his own cook for this reason. Filtering Apparatus by Robert Southey. The simplest and most expeditious mode of filtration is one which Dr. Lind has described. Let the barrel with its head knocked out be about half filled with clean sand or gravel. Place a much smaller barrel without either end or any open cylinder upright in the middle of it, and let this be almost filled with the same. Thaw water be poured into the small cylinder, it will rise up through the sand of the larger barrel and appear pure in the space between the two. Foot Racing by Robert Southey. A remarkable foot race was won about the year 1699, which is thus described in this manuscript journal of a lady who was one of the spectators. I drove through the forest of Windsor to see a race run by two footmen, an English and a Scotch, the former a taller, bigger man than the other. The ground measured and cut even in a round was about 4 miles. They were to run it round so often as to make up 22 miles, which was the distance between Charing Cross and Windsor Cross, that is 5 times quite round, and so far as made up the odd miles and measures. They ran a round in 25 minutes. I saw them run the first 3 rounds and half another in an hour and 17 minutes. They finished it in 2 hours and a half. The Englishman gained the start the second round and kept it at the same distance for 5 rounds, and then the Scotchman came up to him and got before him to the post. The Englishman fell down within a few yards of the post. Many £100 were won and lost about it. I ran both very neatly, but my judgment gave it to the Scotchman, because he seemed to save himself to the last push. For a cavern that overlooks the River Avon by Robert Southey. Enter this cavern, stranger. The ascent is long and steep and toilsome. Here awhile thou mayst repose thee from the noontide heat, or can you bide by this arched rock that strikes a grateful coolness. Clasping its rough arms around the rude portal, the old ivy hangs its dark green branches down, and the wild bees, o'er its grey blossoms murmuring ceaseless, make most pleasant melody. The common spot receives thee. Power prompts the song, laughs the secluded haunt. The tide below scarce sends the soul of waters to thine ear, and this high-hanging forest to the wind rise its many hues. Gaze, stranger, here, and with my softened heart intensely feel how good, how lovely nature, when from hence departing to this city's crowded streets, my sickening eye at every step revolves some scenes of vice and wretchedness, reflect what man creates the evil he endures. For a column at Newbury by Robert Southey. Art thou a patriot traveller, on this field, that Falkland fall, the blameless and the brave beneath the tyrant's banners? Dost thou boast of loyal ardour? Hampden perished here, rebel Hampden, it was glorious name the heart of every honest Englishman beats high with conscious pride. Both uncorrupt friends to the common country both they fought, they died in adverse armies. Traveller, if with thy neighbour thou shouldst not accord, and shalt remember these good men, and quell each angry and injurious thought. For a monument at Silbury Hill, by Robert Southey. This mount on some remote and dateless day reared o'er the chieftain of the age of hills may here detain the traveller, from a road not idly lingering. In this narrow house some warrior sleeps below, as gallant deeds haply at many a solemn festival the bard has harped, but perished as the song of praise, o'er these bleak and barren doors the wind that passes and is heard no more. Go, traveller, and remember when the pomp of earthly glory fades, that one good deed, unseen, unheard, unnoted by mankind, lives in the eternal register of heaven. For Monument in the New Forest by Robert Southey. This is a place where William's kingly power did from their poor and peaceful homes expel unfriended, desolate, and shelterless inhabitants of all the fertile tract, far as these wilds extend. And levelled down their little cottages, he bade the fields lie barren, so that o'er the forest waste he might most royally pursue his sports. If that thine heart be human, passenger, sure 'twill swell within thee, and thy lips will mutter curses on him. Think thou when what cities flame, what hosts that unsepulchred pollute the passing wind, and raging power derives on his bloodhounds to the chase of man. As thy thoughts anticipate that day when God shall judge aright, in charity pray for the wicked rulers of mankind. For a tablet on the banks of a stream by Robert Southey. Stranger, a while upon this mossy bank recline thee. If the sun rides high, the breeze that laughs to ripple o'er the rivulet that play around thy brow, and the cool sound of running water soothe thee. Mark how clear it sparkles of the shallows, and behold where o'er its surface wheels with restless speed yon glossy insect, on yon sand below how the swift shadow flits. The stream is pure in solitude, many a healthful herb bends o'er its course and drinks of vital wave. But passing on amid the haunts of men, it finds pollution there, and rolls from thence a tainted tide. Seek'st thou for happiness? Go, stranger, sojourn in the woodland court of innocence, thou shalt find her there. For the apartment in Chepstow Castle by Robert Southey. 30 years secluded from mankind, here Martin lingered. Often have these walls echoed his footsteps, as of even dread he paced around his prison. Not to him did nature's fair varieties exist. He never saw the sun's delightful beams, save when through yon high bars it poured a sad and broken splendor. As thou askest crime. Yet rebelled against the king, and set in judgment on him, for his ardent mind shaped goodliness plans of happiness on earth, and peace and liberty. Wild dreams, but such as Plato loved, such as with haughty zeal our Milton worshipped, blessed hopes, while for men withheld, even to the latter days, when Christ shall come and all things be fulfilled. For the cenotaph at Ermenonville by Robert Southey. Stranger, the man of nature lies not here, enshrined for distant by his rival's side, his relicts rests, there where the giddy throng with blind idolatry alike were whirled. Wisely directed have her pilgrim feet explored the scenes of Ermenonville. Rousseau loved these calm haunts of solitude and peace. Here he has heard the murmurs of a lake and the soft rustling of a poplar grove. O'er the bending boughs the passing wind swept a grey shade. Here if her breast be full, if in thine eye the tear devout should gush, his spirit shall behold thee, to thine home from hence returning, purified of heart. Frederick by Robert Southey. Where shall I turn me, whither shall I bend? My very way was wound with toil and faint, or through the thorny mazes of the soul to attain my distant dwelling. The deep cry that rings along the forest seems to sound my parting near. It is the midnight howl of hungry monsters prowling for their prey. Again, oh, save me, save my gracious heaven, I'm not fit to die. A coward wretch, why heaves thy trembling heart, why shake thy limbs beneath thy palsied burden? Is there aught so lovely in existence? Wouldst thou drain, even to its dregs, the bitter draught of life? Dash down the lovely bowl, poor outcast slave, stand with a brand of vice and infamy. Why should the villain Frederick shrink from death? Death, that magic and that empty name that chills my inmost heart. Why at the thought starts the cold chill fear on every limb? There are no terrors to surround the grave when the calm mind collected in itself surveys that narrow house. The ghastly train that haunt the midnight of delirious guilt then vanish, in that home of endless restored sorrow's keys, I might slumber there. Why then this panting of a fearful heart, this miser laugh, and life that dreads to lose its cherished torment? Shall the diseased man yield up his members to the surgeon's knife, doubtful of succour, but to ease his frame of fleshly anguish, the coward wretch, whose yule-cut soul can know no human help, shrink from the best physician's certain aid? It were better far to lay me down here on this cold damp earth, that some wild beast seize on his willing victim. If to die were all, it were most sweet to rest my head on the cold clod, and sleep the sleep of death. If the archangel's trumpet the last hour startle the ear of death, and wake the soul to frenzy, dreams of infancy, fit tales for garrulous bedtimes to affrighten babes, if me guilty, yet my mind can bear retrospect of guilt, and the hour of deep contrition to the eternal look for mercy, the child of poverty, and his inherit of happiness. But if I warred upon the world that wronged me first, it endured the ills of hard injustice. All this goodly earth was but to me one wide waste wilderness, had not share nature's patrimony, blasted were all my morning hopes of youth. Dark disappointment followed on my waist, care was my bosom inmate, and keen want gnawed at my heart. Eternal one, one knowest of the poor heart, even the bitter hour of lewdest revelry had inly yearned for peace. My father, accordingly, poured to thy mercy seat my earnest prayer, and with thy peace and bowedness of soul. Thoughts of comfort, of the afflicted heart tired with the tempest of its passions, rests on you with holy hope. The hollow hull of yonder harmless tenant of the woods bursts not with terror on the sobered sense. I've sinned against mankind, on them be that past sin, that made me what I was. In these extremest climes can one no more urge of deeds of darkness, that length here shall I rest. Although my heart be poor, where reigns is scant not through its humble roof, would I were there again, the night is cold. What if in my wanderings I should rouse a savage from his thicket? Hark the gun, and the fire of safety I shall reach a hut again by toil forced from the stubborn of my sustenance, and quick, ere the guilt will never start alarmed, into the well-earned meal. This felon's garb will it not shield me from the winds of heaven? What could purple more? Strengthen me, eternal one, this serener state, cleanse from mine heart, so penitence and faith shall heal my soul, my last days be peace. French-English by Robert Southey. It is curious to observe how the English Catholics of the 17th century wrote English like men who habitually spoke French. Corpse is sometimes used for living body, and when they attempt to versify, a rhymes only rhymes according to a French pronunciation. This path most fair walked wind by shadow of my pilgrim march, when at every step I find an heavenly drawn and image of my frail mortality tending to eternity. The tree that bringeth nothing else but leaves and breathing verdure is fit for fire, not for fruit, and doth belong to nature. But the finest specimen of French-English verse is certainly the inscription which Metre placed at Armelville to the memory of Shenstone. This plain stone to William Shenstone, in his writings he displayed a mind natural, at loose sociolate, Acadian greens rural. Shenstone used to thank God that his name was not liable to a pun. He little thought that it was liable to such a rhyme as this. Frith the Martyr by Robert Southey. Some of the writings of his venerable father of the English Church were republished in consequence of a remarkable accident. Upon Midsummer Eve, 1626, a codfish was brought to the market in Cambridge, and there cut up for sale, and the more thereof there was found a book in 12s, bound up in canvas containing several treatises of Mr. John Frith's. This fish was caught upon the coast of Lynn, called Lindres, by one William Skinner. The fish being cut open, the garbage was thrown by, which a woman looked upon, espied the canvas, and taking it out, found the book wrapped up in it, which was much soiled, and covered over with a kind of slime, and congealed matter. It was looked upon with great admiration, and by Benjamin Prime, the bachelor's beadle, who was present at the opening of the fish, was carried to the Vice-Chancellor, who took special notice of it, examined the particulars before mentioned. The leaves of the book were carefully opened and cleansed. The treatises contained in it were a preparation for the cross, a preparation for death, a treasure of knowledge, a mirror of looking-glass to know themselves by, a brief instruction to teach one willingly to die, and not to fear death. They were all reprinted, and the use for the reviving of these treatises by such a special providence have been, may be easily discerned, by such as have lived since those times. Garden of Benstead by Robert Southey. Is there any remembrance of Banstead of a clergyman who amused himself there for 50 years of ornamenting his gardens, and died in a state of dotage about the beginning of the last century? The company from Epsom used to visit his curiosities, and they might well call them, for this gentleman had discovered more capabilities in wood and stone than ever Lancelot Brown dreamed of. He was scanned one of his trees by the straight flight of steps. The top had been flattened in the middle, and the boughs round about clipped into a parapet. Here there was an octagon bench, and this place he called his Tenerife. Another tree was manufactured into Mount Parnassus, and there Apollo was to be seen, perched with the 9 muses. That they might not want worthy company, the great Mogul, the Grand Seigneur, the Champ of Tartary, and the Tsar of Muscovy were all to be seen in the garden. The other 2, clothed with ivy and cut smooth, stood for the pillars of Hercules. The old gentleman was a wit as well as a scholar. He had cut one tree into the shape of a rose, and placed a bench under it, where lovers might talk under the rose. Uncle Toby might also have found something to interest him in these gardens. There were the whole Confederate army, and their generals represented by stones, which were large ones were the officers and the little ones the men. Within doors he had Montero cups, shoulders of mutton, apples, etc., cut in stone and painted. Epsom was at this time so much frequented that 40 coaches and 6 were sometimes to be seen at evening in the ring. On Monday mornings they had some little diversion, such as racing of boys or rabbits or pigs. Gift of Tons by Robert Southey. There is a curious question concerning gift of tons, in what mood the miracle was effected. Many theologians and Gregory Nazianzians among them opining that the miracle took place in the atmosphere and not in the ears of the hearers, because, they argued, if it were otherwise, the miracle must be ascribed to the hearers and not the speakers. Glauber's Leonidas by Robert Southey. Glauber's Leonidas was unduly praised at its first appearance and more unduly depreciated. The mediocre publications of the day abound with criticisms and panegyries upon it. The best piece of ridicule which appeared upon the occasion is the argument of an epic poem entitled Jack the Giant Killer, Book 1, a poetico-historical account how Jack went to an old witch to inquire how to make himself glorious, how the old witch told him he must be knocked on the head of the Straits of Gibraltar, how Jack, who laughed at all witchcraft, followed the old witch's advice, but first took leave of his wild family. 2. How Jack travelled and travelled till he came to the strait. How the giant sent word to Jack he would eat him up. 3. How the giant brought all the world to fight against little Jack. 4, 5. How Jack's men fought with the giant's men, but neither Jack nor the giant did anything. 6, 7. How Prince Prettyman fell in love, and how Miss Eric killed herself with a man she never spoke to. 8, 9. How Jack, who for a long while said nothing, said his prayers, went out, and was knocked on the head. Glow-Beast by Robert Southey. The valley of Calciacubino, running 30 leagues in length from north to south, is but a small preserve, and almost enclosed on both sides by high ridges of mountains that make the borders of Peru and Chile. It is reported that in the night there is a sort of creature seen here which casts a mighty light from its head. Many are of opinion that light is caused by a carbuncle. But as yet this creature could never be taken or killed, because it suddenly baffles all the designs of men, leaving them in the dark by clouding with light. The existence of this animal is still believed, for the missionary Franz Narcissi Parcel says, in a letter written in 1791, I had scarcely reached Manoa before I began the commission for which His Excellency the Vicar charged me concerning the search of the carbuncle. I found a patron of the Peona nation who has not only seen one, but has killed one, and thrown it away for ignorance as a thing of no value. He assured me that there were 2 kinds, one about a quarter, the other about half a vara high. The curtain, or lid, with which it covers its splendor, is, he says, a thing of exquisite plumage, and that it has on its breast spots of singular beauty. He called it in his Pera language Indociosi. He promised to bring me one dead, since it is impossible to take it alive. I regaled him plentifully for the sake of encouraging him, and he said often full confidence that he should not return without it. As soon as I get this precious jewel, Alayala, I will send it to His Excellency. D. Joseph Ignazio de Liquana relates some stories of his carbuncle animal, and evidently believes them. By his account, it opens the eye of light when it is in danger, and dazzles its enemy. At other times the eye is covered with its veil or lid like Prince Arthur's shield. The author of the verse Argentina, de Martin de Barco, says he had seen this beast, and often hunted it in vain, and that happy man would he be who should catch one. Rai Diaz Milgarejo, he adds, had been thus fortunate. He had caught a carbuncle beast and taken out the stone. The canoe which he embarked with it upset, the jewel was lost. I, says D. Martin, saw him lamenting his evil fortune, and heard him say that if he hadn't lost the carbuncle, he would have presented it to King Philip. Go, Valentine, by Robert Southey. Go, Valentine, and tell that lovely maid, whom fancy still the portrait to my side, how I linger in the sullen shade, this dreary gloom of dull monastic night. Say that every joy of life remote, at evening's closing hour I quit the throng, listening in solitude a ringdome's note, or pours like me his solitary song. Say that of her absence calls a sorrowing sigh, say that of all the charms I love to speak, and fancy feel the magic of her eye, and fancy view the smile illume her cheek, caught the lone oar in silence still the groove, and heave a sigh of memory and of love. Goldsmith by Robert Southey. A fraud has been practised in France upon Goldsmith's reputation. At the end of a volume which bears date 1774, it is the following title in a list of new books: Story de François Wills ou le triomphe de la bienfaisance par l'ordre de ministre de Wakefield, Dues de Longlois. Government of Norcia by Robert Southey. It is curious that an institution should exist in the papal territories founded upon an anti-clerical feeling, not less inverted than that of the bigoted Quakers who always say steeple house instead of church. The little town of Norcia had the privilege of making its own laws and chasing its own magistrates, and so jealous were the people of all priests. But in order to prevent the possibility of anyone obtaining authority among them, one of their laws was that all men who could read and write should be incapable of being a share in the government. The magistracy, therefore, which consisted of 4 persons, were called quadrilaterati, 4 illiterates, and as a necessary consequence of this singular institution, all causes were examined without writings and decided orally. I know not when this brutalizing system was established, nor what circumstances occasioned it. It would be interesting to trace its history. And Jack Cape establishing a permanent order of things is a phenomenon, of which there is no other instance. The fact is mentioned in a volume of letters concerning the state of Italy in 1687, written as a supplement to Gilbert Burnet's travels. And as it is noticed by Bouching also as a still existing custom, it is probably not appropriate to this general wreck of all the institutions in Italy under Bonaparte's tyranny. This strange institution is the more remarkable because Norcia is the birthplace of Saint Benedict, one of the most eminent of the Romish Church, from whose institution almost all the apostles of the north of Europe proceeded. Greek erudition by Robert Southey. Colabasius, a heretic of right heretical name, who lived in the 2nd century, taught that the fullness of Christian perfection consisted in completely understanding the Greek alphabet. The sect of the Colabasians still exists in literature, and from the inordinate applause which is bestowed upon the branch of erudition, you might suppose that the perfection of human learning consisted in an accurate knowledge of the minutiae of Greek prosody. Ground Fires by Robert Southey. Jacob Burand refers to the Saxon chronicles, to Roger de Hovens, Brompton, and Simon Dundenses for the various accounts of fires breaking out from the earth in this country during the various earthquakes, which occurred from the year 1032 to 1135, and the last eruption was recorded. Fires, said Holinstedt, burst out of certain rifts of the earth, in so huge flames that neither by water nor otherwise it could be quenched. Brian would fain prove the impossible authenticity of Rowley's poem by these phenomena, insisting that they are the ground-fires which shattered and the prince fires exhaled from within. The ground fire of 1048 is said to have burned towns as well as fields of corn. Villas et segres multes ustelavit, Simdan. It broke out in Devonshire and the adjoining counties, but it is difficult, if not impossible, to conceive how any volcanic flame should have extended to towns, there being no mountain in eruption. A fire vapor, whatever it may have been, seems more analogous to the sea fire which extended so far into Spain. In turning over a most worthless volume entitled Reflexions sur les désastres de Lissabon, an extract from Messari reminds me of what I have written many old historians, at the pestilence which in the 14th century spread from the east of the whole of Europe, was believed to have been produced by a fire vapor horriblement puante, which issued from the earth in the province of Cordage in China, consumed everything within a circuit of 200 leagues. I do not know to what authority this news from China is to be traced. In 1802, a gentleman who was a native of Lantrisand in the county of Glamorganshire was shooting upon the hills near the town. He had occasion to pass what appeared to him a patch of red mire, over which one step would have carried him. But having set his foot on it, it sunk. He fell and found his leg burned through the boot so severely that he was confined many weeks by the wound. The place remote from any path, but was found upon inquiry that a few odd persons knew that such a ground fire existed there, that it had been burning time out of mind. This is not related upon any doubtful authority, either fact from the person to whom it happened. Some scientific traveller will do well to find out the singular spot over which, if it were in their country, the passes would build a temple. Hard by the road, Robert Southey. Hard by the road, when that little mound, the high grass rustles to the passing breeze, the child of misery rests her head in peace. Pours there in sadness, at unhallowed ground, enshrines what once was Isabel. Sleep on, poor outcast, lovely was thy cheek, the mild eye was eloquent to speak, soul of pity, pale and woe begone, soon did thy fair cheek fade, and when I weep, tear of anguish for the babe unborn. The helpless hair of poverty in scorn. She drank the draught that chilled her soul to sleep. I pause and wipe the big drop from mine eye, as the proud Levite scowls and passes by. Heads by Robert Southey. The grandfather of Brown, famous head of the Puritans, is said to have enjoyed the same grandee privilege as Earl Strongbow. Fuller says he had seen a charter granted to this Francis Brown by King Henry VIII. The 16th of July, the 18th of his reign, confirmed by Act of Parliament, giving him leave to put on his cap in the presence of a king, or as hers, any lord spiritual or temporal in the land, or to put it off but for his own ease and pleasure. This is a strange story, and though Henry VIII made some of the strangest laws that ever entered into the head of the capricious and wanton turned, it seems very unlikely that he, of all our kings, should have granted such a privilege to a man of whom nothing else is remembered. And Fuller says he had seen the charter. He was used to examine records, therefore not liable to be deceived on them, and there seems no imaginable reason why such a charter should have been forged. Few things occasion more torment to the Quakers than the unlucky discovery of George Fox that the Lord forbade him to put off his head to any man high or low. For though, says the faithful historian, it was pretended that this putting off of a head was but a small thing which none ought to scruple, yet it was a wonderful thing to see what a great disturbance this pretended small matter caused among people of all sorts, so that even such that would be looked upon as those that practised humility and meekness soon shewed what spirit they were of, and as worldly honour was denied them. It is almost unspeakable. He says elsewhere, outrage and fury rose with blows, pinching, beatings, and imprisonments they underwent, besides the danger, and they were sometimes in of losing their lives for these matters. A Frenchman attached to the embassy in Spain in the year 1659, published an account of his travels in that country 10 years afterwards, says that at the Queen's levee every lady might have 2 gallants attending her who were permitted, or rather expected, to remain covered before her Majesty, a presumption that they were 10 imbrevecidos, and they forgot everything but the mistress. Hell by Robert Southey. Bellarmina makes sweating and crowding one of the chief torments of hell, which Lessius, adopted after an actual and careful survey, affirms to be exactly a Dutch mile, about 1.5 leagues English diameter, but Riber, grounding his map on deducations from the Apocalypse, makes it 200 Italian miles. Lessius, it may be presumed, was a Protestant, for whom, of course, a smaller hell would suffice. In the early part of the last century, an enquiry was published by the Reverend Tobias Swinton into the nature and place of hell. The former, according to this divine, had been accurately understood, burning being the punishment and the duration without end, but as to the local habitation of the reprobate, all opinions had been erroneous. Draxelius had estimated the sum total of the damned at 100,000 million, all of whom, like Lessius, he calculated might be contained within a square German mile, and not sought closer than in a Liverpool slave ship. But this appeared to the English theologian a poor, mean, and narrow conception both of the numbers of the damned and of the dimensions of hell. For if her immateriality and compressibility were to be alleged, you might as well, he said, squeeze them at once into a common baker's oven. His ideas were upon a grander scale. There was not room enough, according to him, in the centre of the earth for eternal trumpet. Burnet's absorbed sun, he thought, a much more noble idea of such a furnace of fire. But his own opinion was that Hobbit was our very sun, which must be acknowledged by all to be capacious enough for the purpose. The time of the sun's creation is a strong reason for admitting the hypothesis, being just after the fall of the devil and his angels. It is true that the sun is said to have been made on the fourth day, but light and evening and morning are mentioned as having previously existed. Now these are proceeding from the sun, could not have been before it. Making on the fourth day therefore can only mean putting it in motion. The darkness which is predicated tope may at first, he admits, seem an objection, but it exists in the Malucae, the spots of the sun, which may be deep caverns and dense, proper seats of the blackness of darkness. Upon this hypothesis, the reason why sun worship has been found so widely extended becomes manifest. It would be as peculiarly accepted to Satan as serpent worship is known to have been. This was indeed making the souls of the wicked of some use, as Neo did the Christians when he rode them up in tow, dipped them in pitch and set fire to them as torches to light up the streets of Rome. There were so many living wicks of asbestos, fed with the inextinguishable oil of divine vengeance, and they might be burning and shining lights to the world. If Jonathan Edwards had seen this book, he might have adopted its hypothesis as a new proof of the glory of God and the damnation of sinners. With what feelings could this man have looked at the setting sun? Henrietta Maria by Robert Southey. The priests whom Henrietta Maria brought over with her to his country, though absurd and insolent enough to bid her, as a penance, walk barefoot to Tyburn and pray upon the spot for those of her own religion who had been executed there for treason. This is mentioned in a little book entitled The Life and Death of Henrietta Maria de Bourbon, Queen to the blessed King and Mother Charles I. It is dedicated and devoted to the most high and mighty monarch, the grand example of magnanimity, majesty, and mercy, Charles II. And this is somewhat remarkable, as it did not appear till after his death, James II being mentioned in the title page. The muttering of some is spoken of who said they could discern a cause of joy in being pregnant, God having better provided for us in the hopeful progeny of the Queen of Bohemia. It is no wonder that such matters were called scandalous and seditious at the time, but it must be admitted now that they spake with a wise foresight which may be called political prophecy. Henry the Hermit by Robert Southey. It was a little island where we dwelt, or rather a long rock, barren and bleak, short scanty harbour sporting with dark spots its grey stone surface. Never mariner approached that rude and uninvited coast, nor ever fisherman his lonely bark anchored beside its shore. It was a place befitting well-rigged anchoret, there to the hopes and vanities and joys and purposes of life. He had dwelt many long years upon that lonely isle, for unripe manhood he abandoned arms, honours, and friends and country and the world, had grown old in solitude. But isle some solitary man in other times had made his dwelling place. Henry found the little chapel, but his toil had built, now by the storms unroofed, his bed of leaves wind-scattered, and his grave overgrown with grass and thistles, whose white seeds winged in vain, withered on rocks, on the waves were lost. So he repaired the chapel's ruined roof, cleared the grey lesions from the altar stone, and underneath a rock that sheltered him from the sea blasts, he built his hermitage. The peasants from the shore would bring him food and beggars prayers, but human converse else he knew not in that utter solitude, never visited the haunts of men, save when some sinful wretch on a sick bed implored his blessings and his aid in death. That summons he delayed not to obey, though the night tempest saw autumnal wind maddened the waves, and though the mariner, albeit relying on his saintly load, grew pale to see the peril. So lived the most austere and self-denying man, till abstinence and age and watchfulness exhausted him, and was pain at last to rise at midnight from his bed of leaves and bend his knees in prayer. Yet not the less, for with reluctance of infirmity, he rose at midnight from his bed of leaves, and bent his knees in prayer, and with more zeal, more self-condemning fervour, raised his voice for pardon for that sin, till that the sin repented was a joy like a good deed. One night upon the shore his chapel bell was heard, it was calm, its fair sounds out of the water came distant and loud. Alarmed at that unusual hour to hear, its toll irregular, a monk arose. The bobbed and borne willingly across, for where the hermit Henry was beloved. He hastened to the chapel, on his stone Henry was sitting there, cold, stiff, and dead, the bell-rope in his band, at his feet the lamp that streamed along unsteady light. Heretics of the Early Age by Robert Southey. The ancient heretics are so extravagantly calumniated that it is not easy to discover real opinions or character. Something, however, is to be made out. The success of Christianity tempted some bold spirits to set up for themselves. Everything about Simon Magnus must be false, except perhaps the simony. But it is plain that certain early heretics took advantage of the promise of a comforter. Monantius is said to have called himself a Parasclet. Others tried to amalgamate Eastern superstitions with Christianity. In both these attempts Muhammad succeeded. Musulmana was the Simon Magnus who declared against him and failed. Others saw that a new religion was likely to succeed, but wished to substitute some other project of the adoration of the place of Christ, probably to avoid the reproach of a crucifixion. Seth, Melchizedek, and Moses were set up. The pagans tried Apollonius Tuanus. The stories of the saints cannot be true. A large class consists of those who resisted the various corruptions of Christianity step by step from the seventh down to Berengar. Another of those who proposed corruption of their own, in this included all the species of Arians and all the Greek metaphysical sects. Two other divisions remain, plain, reasonable, Bjorn's nonconformists, to whom Robinson attributes too much, and infatuated fanatics, whom he has not taken sufficiently into his view, but who, under some shape or other, have existed in all time and all countries. It is curious to see how some of these heresies leaven the conquering church. The distinguishing tenet of Menehism is the root and foundation of all ascetic rigor. The celibacy of the clergy is traceable to Mans and Marcion, and fatalism, which infects us at this day under the name of Calvinism, is the widest and vulgarest form, was brought by the Gnostics from the East. High in the air exposed, by Robert Southey. High in the air exposed, the slave is sung to all the birds of heaven their living food. It groans not though waked by the fierce sun, new torturers live to drink the pale blood. It groans not though the gorging vulture tear the quivering fibre. Either look, O ye, or towards men from peace and liberty. Look hither, ye who weigh with politic care the gain against the guilt. Beyond the grave, there's another world. Be ye in mind, ere your decree proclaims to all mankind the gain is worth the guilt, and there the slave, before the eternal, thundered hand shall plead against the deep damnation of your deed. His books, by Robert Southey. My days among the dead are past. Round me behold, and with casual eyes are cast the mighty minds of old. And never failing friends are way through my converse day by day. Them I take delight in real and seek relief in woe. I will understand and feel how much to them my own cheeks have often been bedewed with tears of thoughtful gratitude. And thoughts with the dead, with them I live in long past years. The virtuous love, the faults condemn, partake the hopes and fears. And from the lessons seek and find instruction with an humble mind. My hopes are with the dead, and my place with them will be, and I with them shall travel on through all futurity. And leaving here a name, I trust it will not perish in the dust. Hold your mad hands forever on your plain, by Robert Southey. Hold your mad hands forever on your plain, must the gorged vulture clog his beak with blood? Thither must your Niger's tainted flood roll to the ravenous shark his banquet slain. Hold your mad hands, what demon prompts to rear the arm of slaughter? On the savage shore can hellsprung glory claim the feast of gore, if lords warded by the window's tear, reft his helmet crown, lift high the spear, like the desolating whirlwind sweep, plunge he in bog of anguish into deep, of pale fiend, cold-hearted commerce there, breaths his gold in a pestilence afar, and calls to share his prey his kindred demon war. Howell's Arthur, by Robert Southey. It is said in a late number of a critical review that Mr. Howell's Arthur failed of success because published at the same time with the genre of Ark, Elphids and Coeur de Lions, which disgusted the world with the very name of epic. Arthur or the Northern Enchantment was published in 1789, Joan of Arc in 1796, the Alfreds and Coeur de Lion in 1800. The failure of Mr. Howell's poem, therefore, is not attributed to the true cause, and it cannot be necessary to point out the motive which induced the critic to assign false one. Mr. Howell's Arthur failed of success because it did not deserve it. The poem had fair play, it appeared before reviews were converted into tools of party, and before the butcher's phrase, cutting up, was supposed to be synonymized with criticizing. The journals gave it at least as much praise as it deserved, and it failed in spite of them, as the Epigorean had done before it. The subject was not ill chosen, for that he had the authority of Dryden, but it was ill handled, so ill handled indeed that all the advantages which it really possesses were made of no avail. There is no name with which a chivalrous or poetical mind associates more delightful recollections than with the name of Arthur, but it is with the Arthur of the Round Table and of Spenser, for there are enough indications in the Fair Queen that if that wonderful poem had been completed, the hero would have been sufficiently identified with the Arthur of Romans. Mr. Howell's hero bears no more resemblance to him than the Arthur of Bradley, and the reader, when he discovers this, feels as if he had met an old friend with a new face. The world has perhaps been disgusted with the very name of epic. Mr. Holt's poem, however, could not have suffered from that disgust, because it was published 10 years before the swarm of epics appeared, and I believe it will be thought probable that the swarm was occasioned by the success of Joan of Arc. Notwithstanding the great and numerous defects of the poem, defects which have been weeded out in each successive edition, though they never can be totally removed. A Darkly O'er Yon South Mountain Frowns by Robert Southey. A darkly o'er yon south mountain frowns the gathered tempest. On the lurid cloud the deep-voiced thunders roll, awful and loud, for distant, while upon the misty downs fast falls in shadowy streaks the pelting rain. I never saw so terrible a storm. Perhaps some wayward traveller in vain wraps his torn raiment round his shivering form, cold even as hope within him. I the while pause me in sadness, for the sunbeams smiled cheerily round me. But thus my lot might be with peace and solitude assigned, where I might from some little quiet cot sigh for the crimes and miseries of mankind. If, by Robert Southey. There's a curious use of this important little word in that learned author Lord Gol met D and Prof. an Act Map reader. If it's been not a very clear reference to the author in question, it is Lord Gol's own fault for not being more explicit in his title page. It tells you that if you should find a stone having engraved upon it in the figure of a man with a beard and long face and arched eyebrows sitting upon a plough between two bulls, why when you are a happy man, and whether you go to war, or seek for hidden treasures, or turn farmer, good luck will go with you. If you should happen to meet with one of these stones, it may be some satisfaction to know to whom you are obliged for it. The most ancient Dr. Chell, who was one of the sons of the children of Israel, met it during the 40 years which he and his brethren wandered in the wilderness. He made also a great many others equally curious and of no less virtue, of all which an account is given in his own works. So at least Roth affirms in his treatise De Magnetica Vulnerum Curatione Cura Ulam Suggestione Dolorum I Remedi Etiam Applicationem. The vermicular philosopher Christianus Franciscus Paullinus has an example of the conjunction if, which is not less curious. He says that the Sicilian physician who commanded upon Galen affirmed it was possible to make man immortal and undertook to breed up children to be so, if they were fit for the purpose, qui ad hoc idoneae essent. Little words are sometimes of great import in cases of history as well as of law. Evagrius tells us that in the Empress Leo's reign Constantinople was set on fire by a malignant and wicked devil in the shape of a woman, or by a poor woman at the instigation of a devil. Says the historian, for this report both ways. 1,000 instances might be produced when figurative language, as in the case, has been interpreted into miraculous meaning. I recollect one remarkable instance, on the contrary, in which the words meant what they expressed in the speaker's mouth were taken perhaps for less than it were worth by everybody else. An English sailor was attacked at the island of Saint Michel by a fellow who wounded him twice in the arm with a knife, cutting it to the bone above and below. The Englishman, however, got the better in the fray and gave his account of his victory to the surgeon of his ship while he was under his hands. I got the rascal down and knelt upon his breast with one knee, took a case of razor out of my pocket and opened one of them. The devil bid me cut his throat, but God would not let me. This fine anecdote was told me many years ago from his own knowledge by the master of Prince Adolphus, Lisbon Packard, Mr. Furner, a man whom I often remember as the perfect model of a good old careful seaman. Image Worship by Robert Southey. The worship of images is mysteriously defended by Thomas Taylor in a note to Julian's oration to the Mother of the Gods. The construction of the statues of the gods, he says, was the result of the most consummate theological science. From their apt resemblance to divine natures we become participants of divine illumination. For as Sallust well observes in his treatise on the gods and the world, as the providence of the gods is everywhere extended, a certain habitude of fitness is all that is requisite in order to receive the beneficent communications. But all habitude is produced through imitation and similitude, and hence temples imitates the heavens and altars the earth. Statues resemble life, on this account they are similar to animals. Statues, therefore, through their habitude or fitness, conjoin the souls of those who pray to them with the gods themselves. Let not the reader, however, says the patient philosopher of the 19th century, confound the scientific worship of the ancients with the filthy pity of the Catholics, as Proclus in his hymn to the Muses justly calls it. Instinct by Robert Southey. In Egypt, where they hatch chicken by artificial heat, a hen which has been hatched in the natural wall sells for double the price of those from the oven, because the latter will rarely sit upon the eggs. This fact, which is one of the most important upon the subject of instinct, is mentioned in a non-military journal written during our campaign against the French in Egypt, attributed to General Doyle, who is now serving in Spain. It shows that by the interference with the course of nature, the chain of instinct is broken. A drake which had been hatched with a brood of chicken was killed because it could not be kept from treating the hens. This is another fact which, though it is partly explicable of other causes, is probably in a great degree to be traced to the same. I remember a singular instance of instinct, overpowered by example. A turkey poult which had been hatched under a duck, and often stood trembling on the brink of a pond where its foster brothers were enjoying themselves in the water, one day by a desperate effort of courage followed them in, and was drowned. Inventions for the Blind by Robert Southey. In the library of the Liverpool Anguinum is a book in French, printed for the use of the blind. The letters, which are very large, are raised cameo-like, so as to be distinguished. It is opposed by a practised touch. This is a very useless invention, but if a blind man could afford to purchase books printed in this manner, could afford to keep a person to read to him. I have nowhere met with a more useful hint for the learned blind, and in the following passage from Ophelion's Travels. At Evshana I saw one of those princes at this house whose eyes had been plucked out. He is a very learned man, especially in the mathematics, of which he has books always read to him. As to astronomy and astrology, he has the calculations read unto him, and writes them very quickly with the point of his finger, having wax which he prepares himself, like small twines, less than ordinary pack-thread. As wax he lays upon a large board of plank of wood, such as scholars make use of in some places, that they may not spoil paper when they learn to design or write. And with this wax which he so applies, he forms very true letters, and makes great calculations. Then with his fingers and he casts up all that he has set down, performing multiplication, division, and all astronomical calculations very exactly. James I by Robert Southey. James I has often been ridiculed for his demonology, but with great injustice, because he only erred in common with the age, and because he had not only the sagacity of last to discover his error, but the honesty to confess it. As the rain, says Fuller, was scattered over with cheaters in this kind, but the king, remembering what Solomon saith, as the honour of the king to search out the matter, was no less dexterous than desirous to make discovery of his deceits. Various were his ways in detecting them, awing some into confession with his presence, persuading others by promise of pardon and fair usage. He ordered it so that a proper courtier made love to one of these bewitched maids, and quickly Cupid his arrows drave out the pretended darts of the devil. Another there was, the tides of whose possession did so ebb and flow that punctually were observed 1 hour till the king came to visit her. The maid loved to be so unmannerly as to make his majesty attend to time, and dated her fits many hours, and instantly ran through the whole zodiac of tricks which he used to play. Third, strangely affected in the first verse of St. John's Gospels read unto her in our translation, was tame and quiet, while the same was pronounced in Greek, her English devil belike understanding no other language. The frequency of such forged possessions wrought such an alteration upon the judgment of King James, that he, receding from what he had written in his Demology, grew first diffident often and flatly to deny the working of witches and devils as but falsehoods and delusions. The manners of Charles II's reign began under James I. Divers sects and particular titles passed unpunished, not regarded as the sect of the roaring boys, Bonaventus, Bravadus, Quarterers, and such like, being persons prodigal and of great expense, who, having run themselves into debt, were constrained to run into factions to defend themselves from danger of the law. These received maintenance from the verse of the nobility, and not a little, as was suspected, from the Earl of Northampton, which persons, although themselves were not able to attempt any enterprise, yet faith, honesty, and other good acts for little set by, and the citizens, through lasciviousness consuming their estates, it was like that the number would rather increase than diminish. Under these pretences they entered into many desperate enterprises, and scare any durst to walk the streets after 9 at night. Jeremy Taylor by Robert Southey. The writings of Bishop Jeremy Taylor are a partial feast to me. Its hospitable board groans under the weight and multitudes of vines. yet has seldom rise from the perusal of his works without repeating or recollecting the excellent observations of Minucius Felix. Fabulas et errores ab imperitis parentibus decissimus, et quod est gravius ipse studiis et disciplines elaboramus. Joachim Newbury, Robert Southey. An epitaph by this poet is the only thing which I found worth remembering in one of those cubic volumes which Gruder has crammed with trash. Quas potius decuit nostro te inferis sepulchro, petronilla tibis spargimus has lacrimas. Spargimus has lacrimas most momenta parentis, et tibi pro falamo sternimus sunt tumulum. Sperabam genitor terdes prefere jugales, et titulo patris jungere nominavi. Hoi gene est orcus, quique or dulcissima, per te se sperabat avarum desinet esse pater. Belay does not deserve less credit for these lines for having compounded them from two epitaphs of Naples, both which he probably found in Guerva's epistles, where they follow each other. The first was placed by an aged mother for grave of a son. Quum mihi de bebas supremo monera vitae, in felix solvo nunc tibi nate prio. Fortuna inconstans, lex et variablis orvi, deburas cinere jam super spesso meo. The other is upon a lady who died in the week which had been appointed for marriage. Nato hoi misero mihi nata parenti, unicus et fieris, unica nata dolor. Nam tebidum virum, tedes falaum caparabum, fonere et inferius, anxios ecaparo. Juan de Escuela Navarro by Robert Southey. Vestres used to say there were but three great men in Europe, Voltaire, the king of Prussia, and himself. It is a proof of greatness in the Sieur de Dons, as he called himself, that he admitted the co-equality of the two former, allowed the head to the worthy of reputation as well as the heels, and thought the evolutions of a battle might be performed in as masterly a manner as those of a dance. How must he have admired those courts where there was a royal professor of dancing? Philip IV of Spain conferred this dignity upon Antonio Alameda, his own preceptor in the gentle art. For surely, if shoemaking be called an honourable distinction from all other trades of gentle craft, dancing is in like manner entitled to be distinguished from all other arts. Almenda, like the Druids and philosophers, communicated his mysteries only by oral precept. They produced a writing by his disciples, Juan de Escuela Navarro of Seville. His work is entitled Discursus sobre el arte del distanzo y sus excelencias y prime origen, reprobando las acciones deshonestas. Sevilla, 1642. I know not whether there be any earlier treatise upon the art. Whether Philip profited by the lessons of his royal professor, it would be in vain to inquire. He made many footsteps in politics, whatever he may have done in the saloon, to ever Almenda may have instructed him to carry himself, Olivares prevented him from walking upright through the world. Some celebrity a prince may acquire by dancing, or mien God, an old German used to say, who remembered the last Duke of York upon his travels. O mien God, the Duke of York was the most accomplished gentleman that e'er did see at a dance à the minuet. He never went into a ballroom without regretting the Duke of York, and sighing for the inferiority of all who attempted to dance at the minuet after him. The Duke's fame has probably died with his old German. There is something melancholy in calling to mind the barren accomplishments of the dead, even more so than in remembering beauty which is faded. In all the operations of nature there is a view to the future. It should be so with the actions of man, and those pursuits which have no other aim beyond mere present gratification are unworthy of him. I subscribe therefore to the prohibition of the Quakers against music and dancing, were it only upon the ground that they cannot leave a joy for memory. This is somewhat too serious a strain to be introduced by Vestres, the royal professor, and the Duke of York, but they who understand the process of the associations of thought may see how I have slipped into this moralizing mode, by writing slowly, easily, and letting thought ramble on. A further exemplification be needful, go and read Montaigne. Judas by Robert Southey. It was believed in Pierre de Lavelle's time that the descendants of Judas Iscariot still existed at Corfu, for the person who suffered this imputation stoutly denied the truth of the genealogy. The ceremony of washing the feet is performed in the Greek church at Smyrna. The bishop represents Christ, and the 12 apostles are acted by as many priests. He who personates Judas must be paid for it, and such the feeling of a people that whoever accepts this odious part commonly retains the name of Judas for life. Judas serves in Brazil for Guy Fawkes to be carried about by the boys that is subject of an haute d'affaires. The Spanish sailors hang him at the yard arm. It is long since the Spaniard lost his life at Portsmouth during the performance of a ceremony by jumping overboard after the figure. The Armenians, who believe in hell and limbo to be the same place, say that Judas, after having betrayed our Lord, resolved to hang himself, because he knew Christ was to go to limbo and deliver all the souls which he found there, and therefore he fought to get there in time. But the devil was cunninger than he, and knowing his intent, held him over limbo till the Lord had passed through, then let him fall plump into hell. Vincenzo Monti has written 3 sonnets upon the death of Judas, his own peculiar strain of fancy. Sulla morte di Chiuda. Di tu l'infame prezzo disperato, l'albero scanti il vendito di Cristo, strinsi il laccio e col corpo abbandonato, dall'error pensolare fu visto, che colova lo spirito serranto dentro la stronzanto rabbioso e tristo, e Gesù bestemmiava e il suo peccato, che empia l'averno di cotanto acquisto. Sporco dal varco, al fin con una rigutta, alla giustizia al ferno e sul monte, nel sangue di Gesù tingendo il dito. Scrisse con quella al maledetta il fronte, sentenza le morte pianto infinito, e lo piempos del gosca narcaronte. Piomba quell'alma all'infernal riviera, e si figurante muto in quel momento. Balzava il monte et ondeggiata al vento, la salma alta strangolata e nera, gli angeli del Calvaro in su la sera, patendo a volo taciturno e lento. La vedora da lunghe per spavento, si ferde l'ala degli occhi una fiseria, e demoni frattanto il retretto, che la peso nelle forte spalle, e le sacranto incarto eran ferretto. Così ululando e sciamazziando, e cale preso di stighi, al vagabondo spettro, resero il corpo nella morte valle. Poi si riprese a la lama di Chiuna, l'antica gravità di polpe de rossa, la gran sentenza sulla fronte bruna, in riga apparata trasparente e rossa. A quella vista di terror percossa va la gente perduta, altri si duna, dietro le piante che cocci ingrossa, altri si tuffa nella rea laguna. Vergognose egli pur del suo delitto, fugge quel crudo e stretta la maschera, fotografiata con la man lo scritto. Ma più terzo il rendato l'anima fella, Dio tra le tempie gli ave confitto, ne sillaba di Dio mai si cancala. The old legend of the Sabbath of Hell, which represents Judas as calling out to call himself, was invented in a better spirit than this horrible conceit of writing upon the forehead of the dead a sentence of eternal and infinite anguish in the blood of the Redeemer. Locke by Robert Southey. Locke's smile of a sheet of white paper is to be found in Hooker. The soul of man being at first as a book where nothing is, yet all things may be imprinted. Hooker perhaps remembered Aristotle, or compares it to a tablet without a picture. Lord Chief Justice Holt by Robert Southey. When Holt was Lord Chief Justice, he committed some enthusiasts to prison. The next day, one Lacy, who was of the same persuasion, went to his house and asked to speak with him. The porter answered, his lordship was not well and could not be seen. Lacy insisted that he must speak with him, for he was sent to him by the Lord. When this message was delivered, he obtained admittance. I come, said he, from the Lord, commanding thee to grant noli prosequi to his faithful servants, whom thou hast unjustly committed to prison. Thou canst certainly have come from the Lord, replied Holt, who would have sent thee to the Eternal General, knowing very well that it is not in my power to grant thy demand. Therefore thou art a false prophet, and shalt go and keep thy friends company in prison. Holt would not have disconcerted this prophet by his logic, if it had not been backed by law. Fanaticism and bigotry are proof against logic. And the picture of the Virgin at Rome in 1796 moved their eyes, and all Rome crowded to behold them, and the picture squinted, and the squint was admitted to be part of the miracle. Medical Poets by Robert Southey. Such physicians, said Arte, as I have marked to be good practitioners, do all peddle somewhat in the art of versifying, and raise not up their contemplation very high, and their verses are not of any rare excellency. If this observation be true, Dr. Ferrari of Manchester has given proof in his poetry of his talents for physic. Meditation and Contemplation by Robert Southey. The Jesuit Rituum distinguishes between meditation and contemplation in a manner worthy of being quoted in any book which should treat upon English as synonyms, the distinction, though applied in a religious sense, being general. Contemplation, he says, is the regard of the eyes of soul, fastened attentively upon some object, as if after having meditated of her creation, she should set the eyes of her understanding fast fixed upon the greatness of God, upon the beauty of the heavens, or having discoursed of the passion of our Saviour, she beholdeth him present, and seeth him crucified, without any other discourse, preserveth constantly in the spectacle. Then the soul doth contemplate upon the meditation, so that contemplation is more than meditation, and as it were the end thereof, and it groweth and springeth upon it many times, as the branch doth upon the body of the tree, or the flower upon the branch. For the understanding, having attentively and with many reasons to and fro meditated the mystery, and gathered diverse lights together, doth frame unto herself a clear knowledge, whereof, without further discourse, one way or another, she enjoyeth, as I may say, a vision, which approacheth to the knowledge of angels. Hereof we learn the difference betwixt these two actions, for meditation is less clear, less sweet, more painful than contemplation. It is as the reading of a book, which must be done sentence after sentence, but contemplation is like casting the eyes upon a picture discerning all at once. Meditation is like eating, contemplation is like drinking. A work more sweet, cooling, and more delicate, less labour and more pleasure than eating it. For he that meditateth taketh and antecedeth both, behold, weigh and consider it, as it were chewing the meat with some pain, afterward doth gather conclusions one after another, as it were swallowing doth of morsels, and taketh his pleasure by pieces. But he that contemplationeth receiveth his object without pain, swiftly, and as it were altogether, as if he took a draught of some delicate wine. Such is meditation, and such is contemplation. Philosophical, as this is, the consequence which must result from applying it to acts of devotion are apparent, and of this no doubt the Jesuit and the other teachers of doctrine were well aware. Let but an enthusiast be once taught to keep the understanding passive, and the imagination awake, and dreams, apparitions, rapts, ecstasies, with all the other symptoms of hagiomania, will follow the natural course of the disease. Menageries by Robert Southey. Pierre Labat uses the word in his account of Cayenne, and thinks it's necessary to explain it. Chestian si qu'on appelle les lieux on l'enlevé des pastures et des volets, et olden cultiver les monarques as les sauterelles granes et fruits servant à la nourriture des habitants et de leurs esclaves. This therefore is probably the origin of the word. Meteor reliefs by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. The largest specimen of these substances which has ever been described has escaped the notice of all the philosophers who have written upon the subject. Walkenaer, in a note to Azra's travels upon the mass of iron and nickel found in Vocable, says that 2 other such masses have been discovered, one which Pallas has described, and one which was dug up at Ecke near Magdeburg. Gaspar de Vulagra, in his Historia de la Nueva Mexico, mentions a 4th, evidently of the same nature as these, and considerably larger than the largest of them. The tradition of the natives concerning it supports the most probable theory of its origin. A demon in the form of an old woman appeared to 2 brothers, who were leading a horde or swarm of the ancient Mexicans, in search of a new country. She told them to separate, and threw down this block of iron which she carried on her head to be the boundary between them. Villaga describes it as something like the back of a tortoise in shape, and in weight about 800 quintals. He calls it messy iron, hierro bien macio y amasado. It was smooth without the slightest rust, and there was neither main near it, nor vein of metal, nor any kind of stone any way resembling it. Io come quien de viste buon testigo, diga que es un metal tan puro y liso, ita limpio de orien como si fuera una refina plata de capella, y lo que más admira nuestro caso es que non vemos género de veta, rumba que mansos o alguna piedra, con quio fuerca muestra y nos parezca, a verse el gran mollón alicriado. The latitude that this was found is 27N. The history of the expedition which Villaga accompanied furnishes some clue for seeking the spot, and it might probably be discovered with little expense of time or labor by a party travelling from Mexico to Monterey. Metrical letter by Robert Southey. Margaret, my cousin, nay, you must not smile. I love a homely and familiar phrase. I will call thee cousin Margaret, have acquaintment the measured line, the good old term appears. Outlooks ill, when delicate tongues disclaim all terms of kin, sighing and maddening as a civility, as if a road between the heart and lips was such a way and lapenish way, and the poor travellers came to the red gates half frozen. Trust me, cousin Margaret, For many a day my memory has played the creditor with me on your account, made me shame to think that I should owe so long the debt of kindness. But in truth, like Christian on his pilgrimage, I bear so heavy a pack of business, that albeit I toil on manly and our 12-hour race, time leaves me distant. Loath indeed were I that for a moment you should lay to me unkind neglect. Mine, Margaret, is a heart that smokes not, yet methinks there should be some who know how warm it beats. I am not the one who can play off my smiles and courtesies to every lady of a lapdog tired who wants a plaything. I am no sworn friend in half an hour, as apt to leave as love. Mine are no mushroom feelings that spring up at once without a seed and take no root, wisely as distrusted. In a narrow sphere, the little circle of domestic life, I would be known and loved. The world beyond is not for me. But, Margaret, should I think that you should know me well, for you and I grew up together, and we look back upon our times, our recollections paint the same familiar faces. Did I wield the wand of Merlin's magic, I would make brave witchcraft. We would have a fairy ship, aye, a new ark, as in that other flood that cleansed the sons of Anak from the earth. The sieves should waft us to some goodly isle, like that of the builder old Apollyon built up his blameless spell. I would bid the sea nymphs pile around their coral boughs, where we might stand upon the beach, mark the fourth breaker shower their silvery spray, and hear the eternal roar whose pleasant sound told us that never mariner should reach our quiet coast. In such a blessed isle we might renew the days of infancy, and life like a long childhood pass away without one care. It may be, Margaret, that I shall yet be gathered to my friends. I am not of those who live estranged of choice, till at the last may join their race in the family vault. If so, if I should lose like my old friend the pilgrim, with huge packs heavy on my shoulders, I and mine will end our pilgrimage most pleasantly. If not, if I should never get beyond this vanity town, there's another world where friends will meet. And often, Margaret, I gaze at night into the boundless sky, and think that I shall there be born again. The exalted natives on that star, and like a rude American I hope to find in heaven things I loved on earth. Mexican Tennis by Robert Southey. The Mexican had one singular law in their play with the ball. In the walls of a court where they played, certain stones like millstones were fixed with a hole in the middle just large enough to let the ball pass through. Whoever drove it through, which acquired great skill and was, of course, rarely affected from the cloaks of the lookers on. They, therefore, took to the heels to save the cloaks, and others pursued to catch them, which was a new source of amusement. Mistranslations by Robert Southey. A curious collection might be made of mistranslation in our language, not those which have grown not of an idiomatic expression like "let endure kermes de l'amour," for love's last shift, but those which have produced from the ignorance of translator. Vivenot in his travels speaks of the fables of Dermot Calvey, meaning the Hetopates of his fables. The translator, however, calls them the fables of damned Caliph. The compilation from the Mercurio Perunano, which was published some years ago under the title of the present state of Peru, P. Jerónimo Romano de la Higuera, a name but too well known in Spanish literature, is translated Father Jerónimo, Romance of la Higuera. As another such incident in the appendix to Mr. Peckerton's Biography, but whether it rests with him or Amber de Bocage, I know not. The memoir speaks of Don Michel de Silvia, Bishop de Viseur, secretary of La Puerta, favourite of the King of Portugal. The bishop was Escrivam de Puridade, that is, confidential secretary, by which name the efficient ministers were at the time called. Translator Vonberg has made some strange blunders. He makes the traveller say, on one side of the mountain was a fine cascade that fell down a perpendicular precipice, under which there was a hollow in the mountain filled with several bushes. My inclination called me thither, and I must have gone a very roundabout way to it, had I ventured to take a leap of about 20 or 24 yards in height, which I did without being hurt in the least, the bush preventing me from making a hard fall. What the original may be I know not, but the translator does not appear even to have admired the jump, much less to have suspected his own accuracy. Never place the linear name saves him from a more portentous blunder. Dragons, he says, flew about the environs of Batavia in great numbers during the heat of the day, like bats in a summer's evening in Europe, without injuring me, or sometimes caught them in their flight. The reader would suppose Vonberg to be outgoing St. George or Baron-Mauthausen, but the translator had not luckily explained his own English by inserting the name Draco Volans, that is, the flying lizard, in the text. Mode of ventilating a town by Robert Southey. The town of Montalvan in Aragon is ventilated in a very simple manner. It stands in a deep valley surrounded with mountains and is exposed to excessive heat. Much wine is made in the neighborhood, and every house has its cellar underneath, dug to a great and unusual depth because of a hot situation. Every cellar has its vent hole to the street, and from each of them a stream of cold air continually issues out and cools the town. There is no doubt that this advantage was not foreseen. Might it not be usefully imitated in all hot countries? The inhabitants used to say that wine when dark fresh from these cellars never intoxicated. The reason they assigned was that it was so cold as to compress vapours in the stomach, which were thus tempered when they ascended to the brain instead of being in the burning state. The weakness of the wine is a more obvious solution than the excellence of a cellar, though undoubtedly hot liquors intoxicate sooner than cold. The account of Montalvan is as it was 2 centuries ago, but things have undergone so little alteration in Spain that it probably may still be accurate. Bernard, the bishop, describes something of the same kind at Chavans. The town stands at the very foot of the mountains. At the roots of the mountains they dig great cellars and garrots, and strike a hole about a foot square 10 or 12 feet into the hill, which all the summer long blows a fresh air into the cellar, so that the wine in those cellars drinks almost as cold as if it were in ice. But this wine pipe did not blow when I was there, which was towards the end of September, for the sun opening the pores of the earth and ratrifying the exterior air, and which is compressive when the captives that are in the mountains rushes out with a constant wind. When the operation of the sun is weakened, this course of the air is less sensible. Before, over those walls they build little peasant houses like summer houses, and in them they go to collection generally at night in summer. Mosquitoes by Robert Southey. The plague of flies is of all plagues the most intolerable. Settlements and cities have been deserted in consequence of it. Mosquito, which is of all the race the most noxious, breeds in the water. Might it not be possible at the seasons when they emerge, and when they deposit their eggs upon the surface, to diminish their numbers by pouring all upon great standing waters and large rivers, and those places which are most infested by them? Mustansir Bieler by Robert Southey. Mustansir Bieler murdered his father and succeeded to the Celtic. One day a carpet was spread before him, and was woven the likeness of a horseman having a diadem on his head, and a great circle round it, inscribed with Persian characters. He called for a Persian to interpret the writing. The man changed colour. The monster asked what it was. He replied it was only Persian trifling. Again the Caliph demanded the meaning of the inscription, and he denied that it contained any. And the Caliph insisted upon hearing it. Then said he, "Thus it saith, I, Cyrus, the son of Chosroes, slew my father, and I possessed his kingdom only 6 months." And the countenance of Monstiers changed, and he rose from his throne, and only 6 months did he reign. Once, when he awoke in the night crying aloud, one of his attendants said to him, "O commander of the faithful, why weepest thou?" He replied, "I saw my father mortal Beckel in my sleep. He said to me, Alas, Mustansir, thou hast slain me and seized my empire, but by God, few are the days that thou shalt enjoy it after me, when shalt thou enter the fire." I awoke, and am not myself for fear. Then answered Abdallah, "These are confused thoughts of a dream arising from thy own reflections. Drive them from thee by joy and mirth, call the wine and regard the vision." And he did as he was advised, but the fear continued upon him till his death. And then his sickness waxed more and more. His mother came and asked of him how he fared, but he answered, "The God I am losing this world, the life to come also." Metre by Robert Southey. Old Mixon says that one Mr. Heveningham bought the dedication of Metre, haggled with him about the price, a bargain for the number of lines, and the superlatives of eulogy. Not contented with this, he wrote the dedication himself, and made the miserable author put his name to it. Munchausen by Robert Southey. Who is the author of Munchausen's Travels, a book which everybody knows because all boys read it? 2 of his stories are to be found in Portuguese magazines, if so it may be called, published about 40 years ago, with his title Folheto de ambas Lisboas. The 7th number contains a tale of Hunter shooting a wild boar with a pear-stone because he had exhausted all his ball, and afterwards meeting the same boar with a pear tree growing out of his loins. The other resemblance is less striking. A waterman talked one night from the street to a woman at a window, and as neither of them could hear distinctly what the author said, "What do you say?" was frequently repeated by both. The reason why they could not hear was that it froze very hard at the time, and in the morning the wall was covered with "What do you say?" in ice. It is not likely that the author of Munchausen should have seen these folhetos. The low wit which they are filled with could at no time have been well understood beyond the limits of Lisbon, and has long been obsolete there, and in all probability very few sets have escaped the common fate of worthless papers, published in loose sheets, and thereby tempting the destruction which they deserve. But it is probably that the Portuguese and English writers both have had recourse to the same storehouse of fable. Nebuchadnezzar by Robert Southey. Nebuchadnezzar has been worse used in dodgel than even poor as in present himself, but scrupully as he has been, berhymed for his conquest of Jerusalem, etymologists have as scrupully explained his name, and then destroyed to explain the explanation. They say he was exposed when an infant under a tree. A she-goat gave him suck, and an owl hooted at noonday from the boughs above. This unusual noise excited the attention of a leaper who was passing by. He turned aside to the tree, saw a child, and preserved him, and, in memory of these circumstances, named him Nebuchadnezzar. Nabuk signifying in Chaldee an owl, Kodo a she-goat, and Nozer a leaper. Not to thee, Bedford, by Robert Southey. Not to thee, Bedford, mournful is the tale of days departed. Time in his career arranged not thee that the neglected years passed unheeded onward. To the vale of years thou journeyest, may the future be pleasant on the past, on my friend friendship and love, best blessings still attend till full of days he reach the calm abode where nature slumbers. Lovely is the age of virtue, if such reference we behold the silver hairs, as some grey oak grown old, at will unmocked the rushing tempest rage. And like the monument of strength decayed, of rarely sprinkled leaves casting a trembling shade. Order of Hersey by Robert Southey. The Jesuit P. Francisco de Fonseca has a curious story concerning relics in his account of the embassy of Count de Villarnoux. Fernando tells de Sevilla, from Lisbon to Vienna, to bring home an Austrian princess for Joan V. As we are upon the subject of the miracles which have been wrought by relics in Vienna, says he, we relate another prodigy that occurred in the same city, and which will serve not a little to confirm us in the faith with which we devoutly reference these things. The Count of Har, who was greatly favoured by the Duke of Saxony, besought him that he would be pleased to bestow upon him some of the very many relics in his treasury, which he preserved rather for curiosity than for devotion. The Duke with much benignity ordered that the rice glasses should be given him full of precious relics of Christ, the Most Holy Virgin, the Apostles, the Innocents, and other rice saints, and desired to Lutheran ministers to pack them with all decency in a valuable box, which the Duke himself locked and sealed with his own seal, to prevent any fraud, and then sent it to Vienna. The box arrived at Vienna and was deposited in the Count's chapel, which is in Prainer Street. The Count sent word to the bishop that he might come to see open and authenticate the relics. The bishop came, and upon his opening the box there issued out a stench so abominable that it was not to be borne, the whole chapel was infected with it. The bishop ordered that the reliquaries should be taken out in order that he might carefully examine the cause of so strange an accident. This was done, and they soon discovered the mystery. They found a case, which this pestilential odour proceeded. There was in it a piece of cloth, with this inscription: Relics of Martin Luther's breeches, which the Lutheran preachers in mockery of our pity had placed among the sacred relics. These abominable remains of a heresy cark were burned by command of the bishop, and were not only the distinct keys, but they issued from sacred relics a most sweet perfume which filled the whole chapel. This story is certainly ben trovato, if the authenticity of a relic had not been established beyond all controversy by its odor of heresy, and a Catholic would have raised a doubt concerning it. Founded upon the nature of the thing preserved, for though the Romanists have not gone quite so far as the priests of Thebes in preparing pastils of Sabetium Occidentale from the human idols, have exceeded them in indecency, relic of which and were boasted quam tamen sub annum 1560 templis ac Sacariis imani calvinstrarium furore direptis liberatum est, as one at which I can only hint. It is the subject of the first article in the Acta Sanctorum, and the manner in which its existence on earth may be reconciled with the fact of the resurrection of Christ is explained. But a question had often been discussed before. Lego consuli possum titus posteris et theophilasticus et alii interpretis et doctors. Out written on the 1st of December by Robert Southey. For no more the musing ear delights to listen to the breeze that lingers through green wood shade a lovely winter well. Sweet are the harmonies of spring, sweet as the summer's evening gale, pleasant the autumnal winds that shake the many-coloured grove. and pleasant to visit herself the silence of a wintry scene, and nature shrouds her in her trance. Not undelightful now to roam, a wild heath sparkling on the side, not undelightful now to pace the forest's ample rounds, and see the spangled branches shine, and mark the moss of many hue, and those where old trees' brown bark o'er the grey stone spreads. The clustered berries claim the eye of the bright holly's gay green leaves, the ivy round the leafless oak clasps its full foliage close. So virtue, diffident of strength, clinged to religion's firmer aid, by religion's aid upheld endures calamity. Now border beauties, now the spring, whose water hid from summer's sun, have soothed the thirsty pilgrim's ear with more than melody. A green moor shines with icicle ere the long grass bends its spear-like form, and lovely is the silvery scene, and faint the sunbeams smile. Reflections to my love the hour of nature hid in winter's grave, nor expends the bursting bud or bits of floral bloom. For nature soon in spring's best charms shall rise revived from wintry's grave, again expend the bursting bud and bit of floral bloom. Always worn with toil, by Robert Southey. Always worn with toil, the big drops run down his dark cheek. Hold the merciless hand, pale turned, for beneath the hard command of withered nature sinks. The scorching sun is pitiless as proud prosperity darts on him his full beams, gasping lies arranging with his looks of patient skies, while the inhuman trader lifts on high the mangling scourge. O ye who at your ease, as if the blood, sweat, and beverage, thoughts like these, hardly ye scorn, I thank the gracious God that I do feel upon my cheek the glow of indignation, beneath the rod to save a brother, rifts and silent woe. Omens by Robert Southey. The Atlas, a three-decker, was launched in 1782. And there came to ship her bow spire, the figure stood so high that it was necessary to cut away part of the globe upon his shoulders, and that part happened to be America. Sailors remarked this as ominous at the time, and the event has not weakened the belief in omens. An event of heavier import was noticed when the new standard was first hoisted on board the Royal William at Spithead after the union with Ireland. A gale of wind blew it from the masthead, and the flag was lost. It was said that when her sheet anchor was weighted after the gale, the flag was found to bend round its fluges. This was a pious fraud. They who invented it endeavoured to counteract the superstition in others which they were conscious of in themselves. These omens, which are not generally known, deserve to be recorded. The first, because it has been fulfilled, the second, because it will not be. The winds may do their will with the standard of Great Britain, but it is safe from the power of man. Statesmen have derided omens, but they do not deserve to be derided, for popular feeling is sometimes a barometer which perceives the change of atmosphere before it is visible. An historian, therefore, ought not to discard it. They are delightful to the poet and valuable to the philosopher. Who can read in Josephus of the prodigies which announce the fall of Jerusalem without feeling his heart fail? Were I to relate in poetry Rodrigo's descent into the cavern of Toledo, I would describe it as having the images of his predecessors, the Gothic kings set up round the sides of a rock, and only one nick vacant. Torchlight and cave scenery would give a terrifying effect to what may be seen without any effect at all in the Royal Exchange. On a landscape of Gaspar Poussin by Robert Southey. Poussin most pleasantly the pictured scenes beguile the lonely hour. I sit and gaze with lingering eye, your charmed fancy makes the lovely landscape live, and a rapt soul from the full haunts of herded humankind flies far where the spirit's beat and tastes the untainted air, and with a lively hue of health and happiness illumines the cheek of mountain liberty. My willing soul all eager follows on their fairy flights. Fancy, best friend, whose blessed witcheries with loveliest prospects cheat the traveller over the long varying desert of the world, nor dost for fancy with such magic mock my heart as demon-born old Merlin knew, or Elquith, or Zatzfield's sister sage, whose vengeful anguish for so many a year held in the sack of sepulchre entraced Lisbeth and Parian pride of chivalry. Friend of my lonely hours, thou leadest me to such calm joys as nature wise and good prefers in vain to all her wretched sons. Her wretched sons, supine with want and middle, they abandon earth and blindly bow them down before the molar shrines of wealth and power, authors of evil. Oh, it is most sweet to medicine with the wild solid heart sick of reality. But the pile that tops the summit of that craggy hill shall be my dwelling, craggy as the hill and steep, yet through yon hazel upward leads the easy path, along whose winding way, now close and bowered I hear the unseen stream dash down, and behold, its sparkling foam gleam through the thicket, and scanning on now pause me to survey the goodly vale that opens on my vision. Halfway up pleasant it were upon some broad smooth rock to sit in sunbeam and look down below, watch recovered down with high-banked path, urging his flock grotesque, and bidding now his lean rough dog from some near cliff to drive straggler. While his barkings, loud and quick, with a trembling bleat arising oft, fainter and fainter from the hollow rout, sent the faint echoes, till the waterfall, hoarse bursting from the caverned cliff beneath, the dying murmurs drown. A little yet onward have gained the utmost height. Fair spreads the vale below. I see the stream radiant on beneath the noontide sky. A passing cloud darkens the bordering steep, where the town spires behind the castle towers rise graceful. Brown the mountain in its shade, or circling grandeur, past the mists concealed, path of white rocks, resplendent in the sun, should bound mine eyes, I am ambitious too, for I would have no hope or fear beyond. The empty turmoil of the worthless world, its vanities and vices would not vex my quiet heart. A traveller beheld the loud of a little pile, might deem it were the house of God, nor would he err so deeming, for that home would be the home of peace and love. And we would hallow it to him, a life of blessedness, to reap the fruit of honourable toil, and bound our wishes for our wants, delightful thoughts, that through the solitude of many a hope, he leave to reality awaked, like the poor captive, from some fleeting dream of friends and liberty and home restored, startled, and listening as the midnight storm beats hard and heavy through the dungeon bars. On my own miniature picture by Robert Southey. I was once like this, that glowing cheek was mine, those pleasure-sparkling eyes, a brow smooth as the level lake, but not a breeze dies off a sleeping surface. 20 years have wrought strange alteration. Of the friends who once so dearly prized this miniature, and laughed it for its likeness, some are gone to their last home, and some estranged in heart, beholding me with quick averted glance pass on the other side. But still these hues remain unaltered, and these features wear the look of infancy and innocence. I search myself in vain, and find no trace of what I was. For slightly arching lines, dark and o'erhanging now, with mild face settled in these strong lineaments. There were who formed high hopes and flattering ones of thee, young Robert, for when I was quick to speak, each opening feeling, should we not have known, in a rich rainbow on the morning cloud reflects its radiant eyes, husband man beholds the ominous glories sad and fierce, impeding storms. We augured happily, for thou didst love each wild and wondrous tale of fair fiction, and thine infant tongue lisped with delight the godlike deeds of Greek and rising Rome. Wherefore they deemed forsooth that thou shouldst tread preferment's pleasant path. Ill judging once, they let their little feet strain the pleasant paths of poesy, and never shouldst have pressed amid the crowd, that didst for love to linger out the day, lodging beneath the laurel's barren shade. Spirit of censor, was the wanderer wrong? On the death of a favourite old spaniel by Robert Southey. And they have drowned thee then at last, poor Phyllis, a burthen of old age was heavy on thee, and yet thou shouldst have lived. Although thine eye was dim and watched no more with eager joy, a wanton core that on thy dull sense sunk with fruitless repetition, the warm sun would still have cheered thy slumber, or didst laugh to lick the hand that fed thee, or past youth's active season, even life itself was comfort. Poor old friend, most earnestly would I have pleaded for thee, thou hast been still the companion of my childish sports. As I roamed our Avon's woody cliffs, for many a daydream has thy sport quick bark recalled my wandering soul. Hath beguiled often the melancholy hours of school, stopped by some little turn with a thought of distant home, and remembered then thy faithless fondness. For not mean that try returning at the pleasant holidays, I failed from thy dumb welcome. Pensively sometimes have I remarked my slow decay, feeling myself changed too, and musing much on many a sad vicissitude of life. Ah, poor companion, and thou followedst last the master's parting footsteps to the gate, and closed for ever on him, thou didst lose the truest friend, and none was left to plead the old age of brute fidelity. But fare thee well, mine is no narrow creed, and he who gave thee being did not frame the mystery of life to be the sport of merciless men. There is never bird, for all that live and move, a better one, than the proud bibbets, who would fain confine infinite goodness to the little bounds of their own charity, may envy thee. Ophites by Robert Southey. The Ophites must have been just such jugglers as always have existed and still exist in the same countries. Were classed among heretics, because when Christianity became prevailed in Egypt, they made their snakes Christian divinities, as they had before been demigods, and now are sheiks. St. Augustine's account of them makes this quite clear. They have a snake, he says, whom they feed and worship, who, at the incantation of the priest, comes out of his cavern and gets upon the Alva, which is placed close thereto, and licks the oblations, and turning himself round them, returns into his hole. They then break the oblations for the Eucharist as having been sanctified by the serpent Christ. Saint Epiphanius adds that each of them kissed a snake who had either been tamed by charms or by some operation of the devil. The Jacob-Britannists believe that the devil invented snake worship by way of commemorating his victory over Eve. They will believe anything, the snake has been a common deity because it is a manageable one, that in a more extraordinary manner than any other animal. A Malabar Brahmin once played a curious trick upon his flock. He raised money enough among them to make a golden snake and 12 golden eggs, which he carried to the Paragon in solemn procession, and were deposited, telling the people that in 6 weeks' time the snake would be vivified, hatch the eggs, and disappear with its young to become the tutelar divinities of a country. They disappeared accordingly at the time appointed, to the infinite joy of the believers. In those parts of Malabar where snakes are worshipped, convenience overcomes prejudice. The natives are by no means displaced when a Christian rides them of one of these venomous gods. Perhaps they enjoy a double satisfaction, having a reptile destroyed, and believing the infidel will be damned for destroying it. One of the volumes of the Asiatic Annual Register bears a remarkable account of the manner in which the monkeys destroy snakes. The monkeys in question inhabit a prodigious banyan tree on the banks of Neruba, having 350 large trunks and about 3,000 smaller columns. But the monkey colonies are annoyed by having snakes for their neighbors, being perfectly aware of a danger to be apparent from these enemies, and where it lies, they watch the snakes till they perceive them asleep, then creep towards them, seize them fast by the neck, haul them to the nearest flatstone, and then begin to grind down the heat by dint of violent friction, every now and then stopping to breathe a little to take a proper grin at the progress of the work. And the relentless operator has demolished the heat so far as to be well assured that the venomous fangs are utterly destroyed. He tosses the writhing body to the young pugs for plaything, and the exultation is conspicuous in all their motions as they toss the unarmed reptile from one to another. Opinions of the Edinburgh Review concerning War by Robert Southey. During the peace of Amyas, the world was favoured with a new and pleasant description of war by one of the wise men of the north. A species of pecuniary computation, he told us, had been contrived by which its operators were rendered very harmless, had performed by some hundreds of sailors fighting harmlessly on the barren plains of the ocean, some thousands of soldiers carrying on a scientific and regular and quiet system of warfare, countries set apart for the purpose, resorted to as the arena where the disputes of nations may be determined. The prudent policy had been adopted of purchasing defeat at a distance rather than victory at home. In this manner we paid our allies for being vanquished. A few useless millions and a few still more useless lives were sacrificed. The result was that we were amply rewarded by safely increasing resources and real addition of power. These opinions were delivered by the Catalonian oracle during the breathing time which Mr. Addington's experimental truce afforded to Europe. It is remembered how shortly afterwards that war recommenced, to which no human wisdom can foresee a termination. The sagacity of the writer will be sufficiently apparent. The pert nonsense of his phraseology, the shallowness of understanding which evinces the hardness of heart from which it must have proceeded, may be left without a comment. In the victory of the 1st of June there was the monkey on board the Royal Sovereign, who, making his appearance while preparations were going on, was chained in the launch on the main deck that he might be out of the way. Where was the great amusement of all who saw him, jumping mad, as it is expressively called, for fear during the whole engagement. If the gentleman who talks so pleasantly of the harmlessness of these affairs have been stationed at Buke's quarters, he might have acquired more correct notions, in fit company. I doubt not he would have agreed with the Irish manner when they cruised in hopes of seeing what kind of business a naval action was, and his curious came to be gratified, declared with an oath that a sea-fight was the mighty serious sort of a thing. A Tower of Roses by Robert Southey. In the Historia Generale de l'Empire de Mogul, compiled by Carter, the Jesuit from one of his papers, his perfume is said to have been discovered by accident. Noyaham, the favourite wife of Mogul Jahangir, among other luxuries, had a small candle of rosewater. As she was walking with the Mogul upon its banks, they perceived a thin film upon the water. It was an essential oil made by the heat of the sun. Delighted with its exquisite odour, and means were immediately taken for preparing by art a substance like that which had been thus favouritously produced. Palestine by Robert Southey. Fuller takes a curious method of proving the enormous size of a timber in Judea. If a body of Hercules, he says, may be guessed from his foot, take the mustard, the little toe of trees, into consideration, and thence collect the vast proportion of great woods. Or Saviour's words of the extraordinary growth of this plant must needs be true, and by the same proportion, surely the Jews had not more sauce than meat, other trees must be allowed to be of unusual greatness. This quaint old writer proves the extraordinary fertility of the Holy Land by some odd arguments. To the objection that it is a country insignificantly small, he replies, that what it lacked in length and breadth it had in depth, as if nature had heaped one acre upon another in the matchless fertility whereof. To the objection that it is full of mountains, he exclaimed, was ever a great valley brought for an argument of barrenness? Especially seeing these mountains did not swell with a mock-mother tympany, but were pregnant with special conditions. Modern travellers report it to be a bare surface of sand. This he admits and answers in that happy manner which characterizes him, who can guess what Naomi was by what marches. The stump indeed stands still, but the branches are withered. The skeleton remains, but the favor and flesh whereof is consumed. Judea is, and is not what it was before. The same in bulk, not blessing, for fashion, not fruitfulness. The old instrument is the same, but it is neither strung with stock, nor played upon with the hand of skilful husbandry. The rose of Sharon is faded, her leaves lost, and on nothing but the prickles whereof to be seen. The writer thinks that there are some footsteps of a scriptural story in the fable of Agamemnon sacrificing his daughter, for that Iphigenia is haply corrupted for Jephagenia, or Jephthah's daughter. Payment of a copy of books by Robert Southey. The form of a written agreement which is preserved in the Partidas happens to relate to a curious subject. It is the bargain of a copier or scribe. Now all men to whom this writing shall come that Pero Martinez, the scribe, promiseth, consenteth, and bindeth himself to the Dean of Toledo to write for him the text of such a book, and that he will write it and go on with it till it be completed, in such a hand as he hath written for sample in the first leaf of his book, before my end notarial public, who have made this writing, and the witnesses whose names are hereunto subjoined. Also the aforesaid scribe promiseth that he will not labour in writing any other work till this book be finished, and he engageth to do thus for the sum of 30 maravedis, 10 of which he acknowledged to have received from the aforesaid den, and the other maravedis are to be paid in this manner, 10 when half a book shall have been written, and the other 10 when it is finished. Philosophy of the Brahmins by Robert Southey. The order of creation which is described in the Institutes of Menu is remarkable. First emerges the subtle Alva, to which philosophers ascribe the quality of conveying sound. From Alva effecting a transmutation in form springs the pure and potent air, vehicle of all scents, and airs held endued with the quality of touch. When from air operating a change rises light or fire, making objects visible, dispelling gloom, spreading bright rays. And it is declared to have a quality of figure, but from light, a change being effected, comes water, the quality of taste. And from water is deposited earth, the quality of smell, such were they created in the beginning. This passage bears at least a strong resemblance to the chemical philosophy of our days, as certain parts of the Hindu fables bear to the mysteries of a Christian religion. But it is more difficult to account for the philosophy, if indeed it be anything more than mere theory, than to explain how the distorted trace of Christianity formed the way into the fables of Hindustan. Poetical Moods and Tenses by Robert Southey. Let us examine the moods and tenses of the poets. He who plays oft the amable in verse and writes to display his own fine feelings is in the sentimental or inactive mood. Didactic poets are in the imperative, satirists in the potential, the humorists in the optative. Classification is defective in the other moods. The fame of those who write personal satire is in the present tense, but of most poets in the imperfect. The great ones who are dead in the perfect, the great ones who are living must be content to have theirs in the future. Propagation of sound by Robert Southey. Those optical phenomena which passed in former ages for enchantment, which have so often been practiced as miracles, have been explained by modern science. We have met with a phenomenon in acoustics which is not so easily explicable. It is said that the firing of the sieges of Rosara and Gerona in the succession of war was heard distinctly at River de Languedoc, a town built where the river Rise falls into the Garonne, 45 French leagues from the nearest of those fortresses. The straight line, and the Pyrenees between. But, says the editor of a journal de Homburg, though these mountains might be considered as an obstacle, the curious of that country conjecture that the sound of a cannon acquired a new force when it was confined between the openings of the mountains. The valleys through which the rise runs were better adapted than the others to preserve a sound, which was noted either at Volks or Pamiers. All of those towns are less distant from Catalonia and more towards the opening of the Pyrenees. Public Accommodations by Robert Southey. We are behindhand with the Orientals and even with some European nations in gratuitous accommodations for the public. In the countries of Hindostan the poor traveller finds shelter without expense. Dr. Buchana notices another convenience in that country. Near the road, he says, charitable persons have built many resting places for porters, who here carry all their burdens on their head. These resting places consist of a wall about 4 feet high, on which the porters can deposit the burdens, and from which, after having rested themselves, they can again without assistance take up the load. There is a corner by St. Dunstan's Church which serves for this purpose, and is so seldom without an occupier that whoever has noticed it must wish such resting places were provided in the streets of London. Digging tanks, building coaches, planting rows of trees, and such other acts of charity towards the public form a separate class of virtues among the Hindus which we call Bhautam. The man of Ross has had his fame in England for the practice of such virtues. Some Wiltshire poet may perhaps one day celebrate worthy Mount Heath of Langley Burrell, spinster, who in the year of grace 1474, for the good of travellers, did in charity bestow in land and houses about £8 a year for ever, to be laid out on the highway and casual leading from Wick Hill to Chippenham Cliff. The Spaniards have a saint who was put in the calendar for mending the road to Santiago and building bridges. And the blessed day of Reformation shall arrive in Spain. I hope his name will be suffered to hold its place. There is little encouragement to the practice of this kind of charity in England. Milestones are defect, directing posts broken, the parapets of bridges thrown down. We seldom see a new horse block erected at the top of a hill, and when a public pump is set on, no iron ladle is now appended to it, because it would in all probability be stolen. I once lived in a house which had a large pork by the roadside. It was about 2 miles from a great city, and the milkwoman had from time immemorial established a custom of rendezvousing in it. Of all nuances that can be imagined, this was most intolerable. Rest and be thankful was what they would not do. They out Billingsgate, and were their bestiality to be related, it would scarcely be believed. There was no remedy but destroying the pork. Whenever public education shall become a part of the established system of England, as sooner or later, in spite of every political might and bruise, it would be wise and just to inculcate a belief that of all property, public property is that which should be held most sacred. Queen Mary's Funeral by Robert Southey. The manuscript already quoted is an account of Queen Mary's funeral. Body was reposed in a mausoleum in form of a bed, with black velvet and silver fringe round, hanging in arches. At the 4 corners were tapers, and in the middle a basin, supported by cupids on the cherubim's shoulders, in which was a great lamp burning. After the service, which was performed with solemn music and singing, the sound of a drum unbraced, the breaking the white staves of all the Queen's officers, and throwing in the keys of office, the tomb was sealed. Religious Epigram by Robert Southey. In the Mercurio Peruano, there is a remarkable religious epigram written by a Persian poet. They are called Susenso, after he had been converted to Christianity. In the Spanish it forms a quatrain, which it is beyond my skill to render in verse. Cuatro cosas, Dios mío, que en tu erario no tienes te presento, mi nada, mi nesquidada, mi culpa, y mi arrepentimiento. 4 things, O my God, I offer thee, which was not in thy treasury, my nothingness, my wants, my sin, my repentance. Ride and Tie by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. On a scheme of perfect retribution in the moral world, observed empirists and paused to look at the wild spectacles. Frogs, interposed Musualo, must have been experimental philosophers, and experimental philosophers must all transmigrate into frogs. The scheme will not be yet perfect, added Gellan, unless our friend empirists is specially privileged to become an elect frog 20 times successively before he reascends into a galvanic philosopher. Well, well, replied empirists with a benignant smile, give my consent, only our little Mary's fits do not cure. Little Mary was Gellan's only child, and the darling and the good daughter of empirists. By the application of galvanic influence, empirists had removed the nervous affection of her right leg, accompanied with symptomatic epilepsy. The tears started into Gallant's eye, and he pressed the hand of his friend with Musuelo half suppressing, half indulging a similar sense of shame. Sportive exclaimed, "Hang it, Gallant! Somehow or other these philosophers' fellows always have the better of us wits in the long run." Rondel by Robert Southey. In a challenge for a tournament recorded by Monstrelet, one of the conditions is that each person shall make provisions of lances, and the rondel which lies on the hand shall be only 4 fingers broad and no more. Mr. Jones says he does not understand this. In the original it is tondrelled, altered by Dugas to rondel, which is translated by Cotgrave a small target, but 4 fingers wide would be too insignificant for any defence. What Cotgrave means is the roundel, or small shield which was borne before a general, a thing of ceremony, not of service. A roundel of a text, as the guard of a tilting spear which was shaped like a funnel. This explanation will be found in Pinada's Spanish dictionary under the word arandela. Mention only and repeats the word rebatos, supporters for women's ruffs. I perceive by the dictionary of Portuguese Academy that the word has this meaning also, and that the nozzle of a candlestick was formerly called by the same name. Andala is the Portuguese word. Some have supposed it to be originally Arabic, but it does not appear in Frajome's de Sausus Vestiques de Lingua Arabiae in Portugal. Pineda says it is thought to have been invented at Arundel in Sussex, thence to have its name. This is a very unlikely guess. He calls it a thing in the shape of a funnel fastened to the thick end of a lance to defend the man's hand. But whatever looks at the representation of a tilting lance will see that the stave itself is shaped like a funnel just at the part where it was held. Roundel seems to have been corrupted from this word by an obvious reference to the form of the thing denoted. Sappho by Robert Southey. This is the spot. This here tradition says that hopeless love from his high-towering rock leaps headlong to oblivion or to death. Oh, 'tis the giddy height, my dizzy head swims at the precipice. 'Tis death to fall. Lie still, thou coward heart, this is no time to shake with thy strong throbs, frame convulsed. To die, to be at rest, or pleasant thought, perchance to leap and live, the soul all still, and the wild tempest of the passions hushed in one deep calm, the heart no more diseased by the quick ache fits of hope and fear quietly cold. Presiding powers, look down, and vain to you I poured my earnest prayers, and vain I sung your praises, chiefly thou Venus, ungrateful goddess, whom my lyre hymned with such full devotion. Lesbian groves, witness so often at the languid hour of summer twilight, to the merchant song gave your cold echoes. Grecian maids, who hear with downcast look and flushing cheek that lay of love be witness, and your youths who hang enraptured on the impassioned strain, gazing with eloquent eye, even till the heart sinks in the deep delirium. And ye shall witness, unborn ages, to its song of warmest zeal. I witness ye, harder fate, who hymned the votive hymn in vain. Ungrateful goddess, I have hung my lute in yonder holy pile. My hand no more shall wake the melodies that fail to move a heart of frown. Yet when rumour tells how from Lycidia Sappho hurled her down, a self-devoted victim, him a melt, too late in pity, obstinate to love. Or haunt his midnight dreams black nemesis, whom, self-conceiving in the inmost depths of chaos, blackest night, long labouring bore when the stern destinies, the elder brood and shapeless death, from that more monstrous birth left shuddering, haunt his slumber nemesis. Scorched with fires of faggotinous heart, till helpless, hopeless, heaven abandoned, wretched too shall seek, beneath the unfathomed deep, to hide them from the fury. How the sea for distant glitters, as the sunbeams smile, and gaily wanton o'er its heaving breast. Phoebus shines forth, no worse one cloud to mourn has votary sowers. God of day shine on, by man despised, forsaken by the gods, I supplicate no more. How many a day our pleasant Lesbos in their secret streams delighted have I plunged, when the hot sun screened by the o'erarching grove's delightful shade, and pillared on the waters. Now the waves shall chill me to repose. Tremendous height, scarce to the brink, where these rebellious limbs support me. Hark! A root deep below roars around with a rugged base, as if it called its long reluctant victim. It will come, one leap, and all is over. The deep rest of death, or tranquil apathy's dead calm, welcome alike to me. Away vain fears. Fair is cold, and why should suffer live? Foul is cold, and with some fair one, or worse than death, she throws herself from the precipice. Sea Fires by Robert Southey. On Saturday, July the 1st, Anno Domini 949. A fire is said to have risen from the sea and consumed many towns on the coast of Spain. It travelled on into the interior and continued its work, destroying many places entirely, and part of Zamora, Carrion, Castoxerz, Burgos, Birvienska, Calzats, Pankovo, and Buradon. Annals Compostellanos and many other ancient writings record this phenomenon, which Morales called strange and monstrous and difficult to believe. Vaganzavas quotes the original passage from the Memorias de Candela. Era 987 Cayun Dio de Sabado a la hora de nona stalio flamma del mare enciende muchas villas escipadados y hombres y bestias en esto mismo ma incidio penas en Zamora un barrio en el Carrion en el Castoxerz en Burgos de Viesca en la Cacada y en Pacora en Buradon en otras muchas villas. A similar phenomenon is said to have occurred in our own island at a much later age. In the year 1694 the country after Harlech and Merionethshire was annoyed about 8 months by a fire exhalation, and was seen only in the night, and consisted of a livid vapour which rose from the sea or seemed to come from Cavernshire. Across the bay of the sea 8 or 9 miles broad on the west side, it spread from this bay over the land, set fires to all the barns, stacks of hay and corn in its way. It also infected the air, and blasted the grass and herbage in such a manner that a great mortality of cattle, sheep, and horses ensued. It proceeded constantly to and from the same place, in stormy as well as in calm nights, but more frequently in the winter than in the following summer. It never fired anything but in the night. The flames, which were weakened of a bluish colour, did no injury to human creatures, for the inhabitants did frequently rush into the middle of them unhurt to save the hay and corn. This vapour was at length extinguished by ringing bells, firing guns, blowing horns, and otherwise putting the air into motion whenever it was seen to approach the shore. A man of science, as well as of philosophic mind, would employ himself when examining those accounts of prodigies in the early annalists and chronicles, which of late years have been indiscriminately regarded as only worthy of contempt. The more superficial age of intellectual history is that which commenced with Mr. Locke's philosophy, and therefore cannot yet be said to have determined the French Revolution. Seed of Courage by Robert Southey. In the last and fatal battle, when Arthur was mortally hurt, and all his knights perished, the old king, Oisin, especially distinguished himself. Et fils tant de procès, que tous sen es malveillant dont tel procès venul l'homme de sonade. Caja est tot violent ancien, mas til venant de grand courage qui la voûte au ventre. Everybody knows where the seat of honour is, and I have seen the pineal gland handed round upon a saucer at an anatomical lecture as the seat of a soul. Seat of a soul, gentlemen, that is supposed to be the seat of a soul. This is the first time I have found it affirmed that the seat of courage is the belly. Service for Prisoners by Robert Southey. It is not, perhaps, generally known that we have a form of prayer for prisoners, which is printed in the Irish Common Prayer Book, though not in ours. Mrs. Berkley, in whose preface of prefaces to her son's poems a first saw this mentioned, regrets the omission, observing that the very fine prayer for those under sentence of death might, being read by the children of the poor, at least keep them from the gallows. The remark is just. If there be not room in our prayer book, we have some services, which might better be dispensed with. It was not very decent in the late abolition of holy days to let the 2 Charleses hold the place, and the Virgin Maria and the saints were deprived of a red letter privilege. If we are to have any state services, also be for expulsion of the Stuarts. Guy Fawkes also might now be dismissed, or the eye of Providence would be real loss. The Roman Catholics know the effect of such prints as these, and there can be no good reason for not imitating them in this instance. I would have no prayer book published without that eye of Providence in it. The experience of 2000 years has proved that fable and allegory are the best vehicles for popular instruction. Ship bottoms preserved by charring by Robert Southey. The Japanese preserve their ships from the warm Metre navales by charring them, a process which has also the advantage of preserving them from rotting. Ships' names by Robert Southey. We have just been taken possession of this little island of Marigalante. Columbus gave it this name after his own ship, which in English we should call Pretty Paul. The propria querna vibus of the Spaniards at the present day cannot so readily be rendered into sailors' English. The Santissima Trinidad, the Saint Juan Nepomuceno, the San Francisco, and the Nuestra Senora, under 1,001 different invocations, are curious proof that the bent-for superstition which, like a dry rot, has spread through the whole fabric of society in Spain. Our sailors, upon taking the Salvador del Mundo and the Saint Joseph in the same action, made irreverent jests, to which the Catholics should not have exposed the first of these names. The ship ought to be named anew. To a four Baptist, nothing is too profane. I could adduct such instances of this from the writings of monks, nuns, doctors, and inquisitors, as can scarcely be paralleled from the admonitions of Voltaire, and his execrable school. But there is a decency in the Reformed churches, and especially in our own, which should prevent us from thus using such a name as that of a saviour of the world. In old times we had the Paul of Plymouth. Have shipbuilders retained the old name and spelled it according to their own acceptation of the sound? Sindbad, by Robert Southey. One of Sindbad's adventures has been invented by the liar Master Antonique Neathett. He and 12 Portugals were, as they supposed, near Potosi. We came into a fair country, and we saw a great glittering mountain before us, 10 days before we could come to it. For when we came into the plain country, and were out of the mountains, and the sun began to come to its height, we were not able to travel against it, by the reason of the glittering that dazzled our eyes. At the last, by little and little, we came to the foot of this mountain, where we found great stores of tamandus ant-eaters. We went along by this mountain at least 20 days before we could find any way to pass over it. At least we came to a river that passed under it. Here we determined to make some shift to get through. Some of our company said that we thought it best to go still along by the foot of the mountain, rather than to venture to go through, for they said, if the water go not through, we are all cast away, for it is impossible to return again against the current. Then I answered, friends, we may as well adventure our lives now as we have done heretofore in many places. If not, we must make a comment to live here like wild beasts, where we shall have life as long as pleaseth God, without credit, name, or religion. Wherefore I think that our best way is to go through it we can, for no doubt, but that God, that hath hitherto delivered us from dangers infinite, at this time will not forsake us. And question is, if it be our fortune to pass on the other side, we shall find either Spaniards or Indians, for I am sure, which each of you have heard, that on a fair day it is to be discerned from the top of Potazin to this mountain. After I have thus spoken, the Portugals determined to venture to go through. We made a great raft of great cans, 3 yards and a half broad and 6 yards long. We might lie down and sleep upon it. We killed good store of tamandus, and roasted them where we dry for our provision, for we knew not how long we should be in the world. After we had made all ready, taking good store of wood with us, commending ourselves to God, we put ourselves into the world, which made such a noise with the running of the water that we thought it had been some enchantment. We went in on Monday morning, and we came out on a morning. Whether we were 2 days or one in the world, I know not. As soon as we perceived light, we were very glad, but when we came out, we saw on every side houses. Sir Thomas Overbury, by Robert Southey. A rare book from which the last extract is taken contains a curious account of the manner in which Overbury was murdered. The poison tint of aqua fortis, white arsenic, mercury, a powder of diamonds, lepus costitus, great spiders, and cantharides, whatever was or was believed to be most deadly, to be sure to hit his complexion. The murder was prepared with devilish perseverance. It appeared upon the trials that arsenic was always mixed with salt. Once he desired pig for dinner, and Mrs. Turner put into et lepus costitus. Another time he had 2 partridges sent him from the court, and water and onions being the sauce. Mrs. Turner put in cantharides instead of pepper, so that whatever he took was poisoned. Overbury made his brags that he had won for Somerset the love of his lady by his letters and industry. To speak plainly, says Bacon in arranging Somerset, Overbury had little that was solid for religion or mortal virtue, but was wholly possessed of ambition and vainglory. He was not incorrupt, a man of unbounded and impudent spirit. Mrs. Turner's execution affected the fashions. Were there now says Michael Spark, the stationer. These times such a sentence and execution performed, as the then learned Lord Cook gave on the fomenter of lust, Mistress Ann Turner, whose sentence was to be hanged to Tiburon in her yellow Tiffany ruff and cuffs, being she was the first inventor and wearer of the horrid garb, were by known these days the like upon such notorious black-spotted faces, naked breasts and backs, doubted that ugly fashion would soon end in shame and detestation, as nose too vainly followed. For never since the execution of Fern with yellow ruff and cuffs, the hanged the fur, was ever any seen to wear the like. Sir Gervas also was executed in full dress, he being arrayed in a black suit and a black jerkin with hanging sleeves, worn on the occasion, having on his head a crimson satin cap, laced from the top downward and round about, under with the wild linen nightcap with a border, and over the black hat with a broad ribbon and rough band, trick-couched with lace, and a pair of sky-coloured silk stockings, and a pair of free-soled shoes. Small Wit by Robert Southey. Many there are, says an old writer, and will lose a friend rather than their jest, or their quibble, pun, punit, or puntrigion, 15 of which will not make up one single jest. Is there any commentator who can explain the punit and puntrigion, or must there be a numbered in the next work which shall be written de rebus deperititis? The recovery of this lost species of a small currency of wit would be of signal advantage to our modern dramaticists. What was the clench, another favourite figure of wit in our times, but which was going out of fashion in the days of puntrigion? Clenches and quibbles are now out of date, is a line of Flecknoe's. Children find, if they endeavour it, your learning, chronicle, clinches your wit. Sir William Davenant. The quib seems to be another lost species, and we know here of no quirks but boasts of pettifogging lawyers. Snails by Robert Southey. The Mecaenas of cookery, Sir Canon Digby, who is remembered for so many odd things, was one of the persons who introduced the great shell snail into the country as a delicacy. It dispersed the breed upon Gothurst, his seat near Newport Pagnell. The merit of first importing it is due to Charles Howard of the Arundel family. The fashion seems to have taken, for that grateful and great master cook, Robert May, has left several receipts for dressing snails among the secrets of his 50 years' experience. Snails are still sold in Covent Garden as a remedy for consumptive people. I remember, when a child, having seen them pricked through the shell to obtain a liquor for this purpose, that the liquor was as ineffectuous as the means to obtain it were cruel. They were at the time and now eaten by the men who worked at the glasshouses, probably from some notion of their restorative virtue. Shell nails of every kind are rarely found in Cumberland. The large brown species I have never seen there. The snail is so slow a traveller that it will probably require many centuries before it makes the tour of the island. Souls of Brutus by Robert Southey. I have somewhere read of an odd Hypothesis or heresy, as it would be called, a father Bourgent, who endeavoured to deduce from reason and proof by scripture that the spirits of brutes are devils sentenced to punishment in that shape, a doctrine which would admirably accord with the old belief in familiars, but also afford considerable comfort to the Eclogues, who used to have their pigs whipped to death. Gentlemen of the present day amuse themselves with Welsh mains, riding against time, and other such worthy recreations, if it did not follow as a corollary that they who make their own spirits, even in one state of existence, must afford amusement and occupation next to such beetles and executioners divine retributions of themselves. A practice which the to-be numbers, founded upon their theory of generation, is a memorable proof that speculative follies of this kind may lead to dreadful consequences. Father Bourgent, perhaps, was not aware of this. I can easily imagine that he may have been a man of quick sensibility and lively imagination, who, feeling a keen sympathy for the sufferings of domestic animals, took shelter in his hypothesis from the pain and indignation, and possibly from the momentary doubt or distrust of Providence, which a contemplation of our sufferings excited. Gomez Pereira, from whom Descartes is said, I know not with what justice, to have adopted the paradoxical opinion that animals are non-sentient, certainly had this feeling, and it led him to use the most curious argumentum ab hominem to his countrymen the Spaniards, asking them how. St. Andrew's Cross by Robert Southey. St. Andrew's Cross is, as is well known, always represented in the shape of the letter X. But that this is an error, ecclesiastical historians prove by appealing to the cross itself, on which he suffered, which St. Stephen of Burgundy gave to the covenant of St. Victor near Marseilles, and which, like the common cross, is rectangular. The cause of the error is thus explained. When the apostle suffered, the cross, instead of being fixed upright, rested on its foot and arm, and in this posture he was fastened to it, his hands to one arm and the head, his feet to the other arm and the foot, and his head in the air. Saint Romuald by Robert Southey. In the second volume of the annual anthology is a tale of Saint Romuald, stating that the Spaniards meant to murder him for the sake of securing his relics. Andrews is referred to in his chronological history of England, and he follows Saint Foix. The circumstance happened in Aquitaine. Saint Foix liked the story, but did not like to relate it of the French, and so forwarded it upon the Spaniards. It is such writers as Saint Foix who have brought a general suspicion upon French literature. The design of the Passions is called Impiapitas by S. Pietro Damiano. Saint Romuald's father took the habit of Saint Benedict as well as his son. He did not like a monastic life, and was devising means how to get his vows repealed, and return once more into the world. The monks of a convent wrote in all haste for Romuald, who ordered him down into the dungeon, put him in the stocks, had him well flogged, and dieted him upon bread and water till he brought him to such a state of godliness that he was favored with ecstasies and revelations. Impiapitas might have been said of this also. We are, however, only told that it is a thing not to be imitated unless by persons who are impelled by superior power, as it is believed Saint Romuald was. The fifth commandment is a little respected by Pobrigas II. This Saint Romuald, who was the founder of the Camalduenses, must not be confounded, as sometimes has been the case, with the Saint Rumbald, of whom many traces remain in England. Little Rumbald was a far more extraordinary fellow. He was the son of Erskine-Burger, daughter of King Penda of Mercia, and wife of the Northumbrian King Alfred. The saintling lived only 3 days, during which time he wrought miracles and made his will, by which he bequeathed his body to be kept 1 year at King Sutton, the place of his birth, 2 years at Berkley in Northamptonshire, and then to be deposited for ever at Buckingham. The executors seem to have disregarded these injunctions, for it was not translated to Berkley till 3 years after his death, and there it was detained. Circumstances which render it probable that the will was never proved at Doctors' Commons. This is to be regretted, for it would have been the greatest curiosity there. Saint Vitus by Robert Southey. Dr. Reid says it is remarkable that Saint Vitus is nowhere to be found in the Romish calendar. He supposes that from some misunderstanding of the inaccuracy of manuscript Cura and Vita, the original and genuine name of the disease called Saint Vitus dance was read and copied Cura, Saint Viti. This is very probable. Saint Vitus himself, who fought not in the calendar, is well known in hagiology, has undergone a change equally remarkable, having not only been canonized among Christians, but also deified among pagans. He is said to have been a native of Lycia, to have suffered martyrdom under Diocletian, Fulred, abbot of St. Denis, and chaplain to King Pippin and Charlemagne, got scant of his relics, and translated them to St. Denis. As long as they remain there, they were the palladium of France. That country prospected in all its undertakings. But after Louis the Pious in the 9th century founded the monastery of Corbeil in Saxony, whose uncle St. Alva, the abbot Werner, who succeeded him, obtained permission from that emperor to remove the body to this new foundation, and from that hour the fortunes of Saxony began to wax, those of the race of Charlemagne to wane. The monks of Corbeil preached among the Russians and other Slavonic nations, among whom St. Vitus worked so many miracles, but after all other vestiges of Christianity had been lost among them, they continued their devotion to him, metamorphosed him into a god who was worshipped by all the northern pagans under the name of Svontovith. Saxo Grammaticus describes this idol as his image existed in the city of Aachen, a four-headed figure, of which a print derived from this description may be seen in summits. His white horse was famous. Peculiarum albi coloris equum titulo possidebat, curios iube ad caude pilus convere nefarium ducebatur. Hunc soli sacerdotii pascendi insidemnique ius erat, ne divini animalis uso, quo frequentio hoc vilio habeatur, in hoc equo opione ruge suantovius adversum socrarum sorum hostis bellacere credebatur, curius re praecipium argumentum extabat, quod is noctem temporis stabilo insistens, adeo plerumque manus sudore ad luteris persus videbatur, tanquam ab exercitatione veniando magnorum aeternum spatium percurrisit. Some traces the white horse of Saxon arms to the superstition. Those which you see cut on the side of Chilcals in the southwest of England and Wessex are not improbably derived from the same cause, and the pedigree of the White Horse of Hanover perhaps extends to the same origin. Stationers in Spain by Robert Southey. The law in the Partias respecting stationers is curious. Every university, to be complete, should have stationers in it, extagionarios, who have from their shops estaciones, good books, and legible and correct both in text and in gloss, which will let out to the scholars, either to make new books from them, or to correct those which we have already written. And no one ought to have such both tienda or shop as this, without leave of a rector of a university. And the rector, before he grants his license, ought first to have the books of his person who would keep the shop examined, to know whether they be good and legible and genuine. And he ought not to consent that anyone who has not such books should become a stationer, nor let out his books to the scholars, at least not before they have been corrected. Also the rector ought, with advice of others, to set a price how much the stationer should receive for every sheet which he lends the scholars to write from or to correct their books. And moreover he ought to demand good bond from him that he would preserve well and faithfully the books which are entrusted to him to sell, not use any deceit whatsoever. Tienda, which I have here in the booth, is still the word in use for those inferior shops where everything is sold. The word explains its own history. Every army had traders who followed it to sell provisions and buy plunder, and their shops with hens. A corresponding word to estaciones would be standings, which is still used at Bristol Fair. These are, strictly speaking, booths. But when the partidas were written, tienda meant a booth and a station shop, for trade was advancing, and its improvement had given a new meaning to old terms. Hence the word stationer, a name which would have been equally applied to any other settled trade. Steam Engines by Robert Southey. Sylvester II, who is commonly called Pope Sylvester, being the most notorious of the name, made clocks and organs which were worked by steam. The old historian explains intelligible to us what he did not understand himself. Fecit arte mechanica horologium et organo hydraulica ubi mirum in modum per anche calefacte violentiam implet ventus emerges concavitem barbariti, et per multi foractilus tractus ereste fistulae modulatus clamorus emittunt. Pridieu, an older author than the biographer of Mahomet, but resembling him in blind and brutal bigotry, classed Sylvester among the Egyptian magicians, but no means the worst of the orders into which he has distributed the popes. Stone Ships by Robert Southey. When the Duke of Burgundy besieged Calais in 1436, he invented the note of the project of blocking up the harbour with stone ships, and sunk 6 vessels filled with immense stones, which were well worked together and crammed the fleet. The experiment failed for this reason, that the Duke had forgotten to take the tides into his calculation, so at low water the stone ships were left dry, and the people of Calais, men and women alike, amused themselves with pulling them to pieces, hauling away the wood for fuel, to the great astonishment, this turn adds, of the Duke and his admirals. Had the story found its way into the popular histories of England, this country would have been saved from the disgrace of a similar folly, and the £90,000 which were wasted upon it. It has been the fashion of modern historians to reject all the circumstances of history, and give only a caput mortuum of results. But the first Lord of the Admiralty should have read Monstrelet was not to be expected. It might have been expected that he would have known what the rise of a tide is at Boulogne. Tearing and Feathering by Robert Southey. Tearing and feathering, it seems, is a European invention as well as to be numbered. When Richard Coeur de Lion's audiences for civil wars, if any man were taken the theft or piggery whereof convicted, should have been head-poled and hot-pitched poured upon his pate, and upon the feathers of some pillar or cushion shaken aloft, he might thereby be known for a thief. At the next arrival of the ships to any land, put forth for company to seek his adventure, without all hope of return unto his fellows. Tordulace by Robert Southey. It is formerly the custom in England for women to wear a necklace of fine silk called Tordulace from St. Audrey. She in her youth had been used to wear carcans of jewels, and being afterward tormented with violent pains in her neck, was wont to say that God in his mercy had thus punished her, and for her heat and redness of the swelling which she endured was to atone for her former pride and vanity. Probably she wore this lace to conceal this scrofulous appearance, and from this, and was afterward worn as an ornament which was common and not costly. The word tawdry may have been taken to designate any kind of coarse and vulgar finery. It would not be readily supposed that body is the same name as Ephrata. Te Franciscum by Robert Southey. We praise thee, O Francis, we acknowledge thee to be our patriarch. All the earth doth worship thee, the Father Severical. To thee all minorities cry aloud, the heavens and all the Cortes families. To thee the seraphic martyrs and confessors continually to cry, Holy, holy, holy standard be of the Lord God of Sabaoth. Heaven and earth are full of the miracles of her grace. The glorious company of her friends can praise thee. The goodly fellowship of the nuns praise thee. The noble army of the third order praise thee. The holy Catholic religion throughout all the world doth acknowledge thee. The Father of profoundest humility, thine honourable, true, and apostolic institute, also the holy spirit of poverty. Thou art the image of Christ, the King of glory. Thou art, as it were, the second Son of the Father everlasting. And thou tookest upon thee the old man, who didst not fear the severe sufferings of a cross. Thou hadst overcome the sharpness of death, but didst stand in the sepulchre, and like one living, look towards the kingdom of heaven. Thou sittest on the throne of Lucifer in the glory of the Father, and believe that thou shalt come to judgment with the cross of the Church. We therefore pray thee, have the servants whom thou hast gathered together with the precious blood of the bones. Make them to be numbered with the saints in glory everlasting, save in order of the manners, and bless thine inheritance. Govern them, and lift them up forever. Day by day we magnify thee. We praise thy name, because thou hast obtained for us an indulgence, which shall endure forever. Ask our Lord that we will watch safe to keep us the stay without sin. Father, have mercy upon us, have mercy upon us. Have mercy lighten upon us, as our trust is in thee. Father, in thee have I trusted. Obtain of the Lord that I may never be confounded. This parody, which was published no farther back than 1733 under the sanction of the general and all the other authorities of the order, with the approbably of Inquisition, is to be found at the end of the Primatia Seraphica Regiam de America by Francis Apollonaria de Concessicam, and is probably his work. It might serve as an envoy to the famous Liber Conformitatum. I possess a copy of that extraordinary book, the Bologna edition of 1590. Its vignette at the beginning represented 2 hours nailed to one cross. Right arm is that of Christ, the left that of St. Francis. The Carpenter Bird by Robert Southey. Herrera describes a curious bird in the province of Chiapa, a sort of tortoise, which he calls the carpenter. This bird fed solely upon acorns, which it used to hoard in the trunk of the pine trees, boring with its beak a separate hole for every acorn. Many trees were full of these holes in the nicest order, and they were so well fitted that the acorn could not be pulled out by the fingers otherwise than by some pointed instrument. The bird got them out by standing like a woodpecker with its feet on the trunk. It was black with a little red on the head and breast. This was a troublesome mode of hoarding, but the only secure one, as nothing could get at the hoards. The Complaints of the Poor by Robert Southey. And therefore do the poor complain, which men asked of me, Come walk abroad with me, I said, and I will answer thee. 'Twas evening, and the frozen streets were cheerless to behold, and we were wrapped and coated well, and yet we were a cold. We met an old bare-headed man, his locks were few and white, asked him what he did abroad in that cold winter's night. 'Twas bitter keen indeed, he said, but at home no fire had he, therefore he had come abroad to ask for charity. We met a young barefooted child, and she begged loud and bold, asked what she did abroad, and the wind it blew so cold. She said her father was at home, and he lay sick at bed, and therefore was it she who sent abroad to beg for bread. We saw a woman sitting down upon a stone to rest, she had a baby at her back and another at her breast. Asked her why she loitered there, in the wind it was so chill. She turned her head and bade the child that screamed behind be still. She told us that her husband served a soldier far away, and therefore to be past she was begging back her way. We met a girl, her dress was loose and sunken was her eye, with a wanton's hollow voice addressed to passers-by. Ask her what there was in guilt that could her heart allure, to shame, disease, and late remorse. She answered she was poor. I turned me to the rich man when, for silently stood he, you asked me why the poor complain, and these have answered thee.
The Devil's Walk on Earth by Robert Southey. From his brimstone bed at break of day, walking the devil is gone, to look at his snug little farm of the world, and see how his stock went on. Over hill and over the dale, and he went over the plain, and backwards and forwards he wished his tail, as a gentleman swished a cane. How when was the devil pressed? Oh, he was in his Sunday's best. His coat was red, and his breeches were blue, and where was a hole where his tail come through? A lady drove by her pride, and whose face and expression he spied, for which he could have kissed her, such a fleasured, fine, clever woman was she. With an eye as wicked can be, I should take her for my aunt, thought he, if my had a sister. He met a lord of high degree, no matter what was his name, whose face with his own when he came to compare, the expression, the look, and the air, and the character too, as it seemed to a hair, such a twain likeness there was in the pair. But this made the devil start and stare, for he thought there was surely a looking-glass there, but he could not see the frame. He saw a lawyer killing a viper, and dunghill beside his stabber. Ha, quoth he, thou put'st me in mind of the story of Cain and Abel. An apothecary on a white horse rode by on this vocation, and the devil thought of his old friend, Death, and the revelation. He passed the cotton with a double coach house, a cottage of gentility, and he owed with a grin, great his favourite sin, his pride with Abe's humility. He saw a pig rapidly down a river float, the big swan well, but every stroke was cutting his own throat, and Satan threatened his tail, a trail of adoration, for he thought of his daughter war, and her suckled babe taxation. Well enough, in sooth, he liked the truth, and nothing were worse for the jest, but this was only a first thought, and in his he did not rest. Another came presently into his head, and he had proved, as he often been said, that second thoughts are best. For as piggy plead with wind and tide, he swayed with such celerity, and at every stroke the water dyed, with his own red blood, the devil cried, Behold this Swedish nation's pride, and cotton spoon prosperity. He rode into London leisure, where streets were dirty and dim, but where he saw brothers the prophet, and brothers the prophet saw him. He entered a thriving bookseller's shop, quoth he, we are both of one college, one must save sage like a comment once upon the tree of knowledge. As he paced through cold bar fields he looked at his solitary cell, and he was well pleased, for it gave him a hint from peering the prisons of hell. I saw a tonquet tie in thief's hand, with collier tuck and jerk. Nimby, quoth he, a man's fingers move, when his heart is in his work. He saw the same tongue treasuring a man with a little expectation, and he chuckles to think of his dear slave trade, and the long debates and delays with the maid concerning its appellation. He met one of his favourite daughters by an evangelical meeting, and forgetting himself for joy at her sight, he would have accosted her outright, and given her a fatherly greeting. But she tipped him the wink, drew back, and cried, Avaunt, my name is Religion. And when she turned to the preacher, and leered like a love-sick pig, a fine man and a famous professor was he, as a great Alexander now might be, whose fame and yet rested, or wit new Scottish performer, whose fierce and warmer, the great Sir Arch Bombastus. With ropes and throws and ice and oaths, for famed his flock for frightening, and thundering with his voice, while his eyes zigzag like lightning. The Scotch phenomenon my throw beats Alexander's hollow, even when most tame he breathes more flame, when 10 fire kings could swallow. Another daughter he presently met, with music of fife and drum, and a consecrated flag, and shout of tack and rack, and march of ring and fire, which had filled the crowd asile. Of venerable pill, from church he saw her came. He called her aside and began to chide. What does thou here? Said he. My city of Rome is the proper home, and there's work enough where for thee. O haste confessions to listen, and babes to christen, and altars and dolls to dress, and fools to coax, and sinners to hoax, and beds and bones to bless, and great pardons to sell, for those who pay well, and small ones for those who pay less. My father, I boast, but this is my post, she answered, and vowed well alow, but the great harlot, who is clothed in scarlet, can very well spare me now. Upon a business I am come here, that we may extend our powers. Whatever lets down this church which we hate, is something in favour of ours. You will not think great Cosmo great, but I spend my time in fooling. Many irons, my sire, have wet in the fire, and I must leave none of them cooling. For you must know state councils here are held with a beer rule in, when my liberal nations produce mischievous motions, whereas many of men of good intent, and I have a house of parliament, whom I should find a tool in, and I have hopeful pupils too, who always were are schooling. Fine progress by make and our liberal opinions, my utilitarians, my all sort of Indians, and all sort of it Aryans, my all sort of it ists, and my pricks and my wigs, who have all sorts of twists, trained in the very way I knew. Father, you would have them go, high and low, wise and foolish, great and small, much for the leg boys all. Well pleased, well woe be aid, no fairy far day, when the cauldron of mischief boils, and I bring them forth on battle array, and bid them suspend their broils, but we may unite and fall under prey, for which we all speeded our toils. Our nice boys ought to give mouth at the call, hark away to the spoils, my Macs and my Quacks and my lawless Jacks, my Shields and O'Connells, my Pius MacDonalds, my Jogsmith Sidney and all of his kidney, my Humors and my Brookhams, my Mary or Jerry, my Lord King and my Dr. Doyles. It was good news so great, but if its pleasure grew, what if joyful swish he rent, or how will his tail come through? His corns fell for a moment, when he felt the stitches go. Ah, woe he, was the job no, but I've made for my tailor below. Great news, cried the newsman. The devil said, stop, let me see. Great news, thought the devil. So he more of a newspaper, no news, and all for his money he had, lying varned for he was to take an old nick. But it's some satisfaction, my lad, to know what I paid beforehand for the trick. For the 6 pence I gave thee in bed, and when it came into its bed, by oracular inspiration, that's what he had seen and what he had said, the cause of his visitation, would be published in the Morning Post for all this reading nation. Wherewith in second sight he saw, the place and the manner and time in which this mortal story would be put in immortal rhyme. What would happen when two poets should on a time be met, the town of Newbury in the shire of Somerset, where will the one who shaving would with song begin, and the other when he had it at breakfast, and ready according join in. So each would help the other. Two heads begin better than one, and phrases in concrete what in union met, and so with glee the verse flow free, and ding-dong chime of sing-song rhyme, till the whole were merrily done. And because it was said to the razor, not to the lute or harp, therefore it was that the fancy should be bright, and the wit be sharp. But when, said Satan to himself, as for said beginner, against my infinite majesty, there is no greater sinner. He half put me in ugly valets, with libelous pictures for sale. He had scoffed at my hoof and my horns, and has made me free with my tail. But this Mr. Poet shall find I am not a safe subject for a while, for I'll set up a school of my own, and my poet shall set upon him. He ran to a coffee-house to dine, and we had soy in his dish, having ordered some soles for his dinner, because he was fond of flat fish. We are much to my palate, thought he, and I'll guess the reason who can. Why no bail should be better than palace, when I fish for the Parliament man. But the soles in the bill were 10 shillings. Tell your master, quoth he, what I say. If he charges at his weight for all things, he must be in a pretty good way. But mark ye, said he to the waiter, I'm a dealer myself in this line, and it's business between you and me, nothing like so extensive as mine. No souls are exceedingly cheap, which you will not attempt to deny. When I see him at my fish market, I want him by and by, as he went along the strand, between 3 in the morning and 4. I observed a very looking person who staggered from Paris' door, and he fought with all the world over, in vain for man you might seek, who could drink more like a Trojan, or talk more like a Greek. But ever when he prophesied that would one day he met out of talk, and with wine when smitten, and with rich mouth were being heavily bitten, Very rude a Bible was he who had written the story of his walk. A pretty mistake, quoth the devil, a pretty mistake, I opine. I've put many ill thoughts in his mouth. You never put ghosts once in mine. And whoever shall say that to pause, which best of all verses belong, he is an untruth-dealing son, and so surely called in the song. And if seeking an ill connection with fame, anyone else should put in a claim, if his comical competition but expels poem with proof, a man trapped for such foolish ambition, with a silly ruff, shall be caught by the leg and exposed in a second edition. Now the morning air was cold for him, who was used to warm the dough, and yet he did not immediately wish to set out his homeward road, for he had some morning calls to make before he went back to hell. So thought I'd step into a gaming house, and that will do as well. But just before he could get to the door, a wonderful change befell. For all on a sudden, in a dark place, he came upon General, burning face, and it struck him with such consternation that home is a hurry his way did he take, because he thought, by a slight mistake, trust the general conflagration.
The Emperor Maximilian by Robert Southey. The Emperor Maximilian said, as Johannes Ventius witnesseth, de Bello Turcico, that the Emperor of Germany was Rex Regum, meaning that his princes were so great men. The King of Spain was Rex Hominum, because people would obey their prince in any reasonable moderation. The King of England was Rex Diabolorum, because the subjects had at diverse times deprived their kings of their crowns and dignity. But the King of France was Rex Asinorium, inasmuch as his people did bear very heavy burdens of tax and impositions. Maximilian, when he thus quaintly characterized the people of the four great monarchies, would have been mortified could he have foreseen that the Emperor of Germany would one day be reduced to Rex Servorium, himself little better than a vassal of an upstart tyrant. Rex Asinorum, the ruler of France, might well be styled, if patience were the only crime of his subjects. The King of Spain is still Rex Hominum, for never since the commencement of human history have any people acted a more manly part than the Spaniards of our own days. As for the King of England, if folly and fanaticism continue to spread as they are spreading, he bids fair in half a century to be King of Saints. The French Decade by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. We have nothing to say in defense of the French revolutionists as far as they are personally concerned in the superstition of every 10th of the 7th day as a day of rest. It was not only a senseless outrage on the ancient observance around which 1,000 good and gentle feelings had clustered. It not only tended to weaken the bond of brotherhood between France and the other members of Christendom, but it was dishonest and robbed the labor of 15 days of restorative and humanizing repose in every year, and extended the wrong to all the friends and fellow laborers of man in the brute creation. Yet when we hear Protestants, and even those of a Lutheran persuasion, and members of the Church of England, inveigh against this change as a blasphemous contempt of the fourth commandment, we pause, and before we can assent to the verdict of condemnation, we must prepare our minds to include in the same sentence, at least as far as theory goes, the names of several among the most revered reformers of Christianity. Without referring to Luther, we will begin with Master Frith, a founder and Metre of the Church of England, having witnessed his faith into flames in the year 1533. This meek and enlightened, no less than zealous and orthodox divine, in his declaration of baptism, thus expresses himself: Our forefathers, which were in the beginning of the Church, did abrogate the Sabbath to the intent that men might have an example of Christian liberty. Howbeit, because it was necessary that a day should be revisited in which the people should come together to hear the word of God, they ordained instead of the Sabbath, which was Saturday, the next following, which is Sunday. And although they might have kept the Saturday with a Jew as a thing indifferent, yet they did much better. Some 3 years after the martyrdom of Frith, anno 1536, being the 28th of Henry VIII, suffered Master Tindal in the same glorious cause, and he likewise, in his answer to Sir T. Moore, hath similarly resolved this point. As for the Sabbath, writes this illusionist Martha and translator of the Word of Life, as for the Sabbath, we be lords of the Sabbath, and may yet change it into Monday or any other day, as we see need. Or we may make every 10th day holiday only, if we see cause why. Neither was there any cause to change it from the Saturday, save only to put a difference between us and the Jews. Neither need we any holiday at all, if the people might be taught without it. This great man believed that if Christian nations should ever become Christians indeed, there would every day be so many hours taken from the labor of the perishable body to the service of the soul and the understandings of mankind, both masters and servants, as to supersede the necessity of a particular day. At present, our Sunday may be considered as somewhat holy land, rescued from the sea of oppression and vain luxury, and embanks against the fury of its billows. The Funeral, by Robert Southey. The coffin, as I passed across the lane, came sudden on my view. It was not here, a sight of every day, as in the streets of a great city, we paused and asked who to the grave was going. It was one, a village girl, they told us, who had borne an 18-month strange illness, and had pined with such a slow wasting that the hour of death came welcome to her. We pursued our walk to the house of mirth, with that idle talk that passes out of the mind and is forgot, we wore away the time. It was eve, and homewardly I went, and in the air was that cool freshness, that discolouring shade that makes your eye turn inward. When I heard over the vale the heavy toll of death sound slow, it made me think upon the dead. I questioned more and learned a sorrowful tale. She bore an husband, a mother's name, and he who should have cherished her far off sailed on the seas, self-exiled from his home, for he was poor. Left thus a wretched one, scorn made a mock of her, evil tongues were busy with her name. She had one ill heavier, neglected, forgetfulness from him whom she had loved so dearly. Once he wrote, but only once the drop of comfort came to mingle with a cup of wretchedness. When his parents had some tidings from him, there was no mention of poor Hannah there, or towards the cold inquiry, bitterer than silence. So she pined and pined away, and for herself and baby toiled and toiled, till she, even on her deathbed, rest from labour, knitting with her outstretched arms, till she sunk with very weakness. Her old mother made it to kind office, and she worked hard, and with hardest working barely earned enough to make life struggle and prolong the pains of grief and sickness. Thus she lay on the sick bed of poverty, so worn with long suffering, that painful thought, and at her heart lay wrinkling, and so weak that she could make no effort to express affection for infant, and the child whose lisping laugh perhaps had solaced her with strange infinite ingratitude shunned her as one indifferent. She was past that anguished, for she felt her hour draw on, and 'twas her only comfort now to think upon the grave. Poor girl, her mother said, thou hast suffered much. A mother there's none can tell what I have suffered, she replied. I shall soon be there the very rest. And she did rest so soon, that it pleased God to take her to his mercy. The Clip, by Robert Southey. Among the many fashions which have been devised of wearing the hair, that of the wild Irish is the most savage. Beards and heads, says Dannyhurst, were washed, cleansed, nor cut, especially the heads. The hair whereof they suffer to grow, saying that some do use to round it, and by reason the same is never kempt, it go fast together, and is procede of time, as matter so thick and fast together, it is instead of the head, keep the head very warm, or it will be of a great blower stroke. And this head of hair they call a clip, and therein they have a great pleasure. Must however be acknowledged that to a people who were often in danger of having their heads broke, the clip was certainly a conventional fashion. Bulwer was not aware of this when he included it in his invective against what he called superfluous crops of hair. What emolent it can bring, he says, none can see, unless it be to breed lice and thunder out of the manner of your Irish, who, as they are a nation estranged from any human excellence, scarce acknowledge any other use of their hair than to wipe their hands from the fat and dirt of their meals and any other filth, which cause they nourish long felt locks, hanging down to their shoulders, which they are wont to use instead of napkins to wipe their greasy fingers. This expression, long felt locks, well describes what their appearance must have been. They are represented in the prints to the curious description of Ireland by Derrick, which Walter Scott was inserted in his edition of his Summer Tracts. The Gossamer, by Robert Southey. Spenser calls the gossamer the fine nets which off the woven sea of socket dew. Henry Moore alludes to this opinion, which seems to have been then commonly held. As light and thin as cobwebs that do fly in the blue air, caused by autumnal sun, that boils the dew that on the earth doth lie, may seem this whitish wreck than is the scum, unless the wiser man make it the field spider's loom. The Holy Fire, by Robert Southey. What was the disease which Robert of Gloucester mentions in the following lines as existing in France in his time, but not in England? so cleanlandius England and so pure for the first man of the world the inner birth you bore, so clean and fair and proof among other men who bev, with me now of him and at long by side where my hem safe. So clean and so is that land to one's blood so pure that the great you'll come for not their wet my clever holy fur, at the threatened man's lime rig serber brand, ec men of France and flyke and the missive sonament. Gefree and brought into England, war from you my weight, tingle on the skull and best as it is gerit. It should seem to mean erysipelas, yet that disease is not common in England, and how it should ever have been cured by change of climate is difficult to explain. The Needle by Robert Southey. There is a passage in the Apparatus respecting the needle, which was written half a century before its supposed invention of Amalfi, and which I have never seen noticed by any writer upon the subject. It occurs in the form of a simile, the original words in such cases as ought always to be given, bien así como los marinos seguan en la noche escura por la agua, que les mediterránea entre la piedra y la estrella les muestra por de Guayan, también en los malos tiempos como en los buenos. Otros y los que han de considerar se deben siempre guiar por la justicia que es mediterránea entre Dios y el mundo, en todo tiempo para dar guardados a los buenos y pena a los malos a cada uno según su merecimiento. And even as mariners guide themselves on the dark night by the needle, which is the connecting medium between the stone and the star, and shows them where they go alike in bad seasons as in good, so those who are to give counsel to the king ought always to guide themselves by justice, which is the connecting medium between God and the world at all times, to give the guerdon to the god and the punishment to the wicked, to each according to his deserts. The compass must have been well known, and in general use before it would thus be referred to as a familiar illustration. The partidas were begun in 1250 and completed in 7 years. It is deserving of notice that in the works of Pedro Nuens, a well-known writer upon navigation was flourished early in the 16th century, the compass is called Figura Nautici Instrumenti quod Hispanicum appellant. The Nightmare by Robert Southey. The nightmare has been a fruitful source of miracles and diablerie in the Roman mythology. Stanihurst recorded a very clear case in the story of Richard de Haverings, who was made Archbishop of Dublin in 1306. This prelate, after that he had continued well near the space of 5 years in the sea, was sore appalled by reason of a strange and wonderful dream. For on a certain night he imagined that he had seen an ugly monster standing on his breast, who, to his thinking, was more weighty than the whole world, insomuch that being, as he thought, in manner squeezed the breast to death with the half of his huge monster, would have departed with the whole substance of the world, if he were whereof possessed, to be disburdened of so heavy a load. Upon which he suddenly awoke. As he beat his brains in divining what the stream should import, he bethought himself on the flock committed to his charge, or that he gathered their fleeces yearly by receiving the revenues and perquisites of the bishopric, and yet he suffered his flock to starve for lack of preaching and teaching. Wherefore, being for his former slackness so wounded and conscious, he travelled with all speed to Rome, where he resigned up his bishopric, a burden too heavy for his weak shoulders, being upon his resignation completely beneficent. He bestowed the remnant of his life wholly in devotion. The Old Man's Comforts and How He Gained Them, by Robert Southey. Your old father William, the young man cried, with your locks which are left you are grey. You are hale, father William, hardy old man, or tell me the reason I pray. The days of my youth, Father William replied, I remembered that youth would fly fast, and used up my health and my vigour at last, and never might need them at last. You are old, Father William, the young man cried, and pleasures with youth pass by, and you lament all the days that are gone, not tell me the reason I pray. The days of my youth, Father William replied, I remembered that youth could not last, I thought of the future whatever I did, and never might grieve for the past. You are old, Father William, the young man cried, and life must be hastening away. You are cheerful and love to converse upon death, I tell me the reason I pray. I am cheerful, young man, Father William replied, and of course thy attention engage. The days of my youth remembered my God, and ye have not forgotten my age. The Pauper's Funeral, by Robert Southey. What, and not one to heave the pious sigh, and one whose sore, swollen and aching eye for social scenes, for life's endearments fled, should drop a tear and dwell upon the dead. Poor wretched outcast, I will weep for thee, and sore for forlorn humanity. Yes, I will weep, but not that thou art come to the stern Sabbath of thy silent tomb. For squalid want the black scorpion care, heart-withering fiends should never enter there. A store for wheels where life is known, as for the world's long pilgrimage, alone haunted by poverty and war begone, unloved, unfriended, wrought its journey on. By youth and ignorance and labour past, when old age of bareness and blast, hard was the fate, which, while it doomed to woe, denied the wisdom to support the blow. And robbed of all its energy of our mind, yet it cast thee on thy fellow kind, abject of thought, victim of distress, to wander in the world's wide wilderness. Poor outcasts sleep in peace, a wintry storm blows beak no more on thine unsheltered form, the woes are past, thou restest in the tomb, a pause and ponder on the days to come. The Rose by Robert Southey. Nay, Edith, spare the rose, it lives, it feels the noontide sun, and drinks refreshed the dews of night. Let not thy gentle hand tear asunder its life fibres and destroy the sense of being. While with infidel smile, come, I bribe thee to be merciful, and thou shalt have a tale of other times, for I am skilled in legendary lore, so thou wilt let it live. There was a time of this, a freshest, sweetest flower that blooms like the bowers of earth. Hast not heard, or first by miracle its fragrant leaves spread to the sun their blushing loveliness? It dwelt at Bethlehem, a Jew's maid, and Zillah was her name, so passing fair that all Judea spake the damsel's praise. You had seen her eyes' dark radiance, how quick it spake the soul, and what is so beamed in its mild effulgence, woe was he. For not in solitude, for not in crowds, might he escape remembrance, or avoid her imaged form that followed everywhere, and filled the heart and fixed the absent eye. Woe was he, for bosom owned no love, save a strong ardors of religious zeal, for Zillah on a god had centered all the spirit's deep affections. So for her tribesmen sighed in vain, yet he referenced to obdurate virtue that destroyed their hopes. One man there was, a vain and wretched man, who saw, desired, despaired, hated her. A sensual eye had gloated on her cheek, even to the flush of angry modesty gave it new charms, made him gloat the more. She loathed the man, for Hamuel's eye was bowed, and the strong workings of brute selfishness had moulded his broad features. She feared the bitterness of wounded vanity, that with a fiendish hue would o'ercast his faint and lying smile. Nor vain fear, for Hamuel vowed revenge, and laid a plot against the virgin fame. He spread abroad whispers that travel fast, ill reports that soon obtain belief. With Zillah's eye, when in the temple heavenward it was erased, that served a rapturous zeal, while her voice had beheld enthusiast's melting glance of other feelings filled, that was a task of easy sort to play the saint body before the public eye, but that all eyes were closed at night, that Zillah's life was full, yea forfeit to the law. Shame to man, which should trust so easily the tongue that steps another's fame. Real report was heard, repeated and believed, and soon for Hamuel by most damned artifice produced some semblance of guilt. The maid was judged to shameful death. Without rewards there was a barren field, a place, a port. It was where wretched criminals were done to die, and where they built the stake and piled the fuel round which should consume the accused maid, abandoned, as it seemed, by God and man. We assembled Bethlehems, beheld the scene, and when we saw the maid bound to the stake, and without calm holiness she lifted up a patient look to heaven, we doubted of her guilt. Other thoughts stood Hamuel near the pile, in savage joy and thitherward, but now within his heart unwonted feelings stirred in the first pangs of wakened guilt, anticipating hell. The eye of steel eyes that glanced around fell on the murderer once, but not on wrath. Therefore, like a dagger-head had fallen, had struck into his soul a cureless wound. Conscious of a God within us, not in the hour of triumph, that so spare the guilty wretch, not in the hour of infamy and death, forsake the virtues. We draw near the stake, and lo, with hawk, hold your earring hands, and quench the rising flames. Rise, they spread, reach the suffering maid, God protect the innocent one. Rose, they spread, they raged, the breath of God went forth. The scanning fire beneath its influence bent, all its flames, in one long lightning flash collecting fierce, darted and blasted Hamuel, him alone. Hark, what a fearful scream the multitude pour forth, yet what miracles! The stake buds out and spreads light green leaves and bowers, the innocent maid, and roses bloom around. The first beheld since paradise was lost, and filled with Eden odours all the air. The Soldier's Wife by Robert Southey. Weary way-wanderer, languid and sick at heart, travelling painfully over a rugged road, wild-visaged wanderer, after by heavy chance. Sorrowly while little one drags by we, barefooted, cold as the baby that hangs at the bending back, meagre, livid and screaming its wretchedness. The woe-begone mother, half anger, half agony, as over thy shoulder thou look'st to hush the babe. Bleakly the blinding snow beats in thy haggard face. My husband will never return from the war again. Cold is thy hopeless heart, even as charity. Cold as thy famished babes. God help thee, withered one. The Squid Hound by Robert Southey. The sea snake has been found, confirmed the credit of A.G., whose word I never doubted, and of Pontoppidan. We shall have the Kraken next. Writer in the Never Chronicle agrees for the old bishop the new discourse of Pontoppidan, and verses for one I have heard, he says, such accounts of Squid Hound from people who have been on the southern whale fishery and at Newfoundland as certainly reduce all the bishop's crimes to charge of exaggeration. Some parts of one, he had been told, were Dartmouth. He believed that naturalists were afraid to mention this great fish, lest they should be laughed at for their credulity. He, however, signing himself Fides, requested any of his readers to send him some well-authenticated particulars of this monstrous animal. I have seen no answer to his request, and wish therefore, by thus repeating it, to increase the chance of obtaining one. The Stigmata by Robert Southey. In 1222 a council was held at Oxford by the Archbishop of Canterbury for the reformation of the state ecclesiastical religion of the monks, in which council, says Holinshedh, 2 naughty fellows were presented before him that of late had been apprehended, either of them naming himself Christ, and preaching many things against such abuses as the clergy in those days used. Moreover, to prove the error to have a show of truth, they showed certain tokens and signs of wounds in the body, hands, and feet, like unto our Saviour Jesus, that was nailed to the cross. In the end, being well opposed, we were found to be but false dissemblers. Wherefore by doom of that council they were judged to be nailed to a cross of wood, and so those to whom the execution was assigned had therefore the place called Arborbury, where they nailed them to a cross, and where left them till they were dead. This is the only instance of crucifixion I have met with in any Christian persecution, perhaps the only one of a mode of punishment in any Christian country, since it was abolished by a feeling which might have been supposed to be inseparable from Christianity. The stigmata are proof sufficient of imposture, and it is this circumstance which has made me notice a fact that might otherwise have been passed over with a silent shuddering. For 2 years afterwards, Franciscus of Assisi succeeded in the blasphemous trick for which these men were put to death. Is there any earlier example of it? It was oft repeated in the golden age of Catholic frauds, the detection of Dominicans at Berlin, their cruel and overacted delusional upon Jetza, the discovery shortly afterwards of Maria de Visicam at Lisbon, brought into disrepute.
The Victory by Robert Southey. Hark, of a church with its thundering harmony, stands the glad ear, tidings of joy have come, good tidings of great joy. Two gallant ships meet on the element, they met, they fought, a desperate fight, good tidings of great joy. Old England triumphed, yet another day of glory for the ruler of the waves. Those who fell trust in their country's cause, they have their passing paragraphs of praise and are forgotten. Where was one who died, ever day's glory, whose obscure name, though proud historians page the chronic. Peace to his honest soul, I read his name, trust in the list of slaughter, and blessed God. The sound was not familiar to my ear, but it was told me after that his man, who was one whom lawful violence had forced from his own home and wife and little ones, who by his labour lived, but he was one whose uncorrupted heart could nearly feel, husband's love, a father's exercise, but from the wages of his toil he fed the distant dear ones, and would talk of him at midnight when he trod the silent deck. With him he valued, took of them of choice, but he had known of God and of the hour when we should met again, till his full heart, his manly heart, at last would overflow, even like a child's, with very tenderest peace to his honest spirit. Suddenly it came, a merciful, a ball of death, or it came suddenly and shattered him, and left no moment agonizing thought on those he loved so well. The ocean deep now lies at rest, be woe, her comforter, who are the widow's friend. Man does not know what a cold sickness made her blood run back when first she heard the tidings of her fight. Man does not know with what a dreadful hope she listened to the names of those who died. Man does not know, or knowing will not heed, with what an agony of tenderness she gazed upon her children and beheld his image who was gone. O God, be woe, her comforter, who are the widow's friend.
Woofer by Robert Southey. Gage is a suspicion writer, because he has transcribed a part of his book verbatim e literatim from an old translation of Gomorrah without acknowledgment. This is vexatious. There is much in the book which is very curious, and such an act of dishonesty throws a doubt of the whole. The history of his conversion is not improbable, and even if not true, it is certainly well imagined. Whilst this traffic was probable, he says, it happens unto me, at which I formerly testified in my recantation a sermon at Paul's church, which if by that means it have not come to the knowledge of many, I desire again to record it in this my history, that to all England it may be published. Which was that one day saying the mass in the chief church, after the consecration of the bread, being with my eyes shut, at the prayer which the church of Rome called for memento for the dead, there came from behind the altar a mouse, which running about came to the bread of wafer gourd of the Baptists, and taking it in his mouth, ran away with it, not being perceived by any of the people who were at mass, that the altar was high, by reason of the steps going up to it, and the people far beneath. But as soon as I opened my eyes to go on with my mass, and perceived my gourd stolen away, I looked about the altar, and saw the mouse running away with it, which on a sudden did so stupefy me that I knew not well what to do or say, and calling my wits together, and thought that if I should take no notice of the missions, and anybody else in the church, should I might justly be questioned by the Inquisition. But if I should call to the people to look for the sacrament, then I might be but chid and rebuked for my carelessness, which of the two I thought would be more easily borne than the rigour of the Inquisition. Whereupon, not knowing what the people had seen, I turned myself unto them, and called them unto the altar, and told them plainly that whilst there was in my memento prayers and meditations, a mouse had carried away the sacrament, and that I knew not what to do, unless it would help me to find it out again. The people called a priest who was at hand, presently brought in more of his coat, and as if it, their God, had been this eaten up, they presently prepared to find out the thief, as if they would eat up the mouse that had so assaulted and abused their God. They lighted candles and torches to find out the malefactor in a secret and hidden place of the wall, and after much searching and inquiry to the sacrilegious beast, they found at last in a hole of wall the sacrament half eaten up, which with great joy they took out, and, as if the ark had been brought again from the Philistines to the Israelites, so rejoiced for the new-found God, whom with many people now resorted to the church, with many lights and candles and torches, with joyful and solemn music they carried about the church in procession. Myself was present upon my knees, shaking and quivering for what might be done unto me, and expecting my doom and judgment. As the sacrament passed me, I observed in the marks signs on the teeth of the mouse, as they got to be seen in the piece of cheese gnawn and eaten by it. They struck me with such horror that I cared not at that present whether I had been torn in 1,000 pieces for denying publicly that mouse-eaten God. I called to my best memory all the philosophy concerning substance and accident, and resolved within myself that what I saw gnawn was not an accident, but some real substance eaten and devoured by that vermin, which certainly was fed and nourished by what it had eaten. And philosophy well teaches substantia sibi, non accidens convertiens substantiam aliti. The substance, not the accidents of a food, is converted and turned into the substance of the thing fed by it and eliminated. Now here I knew that this mouse had fed upon some substance, or else how could the marks of the teeth so plainly appear? But no Baptist will be willing to answer that it fed upon the substance of Christ's body, ergo, by good consequence it follows that it fed upon the substance of bread, and so transubstantiation here my judgment was confused by a mouse, which mean and base creature God chose to convince me of my former errors, and made me now resolve upon what many years before I had doubted, that certainly the point of transubstantiation taught by the Church of Rome is most damnable and erroneous. The event of this accident was not any trouble that fell upon me for it, for indeed the Spaniards attributed it unto the carelessness of him who had cared of the altars in the church, and not for any contempt and meat to the sacrament. The part of the wafer that was left after the mouse had filled her belly was laid up after the solemn procession about the church in a tabernacle for the purpose. Because such a high contempt had been offered by a contemptible vermin to the bread god, it was commanded through Portable that day that all the people should humble themselves at morn, and fast with bread and water only.
The Widow by Robert Southey. Cold was the night wind, drifting fast as snows fell. Wide were the downs and shelterless and naked, when the poor wanderer struggled on her journey, weary and way-sore. Drear were the downs, more dreary her reflections. Cold was the night wind, colder was the bosom. She had no home, the world was all before her. She had no shelter. Fast over the bleak heath rattled drove a chariot. Pity me, feeble cried the poor night wanderer. Pity me, strangers, lest of cold and hunger here I should perish. Once I had friends, but they have all forsook me. Once I had parents, they are now in heaven. I had a home once, I had once a husband. Pity me, strangers. I had a home once, I had once a husband. I'm a widow poor and broken-hearted. Low blew the wind, and heard was their complaining. On drove a chariot.
On the cold snows she laid her down to rest her. She heard a horseman, pity me, she groaned out. Loud blew the wind, unheard was her complaining, on went the horseman. Worn out with anguish, toil, and cold, and hunger, down sunk the wanderer, sleep had seized his senses. Where did the traveller find her in the morning? God had released her. The Worst of All Puns, by Robert Southey. In Nuremberg, a wolf's tooth was shown to travellers, says Kelslayer, as in some places given to children instead of a cold in the covered heath, in which an abbé is represented lying dead in a meadow, the three lilies growing out of his posteriors. This is not only the worst pun that ever was craved upon a wolf's tooth, but the worst that ever was or will be made. The abbé is designed to express the Latin word habere. He is lying dead in the meadow, morte in pre. This is for mortem pre, and the three lilies in his posteriors are to be read oculis oculis. Thus, according to the annexed explanation, the whole pun, rebus or hieroglyphic, is habe mortem pre oculis. Charles VII of France, the Dauphin, bore upon his standard the device, which was in a similar taste, thought not so rich a specimen of it. He was in love with a virtuous damsel, the daughter of Messiah Giuliano Cassinel. She was usually called La Cassinella after her father's name, and the prince expressed his affection for her by bearing on his standard in gold und K und Chink et un L. Think Valentine, a speeding on the way, by Robert Southey. Think Valentine, a speeding on thy way, homeward thou hastest, light of heart along. If heavily creep on one little day the medley crew of travellers among, think on thine absent friend, reflect that here on life's sad journey comfortless he roves, remote from every scene as heart holds dear. From him he values, from her he loves. When disgusted with vain and dull, whom chance companions of a way may doom, the mind of each domestic comfort full turns to itself and meditates on home. Things what cares must ache within his breast, who loves the lingering road, it is no home of rest. 3 Methods of Lessening the Number of Rats, by Robert Southey. Introduce them at table as a delicacy. It would probably be savoured food, and if nature hath not made them so, the cook may. Red pie would be as good as rock pie, and foretails intertwisted like the serpents of a Delphic tripod, and rising into a spiral obelisk, would crest the crust more fantastically than pigeons' feet. After a while they might be declared game by the legislator, which would materially expedite the extirpation. Make use of fur. Red skin robes for the ladies would be beautiful, warm, costly, and new. Fashion requires only the 2 last qualities, and a soap for 2 former would not be objectable. The importance of such a fashion to our farmers ought to have its weight. When nobles and gentlemen feed their own pigs, perform for a Spanish tub the office of panderers of Troy, and provide heifers of great elegance for bulls of acknowledgment merit. Our ladies may perhaps be induced to receive an addition to their wardrobe from the hands of a rat-catcher for a purpose of less eloquent utility. Inoculate some subjects with smallpox or any other infectious disease, and turn them loose. Experiment should first be made, lest the disease should assume in them so new a form as to be capable of being returned to us with interest. If it succeeded, man has means in his hands which would thin the hyenas, the wolves, jackals, and all gregarious beasts of prey. If any of our patriotic societies should think proper to award a gold medal, silver cup, or other remuneration to either of these methods, the projector has left his address with the publisher. Tinder from Wormwood, by Robert Southey. The Japanese use the holy part of leaves of wormwood, Artemisia vulgaris, for tinder. It is so prepared as to form a brownish-colored wool, and it easily catches fire. 'Tis night, the mercenary turns sleep, by Robert Southey. 'Tis night, the mercenary turns sleep, has undisturbed his justice, but no more the wretched slave, as on his native shore, rests on his reedy couch, he wakes to weep. But for the toil and anguish of the day, no tear escaped him, not one suffering groan beneath a twisted thong. He weeps alone in bitterness, thinking that far away the merriment resounds on Niger's shore. She whom he loves, far from the cheerful throng stands sad, gazes from a lowly door with dim-drawn eyes, silent and woe-begone, and weeps to him who will return no more. To a brook near the village of Corsten, by Robert Southey. As was I bend in awe of thy babbling stream, and watch thy current, her sand portends the faint-formed scenes of the departed days, like the far forest with the moon's pale beam, dimly descried yet lovely. I've worn upon the banks the livelong hour away, and smart of childhood wandered through the day, joyed on the opening splendor of the morn, or as the twilight darkened, heaved the sigh, thinking of distant home. As down my cheek the fond voice slow stealing on, would speak the silent eloquence of his full eye. Dim are the long past days, yet still they please, as by soft sounds half heard, borne on the inconstant breeze. To a Friend, by Robert Southey. When woods forsake the lower abode, the peace delights to dwell, pause travel on the way of life. With many a snare and peril rife, as a long labyrinth of road, dark's the bed of years before, pause traveller on thy way, nor dare the dangerous path explore, till out experience comes to lend his leading ray. Not he who comes with lengthened light shall guide thy groping pace aright, with faltering feet and slow. Now let him rear the talk on high, every may shall meet thine eye. Every snare and every foe, and with steady step and strong, traveller shalt thou march along. For power invite thee to a hall, regard not thou her tempting call. Her splendours mere fair glare, for courteous flattery there wait, and wealth adorn the dome of state. Where stalks the midnight spectre care, peace, traveller, does not sojourn there. A fame allure thee, climb not thou to that steep mountain's craggy brow, where stands a stately pile. For far from thence does peace abide, and thou shalt find fame's favouring smile cold as the feeble sun of Hecla's snow-clad side. And, traveller, as thou hopes to find that low and loved abode, retire thee from the thronging road, and shun the mob of humankind. I hear how old experience schools, fly the crowds of knaves and fools, and thou shalt fly from woe. One the heedless heart will greet with Judah's smile, and thou wilt meet in every fool a foe. So safely mayest thou pass from these, and reach secure the home of peace, and friendship find thee there. No happier state can mortal know, no happier lot can earth bestow. If love thy lot shall share, yet still content with him may dwell, whom human will not bless, and virtue sojourn in the cell of hermit happiness. To Contemplation, by Robert Southey. Faint gleams the evening radiance through the sky, the sober twilight dimly darkens round, in short quick circles shrill bat flits by, and the slow vapour curls along the ground. Now the pleased eye from yon lone cottage sees on the green mead the smoke-long shadowing play. Red-breast on the blossomed spray warbles wild her latest lay, and sleeps along the dale the silent breeze. Calm contemplation, 'tis the favourite hour, calm fill my bosom, tranquilizing power. Meek power, a view thee on the calmy shore, when ocean stills his waves to rest, or when slow moving on the surge's hour, meet with deep hollow roar and whiten o'er his breast. For lo, the moon with softer radiance gleams, and lovelier heave the billows in her beams. Low gales of evening moan along, I love thee to feel the calm cool breeze, and round the pathless forest wilds among, listening the mellow murmur of the trees, full foliaged, as they lift their arms on high, and wave their shadowy heads in wildest melody. Or lead me where, mid the tranquil vale, the broken stream flows on in silver light, and I will linger where the gale or the bank of violets sighs, listening to hear its softened sounds arise, and hearken the dull beetle's drowsy flight, and watch the horn-eyed snail creep o'er his long moon-glittering trail, and mark where radiant through the night moves in a grass-green hedge the glow warms a living light. The meekest power I love to meet, as oft with even solitary pace, the scattered abyss hollowed rounds I trace, and listening to the echoes of my feet. On the half-demolished tomb, how warning texts anticipate my doom, mark the clear orb of night, cast through the storied glass of faintly varying light. Nor will I not in some more gloomy hour invoke with fearless awe thine howlier power, wandering beneath the sainted pile where the blast mounts along the darksome aisles, and glittering patterns all around the midnight shower with dreary sound. But sweeter 'tis to wander wild, by melancholy dreams beguiled, while the summer moon's pale ray faintly guides me on my way to the lone romantic glen, far from all the haunts of men, when a noise of uproar breaks the calm of solitude. But soothing silence sleeps in all, save the neighbouring waterfall, whose hoarse waters falling near, loud with hollow sounds the ear, and with down-dashed horn white, gleam hoary through the shades of night. Was wandering silent on and slow, I nurse reflection's sacred woe, and muse upon the perished day when hope would weave her visions gay. A fancied shelter avast fate left sad reality my mate. Contemplation, when to memory's eyes the visions of a long past days arise, the holy power imparts the best relief, and the calm spirit loves the joy of grief. To Horror, by Robert Southey. Dark horror, hear my call. Stir ingenious, Here from thy retreat, on some old sepulchre's moss-cankered seat, beneath the abbey's ivied wall that trembles o'er its shade, and wrapped in midnight gloom, alone, who loves to lie and hear, where roars of waters near, and listen to the deep dull groan of some purported spirit borne fitful on the heavy gales of night. Whether o'er some wide waste hill, who marks the traveller stray, wildered on his lonely way, when, loud and keen and chill, the evening winds of winter blow drifting deep the dismal snow. Ulfa follows now on Groenland's shore, with all thy terrors on the lonely way of some wrecked mariner, when to the roar of herded bears, and floating ice hills round, pour thy deep echoing sound, where the dim diabolical light givest half its dangers to a wretched sight. Or if thy fury foam, of the midnight deep the dark-winged tempest sweep, watches from some high cliff the increasing storm, listening with strange delight as the black billows to the thunder rave, and by the lightning's light foresees the tall ship sink beneath the wave. Dark horror bear me with the field of fight, scatters contagion on the tainted gale, when to the moon's faint beam, on many a carcass shine, the dews of night, that silence stills the veil, save when at times is heard the gluttoned raven's scream, where some wrecked army from conqueror's might speed their disastrous flight. The thee fierce genius let me trace the way, to hear at times the deep heart groan of some poor sufferer left to die alone, a sorrow smarting with the winds of night, the pause where on the wild the mother to her frozen breast on the heaped snow reclinching clasps her child, and with him sleeps, chilled to eternal rest. Black horror, speed we to the bed of death, where he whose murderous power far blasts with the myriad plagues of war, struggles with the last breath, then to his wildly starting eyes the phantoms of the murdered rise, and on his frenzied ear there groans for vengeance the demons yell, and one heart maddening calls well. Cowed on his broken rising stands the dew, night eternal darkens on his view. Horror, a call begets once more. Bear me to the cursed shore, around the stake the impaled ribs. Assume by sacred terrors when dispense the blasting gales of pestilence, arouse the race of Afric, holy power, lead them to vengeance. The dread hour when ruin rages wide, beheld and smile by mercy's side. To Mary Wollstonecraft by Robert Southey. The lily cheek, the purple light of love, the liquid lust of the melting eye, Mary, of these the poet sung, of these that woman triumph, with no angry frown in view of his degrading conquest. At that age no maid of arc had snatched from coward man the heaven-blessed sword of liberty. Sex could boast no female Roland's martyrdom, no court's angel in the avenging arm had sanctified again the murderer's name, nor as when Caesar perished. Yet some strains may even adorn this theme, befitting me to offer, nor unworthy thy regard.
To the Chapel Bell by Robert Southey. Lo, I, the man who erst the muse did ask her deepest notes to swell the patriot's meads, and now in frost a far unfitted task for cap and gown to leave my mistled reeds, or yonder noise that tinkles on the air bids me lay by the lyre and go to morning prayer. Oh, how I hate the sound! It is the knell that still a requiem tolls the comfort's hour, and loath am I, a subduous bell, to quit Amorphous of the muse's bower. But I rely and doze when gay by mine, hearing still mumbled o'er the same eternal strain. What hideous herald of more hideous prayers, say hast thou ever summoned from his rest? One being awaking to religious awe, arose the Amphibious, transported into the breast. Our ever do not all recloned creep, to linger o'er the hour in listeners of sleep, and love the bell that calls the poor to pray, shimmering from village church its cheerful sound. And the sun smiles on labor's holy day, on all the rustic train are gathered round, each defiantly decised in the Sunday's best, and blessed to hail the day of piety and rest. Or when, dim shadowing over the face of day, the mantling mist of eventide rests low, as through the forest gloom I wend my way, the minister cruel sign rover now I pause and laugh at solemn thought to hear, as made by distance soft it dies upon me ear. Nor not to me the unfrequent midnight knell told sternly harmonizing one mine ear, as the deep there fraught sounds along lingering dread, sick to the heart of love and hope and fear. Soul genius I do, though that life's upland steep, and the strange envy muse the dead man's dreamless sleep. But woe, memorial of monastic God, what fancy sad or lightsome hast were given, the vision's scattered sound alone recall. A prayer we trembled on the yawn to heaven, and the steam gape in the deal's noisy tone, and Roman rights retain, the Roman faith be flown.
To the Evening Rainbow by Robert Southey. Mild arc of promise, on the evening sky was shine as fair with many a lovely ray, each in the other melting. Much mine eye delights to linger on thee, though the day changeful and many-weathered seemed to smile, flashing brief splendor through its clouds awhile, the deepened dark anon and fell in rain. But pleasant it is now to pause, view the rise tints of frail and watery hue, and think the storm shall not return again. Such the smile that pity bestows on the good man's pale cheek, when he in peace departing gently from a world of woes, anticipates a realm where sorrow's keys. To the Genius of Africa by Robert Southey. Though from the mountain's height rolls down thy clouds with all the weight of waters to old Nile's majestic tide, or the dark sepulchred plain recallest Carp an ancient pride, the mistress of the main. Her genius, hear thy children's cry, always shouldst thou laugh to brood stern over desert solitude, where seas of sand toss their hot surges high. Not genius should the midnight song detain thee in some milder mood, the palmy plains among, where Gambia to the torch's light throws radiant through the vacant night. I linger not to hear the song, genius avenge thy children's wrong. The damon's commerce on thy shore pours all the horrors of his strain, and hark, where from the field of gore howls the Hyensa of the slain. Lo, the flaming village fires the sky's avenging power. Awake, arise. Arise, thy children's wrongs redress, to heed the mother's wretchedness, and the hot infectious air, our sick babe she bows oppressed. I hear her when the Christian's tear, the dropping infant from her breast, whelmed in the waters she shall rest. Hear thou the wretched mother's cries, avenging power, awake, arise. By the rank infected air retains those dungeons of despair, where those who there imprisoned die, where the black-haired promiscuous lie, where the scourge's blackened hour and stiffened heart with human gore, where the groan in deep distress, by every curse of wretchedness, by all the train of crimes that flow from the hopelessness of woe, where every drop of blood be spilled, by Afric's wrongs and Europe's guilt, awake, arise, avenge. And thou hast heard, thou, their blood-fed plains sweep their avenging hurricanes, made for storms of whirlwind raw, dash their proud naves on the shore, and where their armies claimed the fight with all the warriors' might, with the unholy host, with painful breath, their genius who has breathed the gales of death. Toleration by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. The state, with respect to the different sects of religion under its protection, should resemble a well-drawn portrait. Let there be half a score individuals looking up at it. Every one sees its eyes and its benignant smile directed toward himself. The framer of preventive laws, no less than private tutors and schoolmasters, should remember that the readiest way to make either mind or body grow wry is by lacing it to tide. Tostatus by Robert Southey. The works of this voluminous commentator had a luckier resurrection from the deep than even Frith's treatises. Cardinal Ximensis, or rather Cisneros, as he should more probably be called, sent the manuscript to Venice to be printed. The ship in which they were embarked encountered a violent storm in the Gulf of Lyons. All the laden was thrown overboard to lighten her, and the bishop's works among the rest. The passengers, with great difficulty, got to shore, and the next day they saw the chest which contained these papers came floating safely to the beach. The fact was proved at Rome by the deposition of 16 eyewitnesses, and their legal attestants are probably at this time to be seen at Salamanca. It is not to be wondered at that the Catholics were disposed to believe the circumstances miraculous, considering the specific gravity of the contents of a chest. Nicholas Antonio relates this fact as well as Gil Gonzalez, who has recorded it in their different works. This useful historian was never weary of praising Tostado, because all his praises redounded to the honor of glory of Ervel, the bishop's see and the historian's birthplace. No mention of the singular circumstances made by Hernando de Pulgar, his earliest biographer, but this does not invalidate the story, because that author probably died before it occurred. Gil Gonzalez, in his His del Rey de Henrique III, has preserved the bishop's epitaph. Aquae jaes sepulado quin virgen vivio murio, en ciencias mas esmerado en nuestro hospito tostado que nuestro nación honro. Es muy cierto que escribió para cada día 3 pliegos, de los días que vivo, su doctrina hacia alumbro que has ver los ciegos. Tractors by Robert Southey. The tractors are no new mode of quackery. Witness this extract from one of the ruses of days of old. How famous is that martial ring, which carried in some fit place, and rubbed on some such part, will allay and cure the pains of fatigue and heat, the cramp, quartan, ague, failing sickness, vertigo, apoplexy, plague, and other diseases. Insomuch that the great captain of Hetria commanded the inventor whereof, a brother of Saint Augustine's order, to sell none to any but himself for some years. If the same were formed of some long horseshoe nail, pulled out of a horse hoof on purpose, in the our Mars reigns, it would be ready to contract itself to fit the least, and amplify itself for the greatest finger as you would. Translations by Robert Southey. It has been well said that a translated book is like pouring honey from one vessel into another. Something must always be lost. Both the Dutch and the French words for translated will be to be literally rendered, overcast and traduit. Milton may more truly be said to be overset in one language, introduced in the other, and translated into either. Done into English was not so happy a phrase, for many a book was undone by the operation. Transplanting Trees by Robert Southey. Where romancers and novelists stop short of positive miracle, the most extraordinary inventions are paralleled or exceeded by the history of real life. The Tsar Peter did the same thing as Shedad, and this method may be recommended to our nabobs who want trees about their mansions and can afford to pay for the removal of live timber. They were dug up in winter with plenty of earth about their roots, which being frozen did not drop off. It would be advisable to dig round them before the frost set in. Care should be taken to replant the tree in the same position as that in which it grew. If its southern side be turned to the north, it will have new habits to learn, and may die before it has acquired them. Troilus and Cresside by Robert Southey. It is evident from the first stanza of his poem, just quoted, the narrator says, that a part Froy, the Chaucer intended it for one of the Canterbury Tales, and this seems to be confirmed by the 65th stanza of the first book. Five, and there the fire the hotter is, with Fry, and of all this company. I do not know whether this has been observed before. A complete and faithful edition of the works of this great father of English poetry, with an accurate verbal index, as well as glossary, is most to be desired. Two Modes of Atheism by Robert Southey. Ravou attributes an extraordinary kind of atheism to the Druses. By knowledge, he says, the was a god once, to affirm that after he had created heaven and earth, he was blown away by a high wind, which carried him so far off that there has been no news of him since. I knew a philosopher who had an opinion not less whimsical, and directed the reverse of this. He was perfectly satisfied that there is no God at present, but he believed there would be one by and by. For as the organization of the universe perfected itself, universal mind, he argued, would be the result. This he called the system of progressive nature. He explained it to me with great zeal when we were walking over the very ground where 13 years afterwards the battle of Corinru was fought. Light lie the earth upon him. He was a kind-hearted man, all his wishes were for the welfare and improvement of mankind. But it had been well for him if his other intellectual vagaries had produced a little mischief as a system of progressive nature. What thou no sculptured monument proclaim by Robert Southey. What thou no sculptured monument proclaim by fate, at Albert in my breast appear and shine the sad remembrance. Yet thy name will fill my throbbing bosom. When despair, the child of murdered hope, fattened the heart, loved honored friend, I saw thee sink forlorn, pierced to the soul by cold neglect's keen dart, and penurious heart ills, and pitying scorn, and the dark spectre of departed joy in human memory. Often as the grave love I the solitary hour to employ, thinking on other days, leave a sigh responsive, when I mark the high grass wave, sad sounding as the cold breeze rustles by. Why dost thou beat thy breast and rend thine hair? By Robert Southey. Why dost thou beat thy breast and rend thine hair, and to the deaf sea pour thy frantic cries? Before the gale the laden vessel flies, the heavens all-favouring smile, the breezes fair, hark to the clamours of the exulting crew. Hark, how the thunders mock the patient skies! Dost thou shriek and strain thy red-sworn eyes, as the white sail dim lessens from thy view? Go pent in want and anguish and despair, where's no mercy found in humankind. Go whither to thy grave and rest thee there, where the God of justice bid the wind, when it curse the bark beneath the mountain wave, and bless with liberty and death the slave. Winter by Robert Southey. Wrinkled, crabbed man thy picture we. Old winter, with a rugged beard as grey as the long moss upon the apple tree. Blue-lipped, and eyes to but thy sharp blue nose, close muffled up on the dreary way plodding alone through sleet and drifting snows. Should have drawn thee with the high-held half, old winter, seated in the great armchair, watching the children's Christmas mirth, or circled by them as their lips declare some merry jest or tale of murder dire, or troubled spirit that disturbs the night, pausing at times to rouse the mouldering fire, or taste the old October brown and bright. With many a weary step at length I gain, by Robert Southey. With many a weary step at length I gain thy summit, Lansdowne, and the cool breeze plays gratefully round my brow, as hence the gaze returns to dwell upon the journeyed plain. 'Twas a long way and tedious. To the eye, how fair the extended vale, and fair to view the falling leaves of many a faded hue, eddy in the wild gust moaning by. Even so at far with life, in discontent restless, fortune's mingled scenes I went, yet wept to think they would return no more. But keeps fond heart in such a sad thoughts to roam, for surely, though long, shall reach thy home, and pleasant is the way that lies before. Writing Tables by Robert Southey. It is remarkable, says Mr. Dose, that neither public nor private museums should furnish any specimens of these table books, which seem to have been very common in Shakespeare's time, nor does any attempt appear to have been made towards ascertaining exactly the materials of which they were composed. I happen to possess a table book of Shakespeare's time. It is a little book, nearly square, being 3 inches wide and something less than 4 in length, bound stoutly in calf, and fastening the 4 strings of broad, strong brown tape. The title as follows: Writing Table with a Calendar for 24 years, with sundry necessary rules. The table made by Robert Triplett, London, and printed for the Company of Stationers. The tables are inserted immediately after the almanac. At first sight they appear like what we call ass's skin, the colour being precisely the same, but the leaves are thicker. Whatever smell they may have had is lost, and there is no gloss upon them. It might be supposed that the gloss has been worn off, but this is not the case, for most of the tables have never been written on. Some of the edges being worn show that the middle of the leaf consists of paper. The composition is laid on with great nicety. A silver style was used, which is sheathed on one of the covers, and which produces an impression as distinct and as easily obliterated as that of a black lead pencil. The tables are interleaved with common paper. Written on the 1st of December, 1793, by Robert Southey. Thou know no more the musing, yet delights to listening to the breeze that lingers over green woodshade. I love thee, winter, well. Sweet are the harmonies of spring, sweet is the summer's evening gale, pleasant the autumnal winds that shake the many-coloured grove, and pleasant to the sober soul the silence of a wintry scene, when nature shrouds in a trance and deep tranquillity. Not undelightful now to roam the wild heath sparkling on the side, not undelightful now to pace the forest's ample rounds, and see the spangled branches shine and mark the moss of many a hue that rise the oak tree's brown bark, or o'er the grey stone spreads. The clustered berries claim the eye, of the bright holly's gay green leaves, the ivy round the leafless oak clasps its full foliage close. So virtue, diffident of strength, clings to religion's firmer aid, and by religion's aid upheld endures calamity. No void of beauties nor the spring, whose waters hid from summer's sun, have soothed the thirsty pilgrim's ear with more than melody. A green moss shines with icy glare, the long grass bends its spear-like form, and lovely is the silvery scene, and faint the sunbeams smile. Reflection too may laugh the hour when nature, hid in winter's grave, no more expends the bursting bud, or bids the floweret bloom. For nature soon in spring's best charms will rise wild from winter's grave, again expand the bursting bud, and bid the floweret bloom. Written on Sunday morning by Robert Southey. Go thou and seek the house of prayer. I to woodlands went, and where in lovely nature see the God of love. A swelling orange peel wakes not my soul to zeal, like wet music of a windswept grove. The gorgeous Alva the music west rose with such ardor in my breast, as where the noontide beam, flashed from a broken stream, quick vibrates on the desert side, or where the clouds suspended rain sweeps and shadows over the plain, or wind reclinging on the cliff's huge height, mark the billows burst in silver light. Go thou and seek the house of prayer. I to the woodlands shall repair, feed with all nature's charms mine eye, and hear all nature's melodies. The primrose branch shall bear dispenses faint fragrance to vacant sense. Warm beams that live and joy impart, shall with their influence warm my heart. A full tear that down my cheek will steal, should speak the prayer of praise I feel. Go thou and seek the house of prayer. I to the woodlands bend my way, and meet religion there. She needs not haunt the high-arched dome to pray, where starred windows dim the doubt for day. Of liberty she loves to rove, wide over healthy hill or cowslip dale, or seek the shelter of her embowering grove. Sweet are these scenes to her, and when the night pours in the north, a silver stream of light, she woos reflection of the silent gloom, and ponders on the world to come. Written on the 1st of January, 1794, by Robert Southey. Calm melancholy moralizer, come, gather with me the dark and wintry wreath, with me and garland now the sepulchre of time. Come mortalizer to the funeral song above the dirge of departed days, for well the funeral song befits the solemn hour. Hark! Even now the merry bells ring round with clamorous joy to welcome in this day, this consecrated day to mirth and indolence. Mortal, whilst fortune with benignant hand fills to the brim the cup of happiness, whilst the unclouded sun illumes the summer day, canst thou rejoice, rejoice that time flies fast? That night shall shadow soon thy summer sun, with swiftest stream of years rolls to eternity. If thou hast the wealth to gratify each wish, if power be wine, remember what thou art, remember thou art a man, and death thine heritage. Hast thou known love? Does beauty's better sun cheer thy fond heart with no capricious smile, eye all eloquence, a voice all harmony? State of happiness, hark how the gale moans deep and hollow o'er the leafless grove. Winter is dark and cold. Where now the charms of spring? Say'st thou the fancy paints the future seen in hues too sombrous, the dark stoled maid with stern and frowning front appals the shuddering soul? Wouldst thou bid me court the fair form when as to sports some happier mood, and many-coloured robes dance varying to the sun? Vainly does the pilgrim whose long road leads over barren mountains storm-vexed height with anxious gaze away the fruitful far-off vale. Or where are those who love a pensive song, tumult sounds of mirth are dissonant? There are who at this hour will laugh to contemplate. For hopeless soul hails the lapse of time, rejoicing when the fading orb of day is sunk again in night, and one day more is gone. And he who bears afflictions heavy loud, with patient pity, well pledged he knows, the world is pilgrim marsh, a grave inn of rest.